Welcome to the Clash Masters Golden Ticket Edition. It is the playoffs finally. I'm Carbon Finn, joined with Eric and Itsu to bring you the final weekend of Clash Esports to see who's going to be the next one to get the golden ticket. Eric, welcome to the desk.
Thank you. It's good to be here, and I'm ready for the best teams in the world to play some Clash.
Playing some Clash is a really good keyword because I think we want to have the action started as quickly as possible. And with that being said, let's take a look at the format first to see how this looks like, what had those teams to go through to get to this stage, and then in the end fight for the big prize pool. So everyone started with the open qualifiers. Overall, there were 2 of them. Everyone could join with a town of 15, and with the 2 open qualifiers each having top 8 qualifying teams, they got to the Swiss stage. In the Swiss stage, 16 teams entered, but only 8 teams left last weekend. And this is bringing us to the stage today where we have the playoffs. 8 teams we have starting in this lineup, and only 1 team tomorrow is going to get the big prize, Carbon, and there's a lot on the line.
Indeed, $50,000 on the line, with first place taking home $18,000 and of course that coveted golden ticket. That is what these teams are fighting for. They're trying to win the golden ticket and then advance to the Clash of Clans World Championship. It's a lot of pressure on these teams here. But Eric, what are the teams and how was the Swiss stage for many of these teams to try to get to this point?
Right, because the round before this, they had to go through the Swiss stages where 16 teams entered, and to make it through that, they had to survive with 3 wins before they take 3 losses. So it's kind of a battle of consistency, and these teams have proven to be the most consistent over multiple matches, and I love this format. I think it's one of the best formats to make sure that we don't have like a single point of failure and knock a team out unexpectedly that really should go through. So we have a very solid set of teams to make it through. 8 have survived into our playoffs today, Itsu.
That's right, and I think there were 2 incredible big surprises for a lot of people out there, which were, well, Tribe out of the tournament, and Clash Champs, a really big favorite for a lot of people for the golden ticket. But this is what our bracket looks today, the playoff stage, and we have just so many good matches on our way. Corbin, which match is standing out for you specifically on this list?
Well, we've got Navi and versus Repotted Gaming. That's a really good one. The very first one as well, United Gaming taking on Strut. I mean, any one of these matches, but really Inquisition, I've got my eye on them because they took down some of the top teams to get to this point, so they are looking really strong as well. But Strut, they were 3-0. Can they keep that streak going in towards the playoff stage? That is the real question, because whatever you did in the Swiss stage, it's over. Doesn't matter at this point. It is all now how you take on the double elimination, which you have the second chance. Not like the Swiss stage where if you lose 3, you're out. In this, when you lose 2, you're out, Eric.
True, and like you said, Inquisition and Repotted, they were actually the 2 highest hit rate teams through the Swiss stages, and so they knocked out a couple big teams, like you said, so they're definitely impressive. Every single one of these teams is at the top of their game right now, and obviously only one of them is going to get the golden ticket, so it's going to be a wild ride here no matter how we play this out.
Yeah, that's for sure, but I think we want to have you guys involved because we are having a voting this time around where you can vote for those matches. Who do you think is going to win each of those matches? And, well, you can vote on the Clash Masters YouTube channel. And we have already our first match then with, well, Strut and United Gaming. So who do you think is going to win that? I mean, that's going to be a tense match, as you said, Carbon. Yes. Who's the favorite? Is it Strut? What do you think?
I would say Strut is the favorite, but I'm going to switch things up. I'm going to go with United Gaming taking this first match here and really putting a twist on things to start this double elimination. How about you, Eric? Who do you think is going to take it?
I think I got to go with our former world champions, 2020 season world champions back when they played as alternate attacks there. That's Strut. Like, that's a seasoned team. They've been to all but like 1 world championship. So like this team is absolutely stellar. This is one of the best teams in the world. I think Strut, I'm calling Strut on this one.
Okay. How about
I
you,
mean,
Acer?
I have seen some of the screenshots of the preparation of the Iron on Twitter, where they have like shared all of the stuff and like I still know this
Shared
like
all the
from all
bases?
the no, they have blurred them out. Okay, so they have not shared it, but they have shared like all of the different like matchups they are facing, everything. So that looked pretty promising, and the stats looked incredible as well. So I would go with Strut as well. And I'm sorry, Carbon, you are alone on this one. But let's see. I mean, in Clash, you never know. It's round 15, so anything can happen. So we will see after that next match then.
So it's really interesting between these teams because Strut, they went the 3-0, so they were sitting easy going into, they didn't even have to play day 2. But United Gaming, they were 0-2 at one point, and then they also had to turn around and go 3-0 that next time to even make it to this point. So I think that's going to play a role here in this match. Obviously, they were able to prepare for it and take on, but now let's see. Well, wait. Chat's vote is also going United at 59%. That's going to be, we're split between everyone. Me and Chat taking United, you two taking Strut. So now I'm really curious who's actually going to be winning this match, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, well, United Games got a really strong roster. They just recruited Fluxy. Fluxy used to play for Tribe Gaming, and they came in second place in last year's World Championship. So they are definitely a very, very strong team in their own right. And I have seen them be extremely well played, but I've also seen them kind of go the other way. They're kind of hot and cold there sometimes, but we can take a look at the rosters here and we can take a look at the specifics of what each of the teams are fielding today. We have for Strut, Ast, Mask, Darkstar, Philip, and of course the legendary Rigo Torres. So I'm excited to see these guys play. They are a powerhouse team.
Yeah, they're for sure incredibly strong. I think if you're looking at the top hit rate list of like each month, you would always see like 3 or even 4 of the Strut members in those high lists in there. And I think the last month it was Darkstar leading the charge with an incredible hit rate, like way above 70%, which is pretty insane on Ton of 15. I mean, we all know, we all have attacked on Ton of 15. We know how hard it is, but they just make it look so easy. So looking forward to some crazy attacks from those two teams, but I feel like especially Darkstar can really make a big impact on this one.
Oh yeah, it's going to come down to their attacks. That was the Strut side. Let's take a look at their opponent, which was United Gaming now. And like Eric, you mentioned before, United Gaming, with the addition of Fluxy that did play on Tribe in the World Championship, a lot of these players do have that in-person competitive experience. That does help when you play in this where there's a lot of pressure on the line, trying to get the golden ticket. But, you know, one mistake could cost you your hopes. You get pushed to the lower bracket. We've seen it happen where the team from the lower bracket can win, coming from the double elimination and having to win back-to-back matches in the finals. But it is very difficult. But, Eric, this is a stellar lineup as well.
Yeah, they have a lot of the same players that play through their North American team that have a lot of history in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Like Griticus continuously just popping out these crazy clutch attacks to win wars at the very end there. Agent Stana, Achilles out of Brazil actually was recruited. We don't see Bernal on there. Bernal's been playing with them a lot, but he's actually able for playing with Navi today, which is crazy. But we have a mix of European, US, and the Brazilian players on the team, and it's definitely come together as a very strong roster.
Yeah, that's for sure. A mix of between different rosters, but they're here for this one. We would say goodbye to Eric for now. We'll see you later for the next match, but for now, Carbon, we have our first match starting.
We do indeed, with Rigo Torres coming in with that Warden ability, protecting that blimp. And we're seeing him try to get as much value as possible, but it is Super Barbarians. That is what's on the cards to start with this very first attack, as the balloons are trying to fly their way around. And it's not sending a blimp with Super Barbs or Super Archers necessarily go all the way to try to grab a Town Hall, but it's just getting the Eagle Artillery compartment while this Queen is charging her way in.
That's right, those Super Barbarians are a favorite of a lot of those players. I think they're just countering the current bases so well. With all of those openings, the pros try to deny Warbreaker value, but at the same time, this is giving the opportunity for troops to leave and enter all of those bases, and the Super Barbarians are perfect for that. And this Queen charge is perfect as well. The Monolith has went down, the Town Hall should be up next, and Well, there's still a scatter in the Millesime tower on the back end, but the Royal Champ has not even placed yet.
No, not even places. We have those Super Barbarians finally now coming around to the edge. That Queen gets some fantastic value in this charge. Town Hall goes down. Royal Champion is now running her way down and around, trying to now protect her with these Super Barbs out in front as a scatter shot is getting some hits off. Headhunter's going into the enemy RC. He's got a couple spells with Invis and a couple phrases still to use.
Yes, that's right. Those spells have to be placed perfectly. The Skeleton Trap right now is denying some value. The Royal Champ is under attack. Now he's turning his Royal Champ, but as well the defending Royal Champ invisible.
Ooh.
There is now the freeze. The Royal Champ taking a lot of damage. And the Queen is, well, going for a wall. I mean, what else would you expect?
And indeed, as the Queen needs to walk around, but no, she does go for the wall. The healers have transferred off to the Royal Champion with one balloon left. It's going to come down. What can this RC do? Can she stay alive? Because the Diggy is gone.
Oh no, wait, the Queen is going around. She's not wasting any time whatsoever, 30 seconds, and she has her ability left. If time is not the issue, this should be the first 3-star of the match, but the Queen still has to handle a lot of defenses. There is the there's the Queen ability, and he's already celebrating. Time is not an issue, and it's the first 3-star.
Yes, Riga Torres starts off this playoffs with a 3-star, a fantastic hit. The Super Barbarians, but not with the Sarge, not using the Blimp Super Archers, but sending the Blimp early warning to grab a certain compartment and then charging that Queen to the Town Hall. Brilliant attack there from Riga Torres and getting that first 3-star here.
Yeah, the Super Barbarians was a really nice addition to the back end of this, but I feel like the star of this attack has to be the Queen Charge. Getting all of that value and the Blimp in the beginning, even investing that Warden to make it work really, really well was a really nice choice. And with that one, we have Strut starting as a lot of us expected with a really strong showing. But now it's United Gaming. We have already heard from Eric that they sometimes had incredible highs, but as well as some lows. So the question is, which United Gaming are we going to see today?
Yeah, that is the question. What are they going to come in with, and are they going to be able to answer what Strut did? Is it going to be the 0-2 side of United Gaming, how they started the Swiss stage, or it's going to be the 3-0 stage United Gaming, where they were able to then make it to this point? So they have what it takes, but they need to do it right now, and they don't want to be forced to a lower bracket. I know, they haven't even attacked yet, but really, these players have so much experience that they know what happens if they go to the lower bracket. They don't want to go down there, as we see Graticus actually kicking it off here with it is a Queen Charge hybrid, which we haven't seen all too much here in the meta.
Yeah, Queen Charge Hybrid is not that popular, but I was really surprised. I have recently checked the highest leaderboards ranking, and we have actually seen on the rank 4 or like top 10 roundabout a Queen Charge Hybrid player, where I was really surprised. So let's see, maybe Graticus can show something we don't know right now, and it's like a secret sleeper OP approach to some of those spaces. We will see. Right now the opening looks pretty solid. Clan Castle Lure is done. Expo is out, and the Rage Tower, which is just so problematic for Queen Chargers, it's out as well.
Yeah, with this Queen, I don't believe the necessary was trying to take out this tower, because the Queen can loop her way around and then a hybrid into that scatter shot up top. But that Eagle Artillery is a little bit away, so it's going to take him some time. So that one helps set the funnel to force the Queen up and then back around to the Town Hall. And nice that he didn't actually activate the Town Hall early, so that his healers or anything on the approach won't be getting hit by this, as the Eagle Artillery shots now are raining down on this Queen.
Yeah, the blip worked perfectly fine for him, exactly as planned, trying to lure up the Clan Castle and getting the pathing, because this is like sometimes a bit tricky to predict where that Queen is going, but with taking down this bottom side, there is no other way than going for this bomb tower. And now the hybrid is starting to force that Queen into the tunnel compartment, and with all of those dead zones, with all of those areas with no buildings, the hybrid should have no other way, no other choice than actually going from scatter into the Millesime tower. And then we have the raged up area again around the Eagle, which then could be problematic for the hybrid.
Yeah, the healers are now getting hit by the Town Hall, so is he going to use a spell on it? It doesn't look like at the moment, as he's going to Rage. Warden ability protects the Hybrid, now moving in towards the Seagull Artillery, as a Mileif is locking on the Queen, makes her invisible, as this King is running all the way down and around to the bottom side.
Yes, but there's the Rage Up damage. He has to freeze that multi-inferno tower to keep those troops alive. The Queen is struggling, but she's getting the Monolith out, but is going down in the Town of Poison. And this is kind of what the problem is. Those Rage Towers, every army which is right now, every strategy which is right now relying on the heal spell and having to face a Rage Tower is having to face a really sad truth, and that is that you can't heal your troops through Rage Towers. They just do so much damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, the RC was able to grab the air defense, but can he grab the scatter shot? Barely! The RC is sneaking through. He was able to freeze or stun that up, but the RC now goes down, and he doesn't have the time, and that Queen needed to stay alive to continue that charge, as it is only now a 2-star here for United, and Strut has the star lead. And now United's going to have to start bringing 3 stars, but unfortunately the Hybrid was not able to push through.
Yeah, the Hybrid was not able to push through. I feel like, I don't know, those heal spells, they need to be reworked or something. I feel like on Tunnel 15, there's just so much damage that the heal spell cannot keep those troops alive, which is really unfortunate. But this is going to be a high percentage, so it's not the end of the world or anything. It is a really solid percentage attack for the 2-star. We have seen plenty of attacks around the 80 or even below the 80% mark last weekend. So the question now is, what is the next step for Strut? Are they going to even get another 3-star, get another successful attack in? Or do they give the chance to United Gaming? We have the next attack going with an Inferno Dragon base attack.
Yeah, we have the Mass Inferno Dragons with a Queen... Well, it's a Queen charge without healers. So setting that Queen in to recall her back. And after he grabs that air defense, you're going to pull this Queen back to grab the other air defense on the other side or to the far left. Okay, so not to the far right, but he's going to go send that Queen to the far left so he can send the Mass Inferno Dragons right in between into this defending Queen. He's going to push his way into the core of this base.
That's right, with the Slammer right now, so like typically we see the Blimp with this combination to deliver something really quickly to the Town Hall, but instead he's trying to snipe the multi-inferno tower right now, which is going to be raged up, so there's a lot of damage right now on his troops. The Slammer already went down. The Town Hall has to be activated, and he has to make sure that he's keep freezing that, because this one is going to deal a lot of damage to his troops. Something has to go for the Town Hall.
Indeed, he's got his troops now going for it. That is going down. He's got tons of Inferno Dragons straight in the core. They're flying over these walls as he's pushing his way around. That Queen's still making her way up and around, but the Town Hall finally just able to go down. But look at all the troops still up into the core, taking that whole core of this base down. So the Queen ability is forced, as the Royal Champion has yet to be used.
And there she is, trying to support those skeletons spawned by the skeleton spell, and the Inferno Dragon is actually locking onto the Royal Champ, taking her out. Perfect timing right there. And the Queen is getting healed back up again. The Expo went down, which means there's no major threat anymore for those heroes. And this should be another easy 3-star. We can see the celebration from the player coming in. Philip is happy, and Strut having another 3-star on the board.
Well done, and really broke this base down, because there was a lot of ground expos, and we saw that the Mass Inferno Dragons was the key. Did not have to fight any expos with his main army as he flew his way across, and inside the core of this base, if you wanted to go with a ground attack, it would have required like 2 different jump spells in order to jump all the way through. But Philip, what a great way of breaking down the base, getting the 3-star. And now the pressure is on United Gaming. They're going to have to start to answer to have any chance.
Yeah, you never want to fall back those 2 stars. Like, if they would get another 2-star, there would be 2 stars behind with the match just started. And I'm not sure if we had this last weekend that a team was able to come back from a 2-star deficit. So the question is, can they somehow avoid this? Can they avoid this situation? They need to 3-star. They are under a lot of pressure, as you said. Now let's see who of those players are actually going to attack next for United Gaming.
Yeah, who's going to be able to get that first 3-star for United Gaming? Because Strut is looking really strong. They went 3-0 in the Swiss stage. They didn't lose. And now they're starting with back-to-back triples. What a way to start off the playoff stage here, which is double elimination. This is the very first match here today. We have a total of 8 matches to bring you here today. And then tomorrow, you'll see all the rest of the playoff matches, which is going to be giving away the golden ticket at the end of tomorrow. So you were going to see the 4th team getting a golden ticket this year, who will be invited to the Clash of Clans World Championship later this year, which we don't know yet where it is. We will hopefully find out eventually soon. I cannot wait. But yes, the pressure is on. That's what these players are fighting for, is to be able to get that golden ticket.
Yep, that is 100% correct. Well, we still wait for the next attack to happen, hopefully really soon, that we can jump into that one. But strategy-wise, what would you expect for this weekend? We have seen the last weekend a lot of different strategies. Is there anything specific you would expect out of this match or in general?
Well, the Super Barbarians is very impressive, but I can tell you what I'm not expecting. I'm not expecting any Queen Charge recall, right? No Queen Charge recall into Super Dragons. And we saw a Queen Charge recall into the Mass Inferno Dragons, but that was without the healers. So we'll see if they end up bringing a Super Dragon attack. Going to be curious if they're saying, you know what, that might work, and then it's not as strong as they see. But Exostana with looks to be a Zap Lalo. I think it took out some of the core value in the middle, as his queen and king might try to then path their way to the town hall.
Yeah, this is what it looks like right now. The queen is following the instructions, going into the right direction. But he has to she needs to make sure that this queen is going then for the town hall. Hopefully the expo can lure her inside. But there's a rage tower waiting for her. So what is going to be the correct move for her? The expo is locking onto the queen. He has an invisibility to, redirect it. But now the Rage Tower is going strong, and the Unicorn was kept alive with the invisibility spell.
Yeah, the Queen can path her way slowly now towards this town hall, pops the Queen ability, as the ability for this Queen locks onto the defensive Rage, and now finally he's on the town hall, so he's forced with the freeze because she would not be able to secure the town hall, as we got Ice Golem and Headhunters actually sniping the Royal Champion right out from the outside.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. We have the Royal Champ going for that scatter compartment, and then we have the 2 Rage Up multi-Inferno Towers, the big threat which we typically see. And the question now is, how good can he handle that? He has 1 freeze in his capacity. Well, this 1 freeze has to do a lot with that Rage together.
Oh, that Warden ability helps protect all these balloons. Look at this. Look at all the balloons now flying their way right over this base, absolutely crushing. The balloons just perfectly path their way through that top side under the Rage. Got so much value. What an attack here from Exostana. This is exactly the answer that they needed. What a fast attack. The Lalo was crushing.
Yeah, that was a beautiful attack right there. Really getting them back into this match, because now it's really close. I mean, 90% 2-star is something which is not like a given. So as soon as Strut is just failing 1 attack, United Gaming could be back in this one. And Strut, they're up next. They can now, again, keep going, or maybe giving them the chance of getting back into this match with then United Gaming having to 3-star. But overall, a really close head-to-head so far.
Yeah, well done. What an attack here for United Gaming. We saw the 3 stars to start, and then another 3-star coming in from Strut. But from Graticus, only is about the 90% 2-star. So they have at least high enough percentage, but they're going to have to hope for a defense to hopefully try to prevent Strut from bringing more 3-stars to keep their hopes alive to stay in the upper bracket. Because if you lose, go to the lower bracket, and then you are at risk of elimination.
Yeah, and going to the lower bracket is obviously then really important if you make it all the way to the finals with the bracket reset, which means you have like this, your extra life, you have lost that for the finals already, which is a huge deal. And take a look at that. We see another Queen Charge Super Barbarian attack, which I feel like is a dedicated counter to all of those open corners we see those pros using at the moment. And since the pros are not, I don't know, maybe happy enough with the Super Archer Blimp, they're using this Queen Charge instead because that's way easier to control. And for the pros, most of the more consistent especially.
Well, let's see the value that mask can get. The Super Barbarians using the B as a bit of a funnel as well, as this queen is going to be pathing her way around. He wants to pull this queen back after she grabs the Town Hall and then send her back on the outside near this multi. We'll have to keep our eye on where the queen paths, and yes, she's going to go straight into this Town Hall now. And who would have thought that a Queen Charge Mass Super Barb attack would be a meta here at Town Hall 15?
It feels like that Strut really has analyzed why this Super Archer Blimp, Super Barbarian strategy was so successful. And I feel like really it is that the bases with those openings are not set up to defend Barbarians that well, which sounds strange because, I mean, hey, they're supposed to be one of the cheapest troops at the game. They're like the super version of like a one housing space troop. How can they good? But they're working just so well versus those openings, and it seems like they kind of prepared this specific strategy as a counter to a lot of those bases.
It looks like it. It's a lot of these teams save onto a few strategies as a secret for a playoff stage of this caliber, and they're pulling it out right here. They want to get their 3 stars to push them as deep into this tournament as possible, as that queen is now going to charge away all the way to the monolith, while we have the log launcher, King, Warden, all working together to take out the core multi, and then more Super Barbarians to run around.
That just looks crazy right now. The queen is about to charge everything at this bottom side. The recall spell to funnel her into that section of the base was amazing. And now it's all about the Roy champion and her getting supported by all of those barbarians. There's the skeleton spell now to distract that queen. We have the freeze happening with some headhunters. We have the rage even for the back end. And that queen just went down within seconds with all of the heroes grouping up in the middle of the base.
This is crazy. It's working so well because there's so many Super Barbarians you can bring. They have quite a bit of health, which means that all the point defenses get distracted. And what an attack. This is going to be, you're going to start to see other teams take note of this, because there's a lot of bases out there with those openings in the walls, which makes it really difficult to try to path your troops around. But when you have so many troops like a Super Barbarian, you can help create those funnels to start to get the queen to go into certain sections. So that attack right there, Queen Charge recall into mass Super Barbs, I guarantee we're gonna see more of that here in the playoffs, because how these players, how good they are at controlling Queen Charges, that's attacks they love to bring.
Yeah, and I feel like especially how are the base players then reacting? Because let's imagine he like abused the openings in the wall with the queen quite a bit. I think overall he saved like 3 or even 4 wall breaks in this entire attack. I remember 4 wall breaks, that is a lot of housing space, which you can then invest into the Super Barbarians. So let's imagine that you have closed wall compartments. This is a complete different story. But then again, it's the trade-off versus the attacker then can control where the wall breaks goes, and it's like a back and forth, which I think is really interesting. And now we have the next attack happening, and this one now is going to be the Super Archer Blimp, where a lot of people said that it's really strong right now, but I feel like maybe it's not the Blimp, maybe it's the Super Barbarians, because this is the one troop which we see time and time again.
As that blimp makes it to the town hall, we got goblins running straight on out. There's the double clone. We got ice golems coming out, defending Clan Castle, and oh, was it enough? Can these super archers stay alive? Yes. Town hall goes down, looking to completely take out this core. Can he grab the eagle artillery, because he needs to make these ice golems invisible? But he doesn't. One of the ice golems dies and freezes this area up. The Eagle artillery, come on, Eagle, Eagle. Yes, Eagle at least goes down.
Yeah, the Eagle going down, but I feel like he invested one of the invisibility spells a little late. And this is where quite a few of the Super Archers went down, if I saw that correctly. But now it's up to those troops finishing off the base. But with the Expos out of reach in a Rage Tower just near that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they're going to handle that because, oh boy, those expos are going to hurt. There has to be the first wall break, and he has to wall break yet again to get the access towards the second expo as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, that rage is doing so much damage. The Electrotitan is helping. Giant bombs are here. Tesla pops more giant bombs as the Super Barbarians need to run around and needs a hope that this queen can get healed back up from her unicorn as the Super Barbs need to protect all his heroes running around this base.
Yeah, the troops are running around the base indeed, but we have said it, just close some compartments, and I feel like Strut exactly did that. There's no opening. I feel like all of the other teams would have had an opening around that scatter, but Strut has this compartment closed, and now with the queen cannot enter the base, the Super Barbarians can't either, and it's now going to be a problem because this strong defense is shooting non-stop, and the queen should go down any second, and this means it's a quite low percentage on this one.
Wow, yeah, he's got more Super Barbarians to utilize, but like you mentioned, the scatter shot being closed can't get easy access to it, and that's preventing him from running in there. But that Phoenix is trying to clutch, but we have the Monolith, another closed compartment in that Monolith and the Grand Warden altar with party wizards coming around. The Unicorn is healing the Phoenix, and we've got the Unicorn needs to keep that Phoenix alive. Oh,
the
wow.
Phoenix charge. That's how you beat down of 15. But no, the Phoenix is going down, unfortunately. And it's still a really high percentage save in the end. The Super Barbarians, you can always like sprinkle them around the outside, getting those higher percentages. Really nicely done by him, saving the attack. But I feel like the problem really was the invisibility spell timing, I guess, with the blimp. Really not getting some of those expos, and then them being out of range is a big problem for that queen.
Yeah, and one of those ice golems dying and then freezing up the super archers. It's all about the timing of the smallest things. If he, like you said, if he dropped the invis maybe just a little bit earlier, he could have kept more of the super archers alive. Some of the damage was taken, and he fell short. You need to get the value with your super archers, and if you don't, in that case, it's going to turn into the 2-star, and it's crazy. When you send the super archer blimps in, it is very risky because if you do find the traps and you lose the super archers, the attack instantly turns into, can I even have a chance at saving a 2-star? It's really you putting all your eggs in the basket of trying to get the value with the blimp. But if you get some crazy value, then it's pretty easy to run your way around the base. Just have to think about time. But from the Queen Charge version of the Super Barbarians to the Super Archer Blimp Super Barbarians, I'm sure we're going to see more of it as a handful more Super Barbs do come in to potentially help funneling for Dark Star, but it's mainly going to be a Queen Charge into Hogs with a lot of sneaky goblins.
I feel like another consistent in all of those attacks of Strut is the recall spell. Yes, we have seen now Super Barbarians quite a few times, and in this one as well as a supportive tool. But we have seen as well the recall spell a lot of times in their attacks, which I think is really interesting that they make good use of that spell. It's such an annoying spell to prepare, I think, for the base builders, because how do you really predict a creative attack like this? You have casted the creative Master Series, and it was so like you never could predict, even seeing the strategy, what the attacker has in mind, and what should those base builders do then against that. So I feel like that's a really, really good approach for those attacks at the moment.
Yeah, with this queen now charging her way to the Eagle Artillery at the top side. Look at this rage, defensive rage spell. Getting the expos, getting multi. Oh, gonna have to use the invis and keeps the queen ability intact. And the battle drill actually opens these walls to allow this queen to charge in.
Yeah, but the Multi-Inferno Tower being out of range at the moment and having the rage effect on it, it's really, really hard right now to control that Multi-Inferno Tower. It has to somehow be taken care of. Maybe he sends some hogs. I don't know what exactly he should do, but he somehow has to take it down. And those healers, they're struggling.
Oh, those healers are struggling. Now the Eagle Artillery locks onto it. He pops the queen ability, trying to keep the healers alive, but too little, too late. The Eagle shots are going to rain down. Healers are gone. And now here comes the hogs to the left side. But that Town Hall, Itsu, is still standing.
Okay, we have 10 more hogs to be deployed. We have, I think, Where's the king? He has been...
He's already
is he at
down.
the bottom side?
I
Where's
don't
the
know.
king?
No, he's to the right.
There he is. There he is.
Okay.
Okay, he's now slowly walking towards the town hall. But is that enough? I mean, he has 2 freezes.
Oh, we've
Is
got
he going to make this match close again?
He's got the freezes for the town hall. There it is. Oh, we got sneaky goblins onto the town hall here to help secure that. That goes down as he wants to get as much percentage as possible, but no, it's not going to be the triple here. This is exactly what United Gaming needs. So this is going to be potentially the lowest percent in this match here, as long as if it doesn't get above a 90. Remember, I believe Graticus did get the 90%. We're at 85, going to approach an 86, 87%. And this is going to be the 4th attack coming in here for Strut. But unfortunately, or maybe it's the 3rd. Well, okay, yep, the 4th puts him at 11 stars there. And now United Gaming need to triple their next 2 attacks to really bring this back in this match.
Yeah, but with this defense now, they have the chance. They have now the chance of staying in this match, and they have the chance of getting their comeback in this one with just 3-starring. And this sounds easy, just 3-starring, but it's actually not as easy as it sounds. So it's all coming down to us attackers. I think we have Fluxy left, and is it Achilles, I think, as well left with their attack. So let's see what they're going to bring.
I think it's Agent. I don't think Agent. I think Achilles... I think Achilles used the Super Archer blimp and didn't get, and then it was the Expo that was staying up. So we're gonna have Fluxy and Agent. I think, well, either one of them likes to attack last, so it could go either way here. It really comes down to whoever has whoever's attacking towards the end are more the players that, you know what, I want to take a little bit more time. My plans aren't ready. The players that go in right away are the ones, well, who are used to attacking first that we saw. And fortunately, United Gaming don't have the same amount of triples that Strut came in with, but can they bring a 3-star here as we have a Skelly Donut. A Skelly Donut in not a lot, but a hog attack here.
It's a hog attack, but with the Skelly Donut, as you said, it is the Clan Castle going down, though. Another, the Scatter Mortar. Wait a second. I think... Nope, that Clan Castle is not going down, Corbin.
Wow, that is going to hurt for sure. That Clan Castle, when it comes out to hit his army, he has no answer for it. No Electrotide, no poisons here, as he is sending this king in towards the town hall. Goblins coming out of the CC a little bit, as the queen is trying to path her way as the king ability goes off. Skeletons. He needs to take out this town hall, but Lava Hound, he needs to use a freeze. But okay, the town hall does go down. Queen's ability goes off. But unfortunately, this Lava Hound's going to go wherever these hogs go. And then it's going to follow him with the Royal Champion. She's going to get distracted.
Yeah, she's going to get distracted indeed. But maybe the Lizard can help. Remember, the Lizard is not only good versus heroes, but as well versus the Clan Castle troops.
Yep.
So maybe the Lizard can somehow help in a miracle way. Vulnerability has to be used really soon, I guess. He's trying to save it for as long as possible. And there we go, the Rage Warden combination. We have the Bell Drill as well going from that bottom side.
Yeah, the Raged Warden is pushing their way through this multi. He did get through the Hound, and there's a lot of pups now going to the Battle Drill, but the Hogs have all pretty much disappeared near the Raged multis. But that Battle Drill doing some work, getting through the Monolith.
Wow.
RC does have ability, will skip through, but this Battle Drill is clutching up. Can he still get this with not taking out that Clan Castle? He's going to have to drop like a few hogs left on the cannon. I don't know why he's not dropping on the cannon. Like that RC's taking damage. He's going to, okay, he's saving for the backside where the RC is still going.
Battle Drill OP confirmed. What is going on? How did he even come close to saving this? There is the anti-cleanup giant bombs for the party wizard, so time is going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah.
But I mean, what does he have inside the siege? I mean, the siege has not even been opened yet. I think it has like, it had half HP, right? But it has now the Super Hogs as they are quicker for the cleanup. And this is still going to, I think on turn of 15, I'm not sure if I've ever seen someone sit 3-star after the Skelly Donut has failed. Maybe stars, but I think except him, no one.
Agent, what an incredible recovery failing the Skeletona and still getting the 3-star. Brilliant job. It was the Royal Champion keeping her alive. And that Poison Lizard, like you mentioned, could have played all the difference in this attack here to help get through that Hound. What an attack for Agent.
Wow. And especially with the pressure on the line. I mean, they have to 3-star this to stay in this match, to even have the chance. And well, now maybe Strut feels the pressure as well. I mean, if they just 3-star, they won the match and they're going to stay in the upper bracket. But if they 2-star and they don't get the highest, craziest percentage, well, then United can still turn this around. That would be a crazy, crazy turn of events.
Indeed. That is the question mark. Can Strut just put the 3-star in and secure the victory? If they don't, and they don't get a high enough percentage in the 90s, well, then they could be at risk of going to the lower bracket, even though they started with like the 3-stars coming in. So the pressure is now on Strut. Really starting to feel it, but I'm still shocked. Agent's attack was crazy, as now Ash, who is coming in with the 7 balloons, 6 E-Dragons, a couple lighting spells to remove potentially a sweeper and the Royal Champion platform, as then the E-Dragons will come probably from the opposite side of Town Hall. That's usually the direction you send the E-Dragons.
That is correct. E-Dragon to found that top side. Really, really nice chain value right there. And there we go with the Hound. The E-Dragons are in. Heroes then from the left side would be my guess, with how we funneled and set things up. The Hound is flying across, triggering maybe some traps. Just exploding right there. And is luring out the Clan Castle, which is actually a super mini Clan Castle, which we don't see that often, I think.
Yeah, as this E-Dragons are going in. Blimp flying for this Town Hall all the way across. And he's always opening up a super mini Blimp early. Clone raging it. So he wants to help secure the Monolith, the Town Hall, and this whole value as the E-Dragons have cleared the Eagle Artillery, and then the healer or the heroes can come around.
All of those red mines, but they were too late. They were expecting the Blimp on top of the Town Hall, as you said it. But because he opened the Blimp early, we see all of those red mines hitting too late. So really, really smart move right there. I think the reason though why he didn't open the Blimp on the Town Hall was the sweeper. It's really hard to time a clone and everything around the Town Hall when there's a sweeper pointing at a super minion Blimp, which is I have seen quite a few attacks fail because of that. So that might be the reason. Either way, now Carbon, everything relies on those heroes and a few Electro Dragons on the left.
Yeah, those Electro Dragons going through, but he still has his Royal Champion to run through, waiting for his heroes to continue their way around the space. That Apprentice Warden is really helping this Queen and King run around, but that beautiful phrase there for the E-Dragon to get some more chain value. The Warden is helping, and the Royal Champion is now down to the bottom side. Some Rocket Loons, and we've got ourselves a 3-star from Ash of Strut. Brilliant E-Dragon attack, getting a fantastic value, and the Super Minion Blimp was the right call to grab the Town Hall, the Monolith, and even the defending Queen.
Getting so much value with that Blimp. And getting the 3-star, which is putting them up to 14 stars overall total. And that is out of reach for United Gaming. So at this point, they can... Obviously, they're still going to do the last attack. But just for the good momentum, maybe for... They have still to play a match later today for staying in this tournament, as we're going to see 2 teams having to drop out of the tournament in those matches today already. We have 8 matches total, a lot of clash action, and this is only the first match.
Yeah, like you said, 8 matches. The final 2 matches that we're going to be watching are going to be the elimination matches, where teams will be going home. So tons of matches to come here, but Ash, a brilliant E-Dragon attack, breaking the base down, sending the E-Dragons across, using the lightning spell to remove a sweeper, and then the Invis clone Super Minion Blimp, getting fantastic value. And though that Hound flying across, pulling a little bit of the Super Minion CC out so he could take it out early enough, was very nice job there. But unfortunately, my prediction for United Gaming was wrong. They are not going to be victorious in this, so Strut keeps that winning streak alive. They started 3-0 in the Swiss stage. Now they're 1-0 here in the playoffs.
Yes, and I think, well, actually the chat was wrong as well, if I saw that correctly. So always remember that you can vote for those matches who you think is going to win on the YouTube channel of ClashMSTRS. But for now, we have the last attack of United Gaming. Flaxi is in with the Queen Charge Twin Hot Rider attack.
Yeah, with this Queen making her way to the left. A couple balloons going over. Okay, going over with the blimp in behind it, so he can try to take out this multi and the expo. It makes it all the way into here, but he also, the key thing, pulling out that clan castle, which is a bunch of archers here. Doesn't get the full CC lure. It looks like just all these archers here, so he's not investing the poison as he's waiting to see what else is inside that CC, but also the multi stayed up, Itsu.
Yeah, really not the optimal start for him. We have seen some recoveries today, so I don't want to say it's already a fail whatsoever, but it's not going to be easy to recover that at this stage. But he's going to try his best. There's still 3 rages left, and he's actually using a heal spell in this army composition as well. So let's see how much impact that one...
Where you going?
Wait!
Jeez,
did they just follow a headhunter?
Yes. Yeah, because the Queen was full health, they're like, Queen doesn't need our help. Let's go heal up the headhunter. As now they're in rage of the multi. You just... Fluxy can't catch a break here. The multi is raining through these healers now. And there's the double ice golems waiting for him, coming out. They're going to run down to the hog to the bottom side. But unfortunately, these healers are going to be toast. And that Queen's ability is forced.
I mean, at this, he's smiling as well. He knows how messed up that was. I mean, he just got robbed by the game. I mean, come on. He is switching onto a headhunter running into the base. Are you kidding me? I cannot even make my healer switch onto another hero when it's taking damage. So how does that work? I mean, that's just crazy unlucky right there. But he's trying to pick up some more percentage. And at this point, I mean, we already know that the winner was Sepp before this attack. But I don't think he's going to be happy about this one. Let's hope that he can reset the medal for later. Because as we have said, they are having to face elimination in one of the last matches for today.
Yeah, indeed. They are going to be fighting for their lives later. They're hoping that they do not get sent home. Yes, they're going to be winning some prize money, getting to the playoff stage, but that's not what they're after. They're after the golden ticket, the first place prize. So congratulations to Strut winning this match 14-12, which means that they will advance here in the upper bracket.
That's right, they are advancing in the upper bracket. And Eric, how was your feeling with that match? That was a crazy one.
I mean, 14 stars. I mean, that's kind of what we expected out of Strut. They were coming out of the Swiss stage is undefeated, so like they were already playing hot, and they just continue what they were already doing before. So I kind of saw that coming, and that's why I predicted them. So
yeah,
I just know.
Yeah, you just know it's true. Now the question is, will we be able to keep the prediction strong? Because that was a great prediction from the both of you, picking Strut to win. You know, I wanted to switch things up. I know everyone, you were probably going to go Strut because they were the favored team, but United Gaming, unfortunately, they were not able to get it. We saw some really nice attacks, but they were not able to keep the pressure on. So Eric, do you think that Strut can keep that going? They went 3-0 in the Swiss stage. Now they're 1-0. Do you think they could just keep winning in this upper bracket?
I definitely think they're completely capable of it. They're gonna, if they continue that kind of performance that we just saw, then they're definitely gonna be one of the teams to beat here. But then again, you're potentially either lining up with Repotted Gaming, which has the highest hit rate for the next match, or Navi, the defending world champion. So no matter who ends up winning this next match, their work is cut out for them. I think they got a tough road ahead.
Yeah, I think they have a really, really stacked bracket in front of them, with this upper bracket having so many good teams, as you have already mentioned. But I think maybe we could take a look at the bracket actually to see how it looks like at the moment. I'm not sure if the production can bring them up quickly, because with all of those matches going on, and 8 matches total today to cover, I think it's always nice for the viewers to follow along and know what is happening next and what the bracket looks like, always updated. But
Yeah.
I mean, the next match, you have already said it, Eric, is going to be Repotted versus Navi, which is potentially the next opponent for Strut. And that one, I mean, this just the match already with Navi Repotted is a crazy one. But then the winner versus Strut, that is a tough upper bracket.
A very tough upper bracket. So what we need is your help. Please let us know in the poll over on YouTube. And you can let us know, and wherever you're watching in the chat, who you think is going to win this next match between Navi and Repotted. I'm going to go last this time, okay? You know, Eric, what is your choice? Who are you picking?
Oh, you know I'm Navi all the way. I'm not going to stray from that. Everybody knows that.
All right. Itsu, how about you?
I think I will go with Repotted on this one.
Okay.
Navi is really, really strong, but I think Repotted is as well really, really good. And maybe they're a little bit more hungry for the win because they don't have the golden ticket just yet. So maybe that's going to be the difference. We will see.
Okay, yeah, we have on the screen. It's going to be flipped there. Eric going Navi, and Itsu going Repotted.
Oh.
I'll also go... I'll go Navi. I think Navi's going to take it in this one. So we'll see. It's, again, 2-1, and the chat prediction will come in here very soon. So Navi and Repotted. I mean, it could go either way, but... You know, Navi are defending world champions. They do have Bernal on their side to help try to get another golden ticket. But if they get another golden ticket, what does that mean, Eric, if Navi were to win again?
Well, obviously, they get to go back and defend their world championship. Well, hold on. Wait a second. Because Navi already has a golden ticket.
Exactly.
Hold a second. Because they already have a golden ticket. If they end up sweeping the bracket and end up winning, then the golden ticket would actually go to the runner-up team, not to Navi themselves. So they're just playing for a prize pool, but they also have a chance to knock out some competition. And actually, on the power rankings between all the esports teams, Navi and Repotted Gaming are actually dead tied right now. So like that's kind of crazy as well. So I say this could go either way.
Yeah.
I feel like especially we just recently had a match between Repotted and Navi, I think in the community league where Repotted actually won. So if that was the warm-up, who knows what is going to happen. But let's take a look at the bracket at the roster next with the Navi lineup. And I mean, we all know those players. They're legends in the game. World champion of last year with Gaku, Klaus, now being well, kind of the substitute for this tournament.
Yeah, a absolutely stellar lineup there for Navi, but their opponents are not going to be an easy team to face. Repotted Gaming with General X, Mex, Timtastic, Emery, and we have Temper. What a strong lineup as well. A lot of these players were in the World Championship last year as well on that main stage. So the pressure is on Navi. They have been doing pretty well through it, but, you know, over the last few months, they were struggling. So they're looking to find their groove again. Yes, they already have the golden ticket, so they can be in a little bit more of a relaxed state than Repotted, but still, they're trying to get that prize money, which is always very nice, Eric.
Yeah, and it's always exciting to see players like General X specifically has definitely caught my eye recently from Repotted. That guy pops off like every single time he takes the field. Like this Repotted team, you cannot underestimate. I think a lot of teams make the mistake of going into a match against them and underestimating exactly what they're capable of, and then they get burned. And you really have to be on your A game to take a match like this.
I feel like especially their defensive side. I mean, they were a trendsetter with the diamond bases, like bringing them back into the meta with Tunnel 15. So I feel like looking out for their defense is another thing which is really, really scary, and they're really good in preparing for a specific opponent. So let's see if that's going to be impact, but you guys will take it away. Have fun with this crazy match.
Oh, yes. Here we go, Eric. We've got ourselves that early... Is it early Warden Blimp? No, it's just setting that blimp and freezing the sweeper so it can go in and remove this multi-target Inferno.
Yeah, just dropping out the multi-Inferno that he can use as a funnel for the Queen charge. He's able to get the CC pull out of it. The Queen breaks off to the right there. Baby Dragon finishes the funnel. Another Baby Dragon, and he's got Party Wizards up ahead there getting the funnel to drive the Queen into this Eagle Artillery. I like this approach, Carbon, but a lot of times when they use the Siege Machine early in the attack like this, then they are sometimes banking on this Queen to cross all the way through to potentially all the way to the Town Hall. I guess we'll see how far he wants to push it.
With two wall breakers, he could try to pat this wall break towards the builder hut next to that monolith. That would be some fantastic value. The charge would be crazy, but the pathing of the wall break AI, will it work? We'll have to see. As the King's going up and around, he can go for the scatter shot up there as he's moving his way through with some tassels popping, raging this queen, setting the RC for that multi so that the wall break, oh, it goes for the rage, and there's the next wall breaker. It targets the wall. Hopefully it can open it.
Oh, nice! I like that invisibility, protecting the wall breaker as it passed through, especially when that rage tower activates and you have the multi-throw doing more damage. That wall breaker could die on this transition through, but he gets the wall open, and he's now able to push the queen into the town hall compartment with those top compartments cleared, but he is going to be distracted for a little bit there, and the king is kind of falling short, so this pathing is definitely not fully set yet, Carbon.
It's not, but they did actually wall break the rage, so now the queen secures that scatter shot, which actually works in his favor. Oh, the monolith forces that queen ability, but she can loop back around to go for it. But she's still working on the ground expo, trying to remove that value as the Lalo's going to go for the town hall.
Yeah, but he keeps the queen alive there. She's able to step in and take the monolith down, freezing the town hall. Only a single Inferno on that edge of the base over there, but he will rage up on the approach to it, and the queen is assisting with the talent takedown. Bunch of red air bombs are going off there. Queen drops, but all the red air bombs are soaked up while he's under the ward ability, and he seems to have escaped the poison there, but he still has some big threats on the backside.
Oh, unfortunately, that rage up scatter and the defensive queen right there was unable to push their way through, and we've got ourselves a defense from Bernal. We saw the wall breaks trying to give that queen access, but unfortunately, the queen was not able to continue a push all the way to the town hall, and that tornado trap slowing those balloons down. Where you really want to use a warden ability, yes, you have to use it when the town hall explodes, but you would love to use it on the backside to really push your way through. But those rage spell towers are nasty, Eric.
Yeah, it's kind of a catch-22. If you don't pop the ward ability on the approach, then you lose a ton of balloons there on your way to the town hall. But then a lot of the base builders have actually started to put a lot of their red air bombs right behind the town hall with the tornado trap there. So when you come off of the town hall and you hit the tornado trap, and then you're having the ward ability get wasted while the timer is ticking down, and the balloons are circling around to the tornado trap, and then you end up having the red air bombs delay their hit, and they sometimes hit those balloons, and then you also get anchored down to the poison for a little bit longer. But then it wasn't even that I ended up taking it. Like I said, it was the raged up scatter shot at the very end of the path and took out all those balloons because they were all clumped up because of the tornado trap.
Yep, that tornado trap is nasty. They're trying to stop those super minion blimps on top of the town hall to get that value. And, you know, the red air bombs worked really well they weren't going off because of the warden ability, but that tornado trap there also would have taken them down. So very nice try there, but this is the first attack here in this match. But we're repotted, and now Navi's going to be up next. Remember, the winner of this match is then going to take on Strut in the upper bracket. So let's see what Stars can do with his signature, a Zap Lalo attack, Eric.
He's been using this a lot in Legend League. He's been using this and a Skelly Donut variation of it in a lot of the wars recently. But the basic idea of this attack here is we zap out one of the Expos, one of the multi-infernos that are on either side of the Eagle Artillery, and then we charge a big kill squad into the other side. So it looks like he's going to go zap out the left side, which means he would probably be charging the right side and try to get the other two multi-infernos and the Eagle Artillery down. And often we see him when he does attack go all the way over and get the defensive queen and the scatter shot as well. So if he gets all that, then he's going to have an easy time with 28 balloons and 3 hounds to wipe out the other half of the base.
Yeah, my question would be, you know, would one more lightning be worth it to take out an Eagle Artillery? But now that I see the logs coming in, will the log... No, the giant bomb multi-combination not able to take out the Eagle Artillery with the log, so that is actually going to hurt here.
Yeah, he had Tessa's pop that ended up targeting the log launcher, and then the multi-infernos were targeting the log launcher, so we just couldn't throw enough logs right there. But at least the Yetis are able to go in there and they get the other buildings down. And what's left there with a little bit of a lane with low damage there is a path for the Royal Champion to go to pick up the Eagle Artillery or just a couple of balloons. We've seen him handle this before. I know that he can get through the Eagle Artillery, but he's also struggling down on the right side as he doesn't get through to the scatter shot because the Lava Hound ends up coming out and intercepting her.
Well, this Eagle Artillery is back to full health, And now it's going to rain fire down, and the defensive rage is coming back next to that eagle. So if he approaches that area, it will be nasty to push through raged up eagle shots as the Lalo is coming over through the king to the miles, but needs to take out the town hall, which is not yet activated. Remember, it only activates at 51%, or it takes some damage, as he needs to continue to push more balloons through, and he's saving onto this Royal Champion to ensure that he secures at least a second star.
Can't really get the Royal Champion in by the Town Hall side of the base there because of the defensive king standing right there. So the Blues kind of need to take it, but Poison slowing them down there. The Ray's trying to boost them through. They're hitting the Tornado Trap. There's only one balloon above it, but there's the big pack taking the turn. But that means the entire pack is going to go down to the blast, and the Royal Champion is on a row with a lot of base left here to take down, Carp.
Yeah, we've got a little Lalo coming to the far left with the Hound and Balloon still moving through there. But that Eagle Artillery is raining fire down with that defensive rage going off. The Royal Champion's got her ability, skips across here, takes out the Arch Tower. But you look at the percent. He's still getting into the 90% range, which is clutch for any attack here. If you're going to fail, you need to be in the 90s, as close to the 3-star as possible. But very nice try to stars. Unfortunately, would that one more lightning spell made a huge difference? I guess we wouldn't know. I guess we don't know.
maybe. But I think the scatter shot might have been the bigger nail in the coffin here, because the scatter shot was supposed to go down to the queen, and it's the last real line of defense here that was able to stop this. Although the Expo also would have been valuable to get the World Champion through there, but it looks like Electric Owl almost able to take it down, 96%, and that's what's impressive about Stars, and that's why he's so good in Legend League as well, is because even when he misses, he rises that percentage up very, very high. He doesn't give up on the original plan. He continues, and he secures the final takedown, and he makes sure he frees up every bit of trash around the edge of the base there, so it always ends up as a usable result, even when he ends up missing.
Absolutely. Very nice job there, and it's clutch because that percentage can make a huge difference when it comes to the end of the attack. And we always talk about, you know, like what Agent did in the previous war, a Stars level recovery. Stars gets the crazy value after not able to secure Eagle Artillery at the very beginning. But here we go with Mech. Talked about it before, where we have a super barbarian attack. So it's like Strut brought in a previous match with a queen charge recall into the super barbarians, as these players love to bring queen charges because of how good they are at controlling the queen, or, you know, put in air quotes, try to get your queen to go where you want, because she does have a mind of her own.
She does. But just stepping in here and only deploying 4 of his healers as he secures the tower takedown is a nice way to set up this attack here, because we saw how much trouble the Eagle Artillery caused in the last attack. But if we can get the Town Hall down, and then we can recall out and then charge the Eagle Artillery. Oh, no! He messes that up. He drops in a couple soup or barbs, and he's going back for it, but it goes down. Okay. That was a little bit of a mistake there, Carbon.
Oh gosh, the moment you try to time it perfectly, you know, drop the recall so the queen gets that final shot. Oh, you know, it happens to the best of us, as we got the log launcher coming in with that warded and king assistance from the top side to go into the Eagle Artillery all the way through here. Now the queen's making her way to the scatter shot to the right side. Now, usually when he pops this wooden ability is when you pop that king, so you can protect all the king's barbarians through that push.
Also, the king at the same time is making sure the log launcher is not taking any extra damage there, so it can throw the maximum number of logs there that its HP pool will allow. But look at this, wall break gets the queen to not go anywhere. That was a very useless wall breaker right there, Carbon. He's going for another attempt, though, and that was going to the range tower, and another one to follow behind that, which would push him across into the middle of the base there, but that one gets sprung, and he's going to miss the wall break entry here, but he can still reach that multi, so the queen can just find a wall and attack it and wait until he's got extra reinforcements from the other side of the base.
It's going to come down to this Royal Champion with an invis, sending it into a defensive range, and skeletons coming out in front of the Royal Champion. They are going to be so devastating, as the RC ability is going to be forced, and he still has to get through a multi and a monolith still in this attack. He uses that invis, but unfortunately, this queen does not have ability anymore, and these super barbarians are all gone, and there's a lot of power with that monolith still up in this base.
Yeah, 20 seconds here to gather as much percentage as he can climb it up to, but yeah, this queen's gonna get overwhelmed here pretty quickly by that monolith. She doesn't have any rages to boost her healing output. He's still got a Yeti over the left side of the base there, and but nah, the Yeti's not even gonna die out there, which would potentially take an extra building, or does it? No, the healers are going to heal us, so they're not even letting it throw. So it's going to die out there as time expires. 93%, a solid attempt there, but I don't know what he could have done different there. It looked like everything mostly went to plan other than the wall break, and that didn't really cause that many problems because he still ended up having the queen go where he wanted to anyways. Just eventually she got there. She was a little bit slow.
Yeah, that recall, unfortunately, pulling that queen back just a tad bit too early there. You know, we've seen it happen before, but, you know, you just got to be patient. You got to wait and make sure the tower goes down, even with the final shots. The things that can throw you off is when there are, like, builders behind repairing that town hall, which can kind of mess with your timing and how you're used to when the queen getting shots off, and sometimes those builders are just too much. I don't know if there were in that case, but we've got Gaku now with a queen charge recall mass inferno dragons. When I see the mass inferno dragons come in, I take a look at usually what does that mean? There's a lot of ground expos. So take a look at this base, all ground expos here in the space. So he's looking to remove the air defense to the bottom side. He removed the other air defense to the left with rocket loons, and he could send the queen to the left to help path her way to that multi, and which is near the eagle, so the inferno dragons can go right in between.
Yeah, but he's just going to put the queen on the far left side there, and with the rocket balloons already removing the air defense, it kind of just funneled her, but at the same time, it's going to protect the entry in for the Inferno Dragons. Down comes a Skeleton Spell, making sure to place it in advance there to disable the defensive queen and that scatter shot, distract it as the Inferno Dragons make their way forward here, and then we'll have more Inferno Dragons protected by the other skeleton spells once we get to the core of the base, but he needs to get the value out of the blimp here. And I see that he's got a bunch of invisibility, and it looks like it is going to be a super minion bomb that's going to drop out there and try to secure the tower takedown. And if he gets anything on top of that, that'd be fantastic. A sweeper would be really valuable right there, as he could get knocked back. And we know that for dragons, if they get knocked back, it resets their beam every single time. So avoiding sweeper knockback is very critical to make the stack work.
The defensive CC choice is really making a difference here, because those archers slow the Inferno Dragons up, where they had to keep retargeting, and they're going down here. They're trying to grab this eagle, but the thing is, his queen went down. The healers were getting hit, as a raw champion now needs to go into this multi-target Inferno. Can his heroes continue their path through with that old Tesla farm waiting near this monolith?
Very, very heavy back end there, with the king also down there as well. The king could intercept the road champion, and so he has one headhunter. So there's a very, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling skeptical about this one here, Carb. There's a lot of base left, and with only the road champion, she's not going to have the punch to even really get past the expo, nonetheless go all the way down to that big block of defenses down south.
Yeah, I think the CC choice is what made the difference. Like, all those archers coming out, the poison spell was not used on the archers, but they were used maybe, I think, on the super minions that I think came out of the defensive CC as well. But unfortunate there for Gaku was not able to push those Inferno Dragons on through, and the Teslas definitely on this backside would have been too much, as he had to try to path his way around. But that queen going down to the top side, he was relying on that queen to stay up for the whole raid, to run her way all the way around, and unfortunately was not able to get the value with his Inferno Dragons.
I like this archer down south making the battle builder run sprints back and forth. Like, step off, come back, step off, come back, step off, come back.
Yep.
little duel down there, but obviously that's about all the percentage to get there. 81%. It is the lowest percentage attack of the war so far. A big miss here from Navi, and it does. I think that actually ties up the score, like down to the percentage. I think that's exact high right there.
Really? We'll take a look as the scoreboard will come up, but that can make it. Oh, you're right. Wow. So this match is completely wiped clean. Clean slate. So it's really a 3-match war. Best of 3 into your attacks. Well, whatever you could do. 4 stars each. or 4 stars each with 2 attacks used. So that's why it says 4-4-2-2. So it can look a little confusing, but it's 4 stars for each team, 2 attacks used on each side, 3 left for both teams, 35.4 overall with the 2 attacks percentage added together. So, man, now it's going to come down to the final 3 attacks for each team as we got General X coming in. And, oh, don't show this to Itsu. He's not going to be happy. It's a Queen Charge Recall Super Dragons, because Itsu's talked about how this attack strategy is so difficult to try to execute. It's just not working, as we unfortunately we'll see it outcome a little bit. They're resetting it, but well, Super Dragons only really has worked like one time with the Queen Charge Recall. We saw it work with lightning spells, but there's been so many fails. What's your thoughts on Super Dragons, Eric?
I've seen them be very hit or miss there. It just depends on exactly how many spells you have going to the core of the base there, whether you can place them at the right spot. But it's very difficult to funnel Super Dragons in general, because for whatever reason they so quickly take out what's in front of them. A lot of times them and Electro Dragons deal so much damage directly in front of them that they end up splitting off to the side. But here we go. It is starting to push in. The Queen was used to, it looks like she worked on the top side of the funnel there, recalled out, and then redeployed over the left side of the funnel, and then the Dragons just came in right through the middle where she had the lane set up there with a blimp to travel across and secure the tile takedown. So the typical approach here, he just needs to get these Super Dragons to wipe out the interior parts of the base there, specifically if we can get into that defensive CC area and get the multi-inferno down as well.
Yeah, the Queen is down to the bottom side. She's running down to the enemy Queens with Super Barbarians in front, his King as well. But we're finding a Tesla farm right on down here. Gonna have to find, probably the best case for the Raw Champ might be in the core, but there is a ground expo that would be targeting if he makes that approach. But with no more wall breakers here and a freeze, but a skeleton spell could be clutch over to the far right side if an RC goes over there. But ooh, the monolith is still standing at the very top side of the space.
Yeah, and here comes the CC pull as well. We didn't get the CC destroyed before the Ice Golems came out, and that's the main purpose of the Dragons there. Like, you're trying to wipe out all the way to the middle of the base there, and almost every single time you use any kind of Dragon or Electro Dragon or Super Dragon attack, if we don't destroy the CC building, then any remaining Ice Golems, Rocket Balloons, or Lava Hounds will come out and intercept us, and I definitely slowed him down a little bit there, but he's still actually moving decent here. He's got a couple more light troops that he can throw down to help assist the top of the base there, and he does have a couple freezes as well, so there may be a slight possibility if he can get past his King and use the freezes to lock the King and the monolith down. So, I mean, the Queen's still moving, but I don't think she gets there in time, Carbon, so I don't think she's going to get the assist.
Yeah, the Queen is basically out of it at this point. He's got the freeze. Headhunter, freeze again, freeze again, freeze again. Oh, he gets it. Okay. With 12 seconds. Remember, you don't have to kill the King. You just gotta get the platform, but there's not gonna be enough time. Oh,
heartbreaker right there. That's terrible. 97% still having those triples evade them. 3 misses on the board there. That's a feels bad man moment right there. Like, that's such a heartbreaker every time you see those time fails.
Yeah, unfortunate. But what that means is that Navi must get at least a 97%, because we know before this attack they were exactly tied. So if they get a 97 or higher, then they can take the lead in this match, because it was tied exactly on stars and percentage. But they're going for the 3 stars because they want at least a star lead.
Yeah, it's set the bar very, very high here. So Navi definitely has the work cut out for them, and they still have some very good attackers left. Like, who hasn't gone yet? Klaus and Bernal. There we go. Bernal in next here for Navi. He's been he originally qualified for them when they got their golden ticket, and there's been a little bit of drama with the Navi roster recently, and we don't know if they're gonna have Bernal play with them in the World Championship or not, or there's been some teasing that if Synthé doesn't make it through this golden ticket competition this weekend, then Navi would end up picking Synthé up. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. But Bernal pushing his way into the defensive Queen and off to the left here, where he's got that Flame Flinker coming from the right, but he needs to get some protection through that mortar there to make sure that gets under control.
Yeah, that mortar, though, is waiting. It's not getting enough shots off, so the Flame Flinger is safe for now, but you got to find some way to distract it. As this queen, will she loop her way into the scatter shot? Doesn't look like it at the moment. The air defense is hitting the healers and the RC. No, the invis. Sorry, but unfortunately, the queen does not go in the scatter, so he's forced to use a handful of balloons and some dragons, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make the adjustment the best that he can here, and it is at least clear in the compartment, and he can try to find a different way to reutilize his queen here to just go into the Eagle Artillery round off to that left side of the base here. But we are seeing a partial CC pull here. Just a couple of archers are popping out, and he still needs to secure the town takedown as well. And with the queen not going to that compartment, the funnel into the town hall is a little bit wider than he would have liked. So the dragons are not able to all be encompassed inside of the same rage spell with that wide split. So he'll put it right in the middle and try to get as many of them as he can, but that could spell trouble at the town hall takedown.
Yeah, those sweepers, though, are causing a big issue, pushing these dragons back.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. That Flame Flinger. That Flame Flinger is still going. He sends the RC. Hopefully there's not skeleton trap. Oh, gosh.
Okay.
Right on the RC. There you go. At least they're out of range of the town hall. But now it's relying on one freeze for this town hall with this World Champ.
All right, freeze on the approach here. Super minions are right there as well, but he's throwing everything he can on the right side of the base there to try to get the distraction for the monolith. He does end up getting a little bit of distraction. The super minions are right there. He will secure the town hall takedown, but his queen now needs to continue to survive long enough to get the percentage up to a 97%. Otherwise, Repotted Gaming is looking to take the lead, and that should seal the deal. They are going to hold the lead as they stop up for null on this one.
They are going to have a strong defense. Like you mentioned, they have to get the 97%. This match still has attacks to go. 2 attacks for each team after this one right here. But we have Repotted with the lead. So if Repotted get a 2-star and Navi triple, they can take it back. It's just a percentage lead at the moment. We've got plenty of attacks to go. But this is the upper bracket. So if you're just joining us right now and curious, where do we stand? Well, this is just the second match out of 8 matches that we're going to have here today. The winner of this match is going to advance to take on Strut later today as well. And if you lose in this, you go to the lower bracket of the double elimination. We will have the final 2 elimination matches today. So that means with 2 teams today will go home, and a golden ticket will be given away tomorrow. We'll be finishing off the rest of the matches.
Absolutely. This is a very uncharacteristic match for both of these teams here. We have been seeing both of them all the way through most of the month of August, pushing nearly an 80% hit rate, averaging almost 14 stars per war. So to have this war go to this far through and not see a triple yet is pretty crazy, because even historically, like over the course of the entire year, Navi has averaged a 61% hit rate, and I'm not sure exactly where Repotted is, but they got to be somewhere similar. But they've been hot a little bit lately, as they were the highest hit rate team going through the Swiss stages, outshining every single other team of the competition. So this is very, very out of the ordinary to see this many misses, this many big defenses, and that just shows the preparation that the teams went through to get ready for these matches, to make sure they had some very, very tough bases to beat.
Well, Timtastic is bringing in some Super Barbarians. Ooh, a Skelly Donut right onto this Clan Castle. Now, Monolith as well. Can he grab this value? The Eagle is, or not the Monolith, the Eagle, I should say. Eagle and CC. And CC, yes, goes down. Eagle as well. And look at all of those multis in the corner space. At least doesn't have to worry about a defending Clan Castle coming out.
Yeah, but now the multis are going to be raged when he goes in that area, which is huge. Getting that rage tower out of the way. Because, like, even though the other targets were high value, that rage tower, honestly, was one of the highest value targets in the area. Even just pre-triggering it so it doesn't go off a little bit later, there would have been valuable. But this is a strong setup here as he pushes his queen towards the town hall. If she goes in, she kind of needs to go in and secure the town hall takedown. He has an invisibility, so he could try to redirect her if she doesn't go where he wants her to. But that could be a problem if he's not ready to get that redirect.
I don't think he can grab the town hall with his queen. That's a lot, because 2 expos on her. He's going to blimp it. Okay. He's going to send that blimp. Dragon Riders coming in. He avoids the sweeper, which is pointing in that direction. Poison spell gets launched and rages, so the balloons and rocket loons and Yetis can help secure this town hall.
If they can also turn around and get an Expo down or a multi-inferno, that'd also be valuable. But the poison burns up those Yetis right after they take the town down. That's fine, though. That's fine. He's still got a lot of force moving. He still has 9 balloons on standby, and his Royal Champion getting supported by a bunch of Super Barbarians and a Skeleton spell at the top of the base there. There's not a lot of big threats left here on the base for the Royal Champion other than these Expos, but the Expos are going to be very difficult to deal with right now if he doesn't get the or if he doesn't get these Dragon Riders to take him out in the core, but she does go down anyways. He's kind of struggling here.
That monolith with the Skellies out in front really clutched up to take out the defending Royal Champion. So if you're looking to where to put your defensive Skelly spells, well, put them next to a monolith. Put them next to some multis, scatter shots in those compartments to help prevent Royal Champions from getting that value. Unfortunately, now this sweeper paired with the multi is going to be way too much for these balloons. He did use a lot of free spells, unfortunately, on the defensive Royal Champion to ensure to help take her down because it was hitting the Dragon Riders, hitting the Warden. The Owl was able to secure her, but it would have been very useful to use those phrases onto the Monolith to help protect his Royal Champion.
Right, but it should at least sustain their percentage advantage. So it's still good percentage, and then Navi had that slip up right before. So I believe Navi went into this one with a 13 building deficit in the percentage. So we're gonna see Repotted maintain the percentage advantage no matter what here. But Navi could end up taking the stars and putting themselves over the top.
Yeah, these defenses, this is what this war has been. A war of the defensive side. You know for sure that people are taking their screenshots of these bases and starting to build them already. You know, probably as I'm saying that, people are starting to build them. They are not waiting at all because they want to have them. If they are holding against teams like Navi and Repotted, you know they are going to be really good for you in your regular wars or clan war leagues.
Exactly. Yeah, this is gonna come down to the wire now, I guess. Regardless of the result of this next attack here, whether they triple or they end up with a miss, then we go to the final exchange here with that one deciding this. So Repotted really needs to make sure that last plan is set strong. But let's see if Kazuma can put his team ahead here as we go in with a Queen Charge recall into Lalo, starting the Queen over to the left side of the base here to go after the defensive Queen. And a couple sneaky goblins looking to funnel her off to the right to head towards the Eagle Artillery. Now the question is, can he get her to turn back and go to the multi, or is that even what he's intending to do in that area? It's all a question of how far do we push the Queen before we recall her out, because time is a very critical factor in these Queen charges, and you want to make sure that you are able to take out some key targets, but make sure you get out of there before we exhaust too many of our spells. And I guess we'll see how far he wants to go with it.
Yeah, with this Queen pathing her way in towards this Eagle Artillery. Oh, never mind. Yep, with that recall, does not want that
Flame
Queen.
Flinger,
Yeah, that Flame Flinger. Yeah, I'll grab this value. Looks like that he wants to path this Queen in towards the town hall at this point with 9 hogs. You know, 9 hogs with a Royal Champion can do some nice work. With this Queen, though, how is he going to... Oh, yeah, he's going to have to freeze the Ground Expo because the Flame Flinger would get in range. So now the Ground Expo will be unlocked on his Queen to help protect his Flame Flinger even more.
That was clever. That was clever right there to delay the Expo lock onto the Flame Flinger, but he does deploy the last healer there, and the Queen will pull the CC. It's a light CC here. Bunch of archers, headhunters, and super minions. But he does end up getting forced to ability there, and the healers get targeted by the Air Expo. The Queen keeps charging forward here, and that's barely going to slow her down. She's moving fast, and that means she's going to sustain that extra damage from all the defenses for less time before she steps in. He'll rage up, re-invisibility, and he will take that tunnel down and then distract the Monolith with the Lalo coming in from the top side.
Yeah, the balloons going to the Monolith is saving this Queen. Definitely very smart to send the balloons there, but you need to be worried about the red air bombs, though. The Warden, what are you doing? Go. Wait, is there? Yeah, the Warden's there. Royal Champion's under this Lalo. King going to the top side where that scatter shot is still, or actually his Flame Flinger is still going as a Warden build. He's finally now used.
Yeah, but he did lose a lot of balloons there at the early stages of the attack, but he's going to throw ahead and throw in the hogs into the far right side of the base there. Balloons are just coasting what's left of them, but the Road Champion is trying to hang on. She has her ability. She steps into the scatter shot. Ground Skellies distract. Electric Owls help clear those up, though, and get her back into action. She's able to get the defenses down. Hogs swarm the defensive Grand Warden, and there it is. Kazuma gets the first triple of the war and is going to put Navi into the lead.
Well done to Kazuma, getting it done with a queen charge. Recall Lalo with hogs. Do we got a new name for an attack strategy coming in? 9 hog riders used, and a lot of them were not even really have to be used at all. Kind of more cleanup troops at that. But this now puts them in the lead. And the last stacker that's going to be for Navi to come in, Klaus. Will he be able to clutch it and get a 3-star to lock it up no matter what for the final attack? Well, Repotted are going to have to answer with a 3-star of their own to force Klaus to have to do that.
Yeah, but they're going to have a 3-star, because if they don't, then Klaus could just get a safe 2-star, and we could end up seeing the war end on that note. And I guess it just depends on what Repotted can do here, but I mean, they've struggled so far on beating these Navi bases, and I know this team is capable. I know that they can come out here swinging, so it leaves you wondering if Klaus is getting ready for that final attack there. Does he take any risk with it? Because there's not going to be a lot of time to be able to switch the plan to something else there after he sees what happens. So he's going to have to decide now if he sticks with a plan that has any inherent risk in it, or if he just goes with something that could just be a Hail Mary across the base. I guess we'll see. But here we go. Team Burr live for the final attack of Repotted. And this could decide whether they survive in the upper bracket and face Strut, or if they let Navi slip by past them.
Yeah, with a Skelly Donut helping to remove now a Clan Castle and a multi-target Inferno. He does have 1 Bath Belt. Not using it. You could use it in front of maybe a Dragon Rider to help grab some value. But there we go. It goes down. Value secured in the start.
That's the advantage of using the skeleton rather than the bats to destroy buildings there, because the skeletons, when they spawn, they have a shield, and so they can take 1 strike from a scatter shot and then still survive, where bats would have had the entire group wiped out there. But he does use the ward ability with the blimp right after the Skelly Donut, and the blimp sails all the way across the base there, lands at the Town Hall. A big risk on that long path there, but he does take the Town Hall down. He might get the multi as well. He goes invisible with the Yetis, and he gets them to switch over. They get the multi. Timber, that was brilliant. I like that a lot.
Very nice. As now the Lalo is now coming down to the bottom side, but no Warden down there to help assist. The Warden is joining in with the King and Queen to the top side. That Warden's actually still got full health, so he's going to be clutch moving through. The Balloons are looking to remove the Eagle Artillery, and now it's a matter of his heroes running all the way around this. Hopefully this Rage spell on the defensive side next to that multi does not come back.
Still has Headhunters to go deal with the defensive King and for the defensive Queen. Maybe just have one of them for each of them, but he's got a couple freezes as well that he can help assist there. There goes the first Headhunter to go after the defensive King. The Balloons dying over to the left side of the base there, but that's fine. They already did their job, so not a big deal. And I like this Electric Titan take the inside path there where we could see ground skellies around the Tesla farm and keeping the heroes in action there by making sure they don't get slowed down by light troops. And it's not looking too bad here, Carbon Pit. I think he seems to have it under control. Here comes the rest of everything in the backside. Freeze the Queen, and I think he's just going to completely overwhelm this last corner of the base.
Saving those back-end balloons to move on in with this Royal Champion. What a brilliant attack here from Temper, which now is going to put all the pressure on Klaus, who will have to 3-star to move up in this upper bracket. If he doesn't, then they'll lose on percentage.
Yeah, this is a crazy war. I saying Klaus would potentially do like a Hail Mary across the base there. That blimp felt like that Hail Mary across the base there, but it landed and it got more than we could have hoped for there, taking out the Town Hall and that multi-inferno, really setting up the next phase of the attack. That was a really interesting attack. I don't think I've ever seen anybody attack with a method like that. That was completely out of the ordinary here.
You know, that's what it takes to take down these bases. You got to bring attacks the enemy is not going to expect at those angles as well. the blimp getting the town hall, the invis allowing the Yetis to then grab that multi, then easily path his way around, making it look easy, but it's not easy. These teams are so good, but these bases that are also playing mind games, because all these first set of wars, these teams have had time to prepare. It's going to come later on in the tournament where they're going to not have as prepared bases for the teams. Yes, they can kind of predict who they may play throughout the stages, but still, you never know. It's this first match that they could prepare the most for, because they know guaranteed who they're facing off.
Exactly. And it's hard to predict Navi. They're definitely a difficult team to predict there. But let's see what Klaus has for us. He's breaking out the Inferno Dragons, taking a page out of Gaku's book on this one. That's one of his favorite attacks there. But it's going to be a recall attack, but not with a queen charge. He's got a little bit of lightning that he can use to take out a sweeper. Just 2 brought in his attack here. It looks like the queen will deploy to the right side of the base there with a giant. And I assume she's just going in here to get the funnel, and then he'll just recall her out of there and then redeploy her with the king somewhere else. I've seen this attack before. I've done this attack, and I have a general idea of how it works. But it is not easy to get everything in the right spot because you have a lot of moving parts all at the same time, and it can be very difficult to manage. But Klaus is definitely a player that's capable of doing it.
With that queen, I'm curious, should he have taken out that one collector? Because it could force some Inferno Dragons down to that bottom side. You never know. Every building matters in terms when it comes down to a funneling, as the Inferno Dragons are now right on in towards that World Champion. Still waiting, unless he redeployed his queen already somewhere, because that blimp has got the Warden ability. The Warden ability protecting the blimp, going all the way for the Town Hall.
Nice entry into the base right there. There's the red air bombs going off on the balloons, but they do secure the tunnel takedown, and all the red air bombs were mostly, I assume most of the base's red air bombs are triggered right there, which means these Inferno Dragons are much safer as they go into the core. Nice grouping of them gets into the middle, and if they get into the CC and destroy it before anything significant comes out of there, then they can definitely move through a lot easier. I saw a couple super minions out of there. There might be more, there might not, but he's not going to have to worry about it because Inferno Dragon's got it under control, and I like the skeleton spell up top here, but that World Champion deployed very early in the attack here, Carbon.
Yeah, he's forced with that freeze. A lot of the Inferno Dragons did split in different directions, as that defensive rage spell is doing a lot of damage here to his heroes, but there's a lot left. With the defensive queen and a full health defensive king still up with a freeze and 1 skeleton, the queen ability goes off, but this is not looking good. The World Champion is down, and he's not going to be able to push through with his heroes here.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Inferno Dragon's fallen short for Klaus, and I told you from the start, do not underestimate Repotted Gaming, where they lacked in some offense for the most part today. Both of the teams did, for that matter. They made it up with some very, very strong bases that were unbreakable even by Navi. So very, very crazy war here, how it ended up playing out here. I didn't expect it to be so insanely close at the end there, but the percentages kind of bounced back and forth all the way through. The lead changed, and we end up with Repotted Gaming on top as Klaus falls short, and Navi is going to be sent packing down to the lower bracket.
Navi in the lower bracket indeed now, so they're going to be fighting for their hopes to stay alive to get as much of the prize pool as possible for them. But congratulations to Repotted Gaming. They are going to advance to take on Strut in the upper bracket second round. They totally deserve that. It was a defensive side. We saw in the very first match where it was offensive side with 14 stars from Strut, but now it was a defensive showcase that we saw. And, you know, out of the two of us, or three of us, I should say, now on the screen, Itsu was the correct one, getting Repotted correct. Well, Itsu, what did you know that we didn't to get that right?
I mean, I said already that Repotted defense is nothing to joke about, and that the defensive is going to carry, or like is going to be a big factor. And Repotted, at least in the big tournaments, like community tournaments, to me is like something completely different. Like you see burnt bases, like the hit rates are way higher, but you can see those teams are getting held back quite a bit in those tournaments, whereas you can prepare for the other team. And Repotted has not done that great on offense, unfortunately, in those tournaments. It was always their defense carrier, and I think this match really showcased that, with them now staying in the upper bracket and having to face Strut, and that might be a really, really tough matchup. With Strut earlier getting 14 stars at this stage, that is not easy, and right now you can see the results of the Navi players. But that was a crazy up and down, Carbon.
Just crazy. The percentage, 2 stars, 2 stars, 2 stars. But it was Repotted that got the higher percentage that helped make this difference. And even though Stars was not able to turn around, if he was able to get a little bit more value with potentially the Lightning or the Log Launcher, it could have been a completely different match, and they could have won it. So it could have swung any different direction. You never know. But congrats to Repotted. They move up in the upper bracket. But that's not the end of the day for Navi. They'll be playing a little later, but they'll be playing for their lives in this tournament and the elimination for the lower bracket, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. But then again, remember when Navi won their golden ticket, they were in the same situations. They fought all the way to the lower brackets, so it's definitely not impossible for a team to make the comeback from down there. Just going to be a few extra matches, and we'll see how they end up making it through. But our next matchup here is the newly signed Millesime. Formerly, they were MS Esports. Before that, Imperium Titans Exports. They are now Millesime, so Cynthia and the boys are in, and they're going to be playing under that new banner as they go against Inquisition. So this next matchup is definitely going to be a big one here, as you see the team that came in third place in the World Championship on one side. They're playing under that new org.
Yeah, and I feel like as well for Inquisition, it's going to be kind of the same story as Repotted, where they are typically really, really good on defense, and then it depends, I feel like, with how good they can like hold a powerhouse like Cynthia and his team back, because I feel like Cynthia is always so creative with his approach that it's not easy to really hold them back quite a bit. So I think Inquisition really have to step things up on offense, because so far they were really defense centric, I would say.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a back and forth in these matches for sure. So who's able to advance and stay in the upper bracket? And if you lose, you then go join the teams of United Gaming and Navi, right? They're down. They'll actually face each other, as we saw from the playoff bracket down there. But we got the matches today, and then we have the finishing matches tomorrow to be giving away that golden ticket. It's all this weekend, so make sure you guys are following the social channels. Make sure you guys got those notifications turned on so you don't miss any of the streams to come, because we got a lot more here later today as well. Tons of matches, but in this next match here, which you guys can all predict, make sure you guys are getting your predictions in, right? In the chats, but Eric and Itsu. So I went first, and Eric, and then Itsu will get yours. But before we get into predictions, we'll let you all get your predictions in the chats. Let's take a look at the next roster to come here, Eric.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Millesime. You can see them in their previous jerseys right there when they came in third place in the World Championship of Clash of Clans last year in Finland. You got Kingsman, Sinthe, Almualan, Tryhard, and Uryam, a powerhouse seasoned roster with multiple World Championship appearances. This is one of the biggest teams in the world to beat here, and so this is going to be a very difficult match here for Inquisition, but they are coming to this as the highest hit rate player, or the second highest hit rate team from the Swiss stages.
Yeah, and I feel like they had a really tough road of actually making it here. They had to beat quite a few of those top teams to make it to the stage. So question is, were they able to move this momentum now into today with Stefan, Simon, Mark, Einstein, and Fabian representing Inquisition in this tournament?
So it's going to come down to who am I going to jinx? Because right now you both have one correct, one wrong. I've got both of mine wrong here so far in my predictions. So we'll start with you, Itsu. Who are you picking to win this match?
I mean, I have to go with Millesime. I feel like they are just so incredibly strong. There are so many veterans on that team that I cannot go with Inquisition, even though I would love to, but that's just not possible just based on stats and stuff.
How about you, Eric? Who are you picking?
I I really got to stick with Millesime. I think that seasoned stage experience and the ability to handle the pressure there is really going to play a big factor here. But then again, it's hard to say because we just saw Navi fall, and so that's like throwing me off here. But I'm sticking with this. He's one of my favorite players in the world. Love to see Kingsman. Everybody on the team there are just some of my favorite players to watch, and I just got to cheer for him.
You know, the only way I can make a comeback in these predictions, you know, I'm going with Inquisition. I'm picking Inquisition. I think from their performance in the Swiss stage of the teams that they took down, I think they've got what it takes to take down Millesime. I think so indeed. So Inquisition is going to be mine. Am I going to go 0-3? Or am I going to at least get the first prediction correct? Make sure all of you get your predictions in chat and let us know, because we'll be able to read it and see who you guys all think that you're watching. So Millesime, and 59% of you are actually picking them. Okay, so I'm the one oddball out here picking Inquisition. So does that mean Inquisition is jinxed? I guess we'll find out, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. Millesime's such a good team, though. Like, it's so hard to even think about voting against them. But I mean, Inquisition's just been on fire lately. That's so difficult. This match could really go either way here, because Inquisition, just like we saw Repotted Gaming, they've been so hot. They've been so incredible there as they played through the Swiss stages, that I do think that this is going to be like a 50-50. It's a coin toss here to see who ends up making it through.
Yeah, and I feel like overall the big storyline for a lot of the German teams, since Inquisition is a German team, is the defense. And since Tribe didn't make it, this means that their base builder, Stefan, actually, I think they're pretty close with him, so he might have supported them on the base building side, which would be a huge thing for them. So I really like to concentrate on the defensive side with the stats those teams are showing, so that might have an impact on the outcome. But I feel like at the same time, having on the other side, as Eric mentioned, Kingsman, Cynthia, all the legends in that team, I mean, it's not easy to somehow bet against them. So I feel like it's going to be a really crazy match.
Yeah, it's going to be a powerhouse of a match. Again, will it be the offensive side like we saw in the very first match, or will it be the defensive side that we saw in the second match? So if you're just joining, a little recap of the teams that did advance. Strut won their first match, and Navi, they lost. Yes, Repotted defeated Navi, so Repotted versus Strut will be in the upper bracket. So United Gaming and Navi will be in the lower bracket, and they will be playing later today. And we will be sending 2 teams home. But let's jump into this next war we got here.
Here we go. Inquisition versus the newly signed Millesime. Simone kicking us off here in the upper bracket. And we'll see what we can do here. So we start off with looks like an Electro Titan smash attack here, with a recall queen charge to start us off here. I love this recall queen charge setup into. I think it's a very, very strong way to set up funnel here, and it's so much faster and more efficient than using the lightning and the warden walk to be able to punch in there and take out a critical defense and get a very, very clean, solid funnel.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's way more unpredictable where the queen is actually entering the base, because with the lightnings, you can always see the value since the beginning, right? Like if there's a clumped up defense section like X-Bows, Inferno Tower, stuff like that, and you can kind of predict the lightning spell. But the queen charge like this with a recall is not as easy to be predicted, but time is always an important factor with those recall spells. But it seems like with only around about 50 seconds gone, he's had already deployed that queen with the water and is starting the lock launcher and the smash.
Yeah, I really like that, because you think a lot of warden walks with the lightning would have been more spells there, and they would have ended up using more time as well, usually using a full minute. So it actually ends up finishing 10 seconds faster, as just as strong as a funnel. And it's a very strong and tight funnel for the Electro Titans to charge to the middle of the base here. He's got the log launcher open up the right side of the base there, but he's not actually using that to open the walls. He's got the jump spell to actually carry more of the town hall. It's just kind of formed the funnel there with the log launcher. That's kind of a creative way to use it, and now strapping on Yetis to go join with the king while he continues to push towards the town hall.
Yeah, now using the warden ability for the last Titan, which is actually joining the queen for the town hall. She had a couple of more hit points now going down, but she did her job tanking and possibly taking down skeleton traps right there with the queen fighting versus that king. Incredible invisibility, and now the royal champ is joining that king at the top side. But with the raid tower on the back end, is that going to be enough?
I think it might be because the Queen and the Warden ended up getting delayed by the Defensive King and the Expos, so they never really dragged the healers into the poison, but he is taking some red air bombs down the area, and if the Queen can just get into a tanky position into the middle of all these defenses and protect the Royal Champion, that he has a chance to pull through, but he has this Archer Tower on the outside of the base there, chipping away at his Royal Champion, and that is hurting pretty significantly. She's using a lot of her HP, but she does have her ability. She pops in now, and she's still got the Diggy. The defenses are mostly thinned out, and the Queen's a turn off to the left. If the Queen tanks the defenses, I think Simone ends up pulling through on this one.
Yeah, the minions are doing the cleanup at the bottom side. The cannons are dropping. The Dark Elixir storage is going down. And indeed, it is the first 3-star Inquisition, starting things off incredible for them. Exactly how they finished that Swiss stage. And now it's up to Millesime to tie this up and get their first 3-star as well. So, well, we have seen that earlier, that teams can run away with the leads. That exactly that is not going to happen in this one.
Yeah, that was a very, very clean attack there, and I'm telling you, I love that setup. I think that's one of the strongest ways to set up a lot of different smash attacks right now. It is a little bit more difficult because if the Queen doesn't cooperate perfectly and go in, she's a lot more difficult to manage than a Ward of Walk. So I think that the Queen Charge Recall is such a strong and impressive way to set up these Electro Titan smash attacks, and it just completely overwhelmed that base there with an approach opposite of the Town Hall on top of that.
Yeah, and especially the way how we use the lock launcher to funnel and not to really open up the compartments as you typically see. Instead, having like the smash, a separate pathing, and then even having the troops, the reinforcement troops from the siege machine itself, adding up to the king and power to the outside with the Royal Champ was a really, really great plan and showcase of the power of that strategy. But now we see Cynthia, and he is as well with those
army?
with the barbarians, but that's a lot of skeletons right there with a lot of invisibility. You have seen it before, going for a town hall and stuff like that. What do you think he's going to use the spells for?
I have no idea, but he's going to quake the town. He's going to Skelly Donut out the town hall of the monolith. He's going for it. This is absurd. This is ridiculous. Synthé is going to get the monolith down first. Town hall is working. He doesn't have the rage tower going off there, and that means the battle builders can't repair it faster than he can deal damage. The town hall goes down to the Skelly Donut, and now he can push in just a barrage of super barbarians and support his heroes for the rest of the deck. He also has 2 healers as well. So this is crazy. What is this attack? I've never seen anything like this, Itsu.
And he even got down the monolith and the ground expert, which was covering the bottom side for the flame flingers. So getting just so much value. His troops now, though, they have to go inside. The Queen actually is, but the King and the Titan going around the outside, which is not optimal for him. The Warden is following the outside troops, and I think the funnel at the top side was not happening quick enough. The question now is, can you somehow save this with pretty much something happening everywhere at the same time?
Right, he kind of struggled with the heroes there. The King ran off there, and the Warden couldn't really find a good time to pop the ability, and so the Warden goes down, the Queen goes down, the King is about to drop there after he takes out the defensive Queen over there, and gets this guy actually pro champion basically on her own. The Flame Flicker still has whatever's inside of it, but there's so much left on the base here. I think he really, really needed to get that very, very top compartment with all the expos and multis down, and he left up a lot in that area. So while it was a very, very impressive start there with the Skelly Donut to take the town down, he just didn't get the value out of the heroes, and is gonna end up being a hold as a result.
Yeah, not getting the funnel quick enough at the top side really has cost him. He's trying to reinforce some more loons versus the Expo. The Royal ability is going off, and there is not much left, but it's just going to be the Inferno Towers, which are really, really solid versus Barbarians, unfortunately. And he's picking up some more buildings, but a 3-star is out of reach. But saving this attack when the heroes are going the wrong direction on a solid percentage is not easy. So really impressive on the save.
Yeah, if the Queen would have been able to get in there and get the Expo down, I think just the Expo going down there because it was raised up and took out as Royal Champion, I think that would have made the difference there. I think the Royal Champion could have handled the multi-inferno if he didn't have all that extra damage cut out. So it was very, very close here, and he's still moving all the way down to the timer expiring. But it does end at a 95%. Still very, very impressive. But unfortunately for Millesime, his open attack here is going to leave Inquisition with the lead by 5 buildings and a star.
I just think it's so cool to kind of have like last weekend we have seen a lot of Super Archer blimps with the Super Barbarians, and then everyone trying to figure out why is this working. I mean, we all know Super Archers. It's like really hit or miss with the blimp, being overall really strong, but as well, then people have figured out, wait a second, Super Barbarians aren't that bad either. So we have seen it now today with the Skelly Donut, we have seen it with the Super Archer blimp like in the original, we have seen it from Strut with the Queen Charge. So overall, a lot of different approaches with the Super Barbarians. So it feels like the one true really showing off at this weekend so far. And well, so far the bases do not look strong again, do not really look good versus that with all of the wall openings. So really nicely done. Looking forward to see way more of those attacks.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just that the Super Barbarians make so that you don't need any individual spells on them, and so it frees up all of your spells to be used in these crazy monster queen charges and these insane skelly donuts that we just saw, and then the Super Archer blimp obviously use up all your spells as well. So it's like all of these extremely spell intensive attacks there pair so perfectly with Super Barbarians. But now let's see if Inquisition can sustain their lead there, as Einstein drives in with a queen charge into Twin Hog attack here. And he's got a blimp selected at the moment. Now the question is, do we charge the Town Hall side? I assume we charge the Town Hall. Usually the queen needs to take the Town Hall because hogs struggle if they try to go through it.
Yeah, the Town Hall is not an easy place to be, especially with how the hogs are used at Town Hall 15. You're trying to kind of like combine the vulnerability with a Rage Spear or something, if possible, to just push through as much damage as possible, since the heal spell cannot really keep up anymore with all of the damage in Town Hall 15. The timing with the Queen, though, is not perfect for him, but the Headhunter is saving his day and making a really nice Clan Castle takedown, I think.
Yeah, I like that the poison, he positioned the poison off to the left there to make sure it overlapped the defensive queen to slow down her strikes, and that saved him from having to burn a rage or a freeze there. And that was a very clutch little just small detail that makes a big difference there and will save him resources for later on. But now he'll start to push his way towards the Town Hall with the CC out of the way there, with the funnel formed, and all damage on the inside of the base there removed, so he's not taking any damage from any building that he can't reach here. So he's off to a very strong start. He just needs to get the queen to take the Town Hall, and usually we see, because it's a hog attack, we don't need the king to like funnel like during a hybrid, so we can have the king freed up, and that means he could come in at the very bottom and help the queen take that turn.
Yes, but he has to be really careful with that Rage Tower and the Warden. We have seen Wardens deal an absurd amount of damage with that Rage Tower right behind, so the Queen is always in danger here. You have predicted it. The bottom side is getting funneled slowly. The King most likely added really soon. And there we go. The Rage Tower is affected, and nice freeze just to be safe that this Queen is not going down. The King has been added, and the Queen now has to push inside that Town Hall, but there is just, again, so much damage on her.
Oh, there goes her ability. Gonna rage up again here. Gonna try to keep her alive, but the Rage Tower boosting that expo there on top of the King's damage was getting boosted. But the Queen is maybe not gonna take the turn. Oh, she does. She's hugging the wall side up there. She does step through the open corner to pick up the expo, and that means she's going to the Town Hall next, and he can safely deploy the hogs into the top of the base there, using super hogs right down the center lane, and then the regular hogs work on the perimeter and try to just reinforce on the side, and then have everybody collapse into the core, into the artillery. He's got a Rage Tower with the ward ability. Like you mentioned, that's a very key detail, because that causes the hogs to surge forward and clear traps there while they have invincibility.
The Roger ability has been used, and time is ticking. I mean, 30 seconds at this stage. It feels like not too many of those hogs are left alive. Feels like there's a bit of frustration on his face as the Queen is going through those defenses. 20 seconds, the Royal Champ is going. The Queen is supportive. And I think there is some riders stuck in the middle, and they cannot really get the cleanup done.
Yeah, but the riders deal double damage to walls, so they're trying to get out of there. They're trying to get out to assist, but now he's got ground skellies stalling him up again, and it is going to be a defense, and the percentage is going to fall just shy of what will be required to sustain the percentage advantage if Millesime is able to get a triple. So right now, if we see a triple in response, we could see a 3-building advantage into Millesime's favor.
Yes, and that's now the next question. Can they get that 3-star? We have seen, I think, last weekend for Millesime quite a few Super Archer blimps as well, if I remember correctly. So that might be maybe an idea, but at the same time, again, we have seen some teams preparing for exactly this blimp, and we have not seen too many of those blimps this weekend. So we have now Tryhard, and we have another Queen Charge Super Barbarian attack. What is going on this weekend?
Yeah, this is crazy. There's so many super barbarian attacks here, but we do have a bunch of ground skellies popping on the side of the base there with a bunch of them going directly at his flame flinger there, but he intercepts him with a barbarian. Is that a barbarian? Yep, it looks like it is. Fighting off the ground skellies there, protecting the flame flinger, and the queen is going to get funneled, while at the same time, she's not just forming the funnel, she's also going to tank that expo and keep the damage off of the flame flinger while she hangs out in the area. So I am a little bit concerned that the flame flinger is not going to get enough value with the monolith, because remember, expos, mortars, and the monolith are the 3-point defenses that are able to outrange the flame flinger, and so he won't be able to charge it through that, but he can get everything else in the area down, and he can maybe drop out some other troops there to support and have a hand at it in a moment here.
Yes, maybe he's going to add some of the Super Barbarians. I think they're pretty decent at maybe tanking the monolith, but either way, it's going to be a lot of multitasking as he's starting his king now on the far right side with Super Barbarians all over the place. He has the jump to get for the, go for the Town Hall, but oh no, the Flame Flinger is picked off by that monolith, but the monolith should go down maybe with the tornado. No way, the tornado trap was genius.
Wow, and there was a lot of black air bombs right there, so at least we know where all the black air bombs on the base were hiding, and so we know that the queen is going to keep her healers safe, but the monolith might claim her anyways as a result, and there's still all the red air bombs that are hiding somewhere on the base there that we haven't seen come out. So the queen trying to hang on for dear life, using the freezes on the monolith, trying to lock it down, as he at the same time has to protect his king and the road champion, moving across the other side of the base.
The first red mine popped up behind the tunnel, and we know typically there's a lot of those red mines close to each other, so maybe some more are hitting those healers really soon. He needs to make sure that the healers and the queen are staying alive to save this with the royal ability. This might work. Oh. Queen staying alive, royal ability is still there, and another invisibility, and how is this even getting close after the opening with
right?
the siege? It hasn't even worked.
And an invisibility makes the queen disappear one more time, and she makes her final push into the monolith. It's gone back to full HP. The RC ability hits it, and Tryhard gets it done. Millesime are going to take the lead. What a crazy, crazy wild attack there, but he pulls through at the end, and he will give his team a 3-building advantage. That was insane, Itsu.
I'm just trying to think about it. Do we have right now one of the most used strategies on this weekend so far, Queen Charge Super Barbarians, and do they actually have a 100% hit rate? I think so. I think we have not seen a fail yet of that strategy, right?
I don't think so. I think that's been all triples of that. That's
crazy.
Wild. But you have to, like, it's not just like that the attack is broken, it's that the attackers are broken. These guys are insane with the queen charges, and they're able to keep the queen alive through all the heat that we saw there, trying to find ways to tank the defenses, coming out of freezes and coming out of invisibilities, and make sure that he manages to incoming damage on the queen there very, very nicely. It's not an easy thing to do. I'd say that most players would have lost the queen way, way earlier than attack, and it would not have gone through. But I liked at the end of the attack there where the queen pulled away from the monolith, and then the healers kept on tanking the monolith for her somehow, and they just ended up utilizing their value not just to keep her alive by healing her, but then also giving her some cover so the monolith wasn't shooting her in the back.
Yeah, that was just an incredible plan. But I feel like just the key element always is as well on the defensive side with the open walls. Like, everything can leave and enter the base as they want to. And it was as well like a really big part of this last attack where he was able to get into the core compartment with his king and the warden without even having to invest wall breaks, jumps, or whatsoever. So really those open walls are kind of what's making this strategy so strong, it feels like. But we have the next attack, and Inquisition is back to Lalo, which we have not seen that much this weekend just yet. So the question is now if they can pull this off versus this base of Amyolin.
Yeah, going after, looks like the lightning took out a multi-inferno there by the town hall compartment, and I'm not sure what else he got with it, but he will use that to set a funnel here to drive in his king to go after the scatter shot. The queen is splitting off to the right there. I like when the king and the queen are deployed right next to each other like that, because we end up making so that the king walks towards the queen, and then the queen cuts out the pathing, and then they end up effectively funneling each other in sync And the timer to that is sometimes difficult to master, but these players are consistently able to get the heroes to split perfectly. And he's off to a strong start here as the world champion goes in big artillery. The queen, he does fight out that CC, and I guess we'll see where she goes from here.
Yeah, just the timing with those heroes is always looking incredible, but with the queen right now, it's looking like she would go for the sweeper, which I don't think is optimal since she's kind of stuck then there. Maybe with the queen ability, she might be able to take down the monolith if she can go through that wall quick enough. The Royal Champ abilities can turn invisible, which is clutch to take down the Millesime M4 tower, and just the value those pros are getting with the heroes is every single time crazy to me.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the queen lost all of her protection from her archers running out because they didn't want to attack the walls. They're like, no, queen, you attack walls. We're going to go over here and attack buildings. He's going to blimp out that town hall, though, and it looks like a Yeti bomb inside of it. Able to secure the tower takedown, but the monolith still stands. Only single Inferno and the monolith as the big defense left in the base here. He's got a lot of balloons. I don't think there's any amount of splash damage on the base here that this wizard tower can put out that could stop this many balloons, and the point defenses are completely disabled. It is a triple. Fabian gets it done, and to put the pressure back onto Millesime, where they're gonna have to triple again if they want to sustain that newly established lead.
That was a crazy attack right there. I mean, those heroes getting the entire base in the Lado felt like cleanup for this one compartment at the top side with the blimp for the town hall. Really nicely done. Inquisition is getting another 3-star on the board. This match is way more heavy on the 3-star side, it feels like so far, but Millesime have to attack next and have to make sure that they're getting their next 3-star as well to really keep their super minor league lead right now.
Exactly, and the attacks here have been very interesting. Like, we haven't seen any like majorly meta attacks so far. There's been all these like these newly established attacks here, or just a weird twist on an existing attack there. So like that's not the typical way that we see the zap into Lalo attack that we just saw. We've been seeing it with the log launcher so much recently, and the big kill squad for this one to just go after a bit of lightning that was right next to the town hall and then wrap away from it was completely different from what we've been typically seeing lately. But also we're seeing out of the Millesime base building, we saw not just symmetrical box bases, we're seeing some variety in that as well.
Yeah, we have seen different base styles over this weekend already in this match with anti-3-star bases, but as well we have seen a lot of box bases with not symmetrical other sides, I would say, like completely different setups of the compartments around the scatter shots, for example, and so on. So I think base builders are really trying out new stuff to really throw off the attacker, especially with having completely new bases, which is a complete different story to have to attack those new bases in those tournaments. And I don't know, maybe some of the teams have gotten the message that this is apparently the new secret OP strategy, and some teams have not gotten it, but Millesime is in it again with the Queen Star Super Barbarians.
Yeah, you're gonna get the queen to go off to the left here, going with the big kill squad up top there once again. Warden deployed with the king, and in this case a log launcher, and could have the road champion join in as well, but he's gonna wall break the king into the base there a little bit deeper, and the log launcher should be able to, with the protection of the king and the warden, take out the multi in front of the core of the base there. But with them wiping out that section, then it just feels like reminiscent of the old way that we used to do the Queen Charge Kill Squad Lalo, but instead with Super Barbarians instead. But this does kind of lock him in to having to take the Town Hall down with the Queen, because he's probably not going to have enough punch with anything else there to actually take it. So put a lot of reliance. And this Queen, look at the path here that's opened up by the log launcher. The Queen's going the wrong way. This is very, very bad, Itsu. He needs to get this back under control, but luckily the sweeper knocks the healers to safety and is at least making sure they don't get dragged through that multi.
And now he is trying to force this queen right behind the tower, where there is a lot of damage on that queen. She cannot reach the Millesime M4 tower on the left. She cannot reach it on the right, so he has to invest that royal champion. Wait a second. The queen is not going for the town hall. He has one more wall break. He might want to use it, but then again, even from the Millesime M4 tower compartment, what? She's going back, and she's finally back on track for the town hall.
All right, well, she still has her ability intact. He's still got a bunch of super barbarians, and he's got a skeleton spell that they can use to get past the defensive king and the monolith. So if he can get those going soon, he maybe can still pull this back at least part of the way here. But I don't think he can triple anymore. I think triple is out of the question right now. But he can definitely ride the percentage up here, and I think he can take everything except for that multi on the left side there potentially. But there goes his queen. She finally goes down. She tried to throw that attack really, really hard, but she wasn't able to push it all the way to the 1-star. King's been able to get it back under control here and at least ride it up into the 80s. I like that last wall breaker, taking out the king pad there, not wasting it, getting every single percentage point possible. And I guess he'll minimize how much they're going to be trailing out of this, because this one is looking to leave. It looks like 16 buildings on the board, and that means that Inquisition is going to have a percentage and star lead at the midpoint of the war.
Yes, the percentage and star lead going into the last two attacks for those teams. But I mean, this has been the first base holding those super barbarians, but I feel like it's always those small things, like little details, like putting the lock launcher. I think one tile to the right should have been already enough to not open the core compartment, and the queen would have completely went as planned from the beginning. So it's like so many small things which are happening and which those pros have to consider, which is always so impressive when those attacks are going right, because we don't really see those small details when everything is going to plan. But if things are going wrong, that's then where you can see, okay, one tile to the right and the entire plan would have probably worked. It's always so impressive.
Yeah, definitely. But maybe if the log launcher was able to clear a little bit further, it made so there wasn't any targets for the queen in the area. Maybe that's what he's banking on. Maybe he thought the log launcher with the Yetis inside would have charged all the way forward there and removed any chance for the queen to go to the inside there by just making sure there's nothing over there to target. But that's what we often see there when we see those big kill squads like that, because you invest so much into it. You're putting your warden, you put your king, and you put your log launcher into that. And that's a big investment. That's a lot of your heaviest pieces on the board there, and it's hard to recover after that if you don't have them get the value and they control the other parts around them. So that queen charge veers off path, it can really cause a lot of problems, and we saw that it did there. But now Safan can try to maintain the lead here for Inquisition as we dive in with, it looks like, a clone bomb, probably super minions, with a dragon attacker into.
Yeah, Dragon Riders. We don't see that combination too often anymore. A lot of times the pros like to prioritize the super dragons in general, or electro dragons like Nibrox. But on this one, we have the blimp flying. Where is he going to open it? Early or late for those super minions? And it seems like it is quite early, turning everything invisible and making sure that the town hall and the monolith are going down within seconds.
Get the CC down as well. Whatever troops are inside of it will go down with it whenever that CC is destroyed, and there's troops inside that have not deployed out. But everything on the right side is going to die out there a little bit there. There's a lot of dragons over to the left that are still working. I think the air defense is to do some work there, but he's got the super minions that came out of the CC that survived that are actually working and increasing the damage output, which means he does get into the air defense over the side, and those dragons will keep on moving in the corner there with the warden while the heroes wrap around the top here. But he's going to need to throw champion support here because he does not have any wall breakers, and he needs to get the eagle artillery down.
And there we go. The Royal Gem has been added. The king going into his Phoenix, and the queen following that tank right behind. With the ground expo being kind of annoying, maybe that's going to be a little bit closer. But with queen, Royal Gem ability alive, and 2 more supportive spells, this should be possible.
Yeah, definitely needs to get the expo down as soon as possible, though. He'll go and freeze it for now. Unfortunately, that freeze is kind of forced early. Maybe he could have held on to that a little bit longer there so we could freeze up the Tesla farm at the same time as he was freezing up the expo. But the Diggy will take the stun there. Ground Skellies. Now would be a good time for invisibility. Get him off of the Ground Skellies. Get him back into action. He'll pop the RC ability. And it does get off there and clears the Teslas. But he leaves up the expo. The Queen takes the final strike at it. And she's on her own. But Itsu, she has an ability. And she could still pull this off. There's a ton of time left on the clock here.
Wait, what? He is turning the king invisible, even though he was...
what? I don't like that.
No way.
I don't like that at all. Why do you do that?
I
Did
think
he just...
Oh.
Oh, why did he make the king invisible? He just should have finished him off there. He realizes his mistake after he did it, but hindsight's 2020. And this war could now tie up. Your Millesime is able to get a triplet response. Oh, Rip, that's painful. He had it. He had it in the bag.
He had it. I mean, he could have used the invisibility before the queen ability, after the queen ability, but not during the queen ability, where the queen was about to take down that defending king. That was, wow, I mean, that was just so unfortunate, but this now means it's getting closer again. I mean, that's more exciting for us, right? If we now see a 3-star from Millesime, we have this match being tied up again for the last 2 attacks going in, like 1 for each team. Which then again is better for us, I guess. I don't think he feels the same way as we, but I don't know. We're a different team on this one then.
Yeah, but that's just an example of the nerves getting to the players here. Like, you're under a lot of pressure here. You're maybe not going to be thinking 100% clear there, because like it is a very difficult thing when you're playing with this many people watching, with this kind of prize pool, with a world championship golden ticket on the line here. Like, that's a lot of pressure, and you're potentially going to have mistakes come out of the players here that you wouldn't have otherwise. And it becomes even more amplified when you put them onto a live stage, which is what they would be playing at if they get to Worlds.
Yeah, that would be even more stressful, most likely. I mean, having the
done
crowd... Yeah, okay, it is way more stressful. Having everyone cheer and stuff, it's always different. Especially, what I think is always really interesting to see is from which places those players are playing. Like, some playing from bed, someone from their... Like, some from their desk, for example, like some of them just hanging around. But having to play on stage is a complete different feeling, let me tell you that. But we have the next attack going in. This time we have the Super Archer Blimp, and we have the Super Barbarians with the Apprentice Warden for the second stage there.
Yeah, using the Warden ability to protect the Blimp and the Balloons, but also making sure that we charge after some defensive headhunters as well. We do have we put our offensive headhunters to take out a hero next to our entry to make sure that we get a hero out of the way. And now the Blimp lands, the Super Archers go invisible, rage up, clone up, and then stay invisible, refreshing it every 4.5 seconds to make sure that we clear out that entire section of the base. And with the CC completely dealt with here, with the Eagle down, with the entire right side of the base there removed, he's got it into a pretty good position here to now push the heroes in the Town Hall. And a lot of times with the Super Archer Blimp into Super Barbarians, we can take the Town Hall down during the hero phase attack there, and so it's not required that we take it during the Super Archer Blimp portion, which is very in contrast to the Lalo and the Electro Titan version of the same attack.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, the option. I feel like just based on having the sneaky goblins to funnel its heroes in, it was never planned to get that town out, which then means everything right now is going to plan for him. And he's not investing too much for the queen to actually get the town out. So this is an intentional smaller dive with then having the king later with those Super Barbarians on the left side to then get the scatter, get the multi-inferno tower, get in general the back end of the base.
I like the extra freeze right there, but he also has the Ice Golem as well, and a lot of support right there. I like the Apprentice Warden. They're working with the Queen Electro Titan, boosting their HP. When he already used his Warden, you got to have a backup Warden, and that's why the Apprentice Warden is such a cool new troop that just came into the game there for Town Hall, 13 through 15. But Alwallen off to a pretty strong push into the left side of the base there. The King leading the charge here, but the Super Barbarians get out in front of him, and the World Champion still on standby. If he gets this defensive King under control, then he's got it under control, and he can have the World Champion clear the rest of the base there. There's tons of troops. This is completely overwhelmed. Alwallen looking to carry this one to another triple, and that means that we go into the final exchange tied. RC ability will easily sweep out the rest of the defenses here.
Yeah, that Roger with her ability, that should be no problem whatsoever. And this is 10 stars to 10 stars. Only the percentage being in favor of Inquisition at this point. Which, well, if they get the 3-star, they should win. If not, then everything is relying on the attack of Millesime. So everything on the line with the last attacks coming in. But this one really, really shake this match up.
looking at the percentages here, we're looking at a 2% on the board, which would translate to 10 buildings in the overall. So that means that we could see, if we have Millesime just perform 10 buildings better, if both teams end up missing, then that would be the overturn of the board there into Millesime's favor. But right now, if one team triples and the other one doesn't, then that locks it in. And if Inquisition triples at all, they will advance in the upper bracket.
That's right. And it's just so important to stay in this upper bracket. Make sure that you're not losing your one life, which everyone has in this type of format, with having the one opportunity to lose one match, but only one. Otherwise, you are out of this bracket, and you don't want to lose that already with your first match playing in the bracket overall. But Inquisition up next, and with them doing the more, I don't know, I would say the traditional attacks, with not going as crazy on the Super Barbarian side. Let's see what they're bringing up, and it's actually... Wait, I have not said anything. They're playing the Super Barbarians as well. Like, what is going on? Like, it's crazy.
Everybody's using Super Barbarians. You get a Super Barbarian. You get a Super Barbarian. You get a Super Barbarian. Everybody breaking them out today. Mark diving in with the Lightning to pair with it and the Queen Charge. So let's see what he can do here. Because if he's going to use up most of his spells on the Lightning, that only leaves him 2 Rages for the Queen Charge. So the Lightning is going to be mainly used in a lot of these attacks to reduce the damage that the Queen would take, to prevent her from ever having to use those extra Rages in the first place, and all the other spells that she would commonly be working with. But right now, she's kind of missed in the entry into the Artillery. He redirects her, and that is a very, very limited amount of spells that he has there, so having to burn one to a redirect there is kind of potentially impactful, and a little bit less protection that he'll have for later on. But I mean, what do we feel like? It's a long push here to the Town Hall if that's what he's planning to get the Town Hall down with the Queen Charge. But if he could use the Blimp, maybe that'd be better.
Yeah, I feel like the Blimp might be better, especially since he has no wall breaks whatsoever. So I think he's just going to charge around this top side. And at the same point, like time, using all of those, it's like half a Lalo as well in this Warden ability now, without the Hound obviously. But now the Rocket Dunes are coming out. He might want to invest some spells right there. The Poison is perfect, and the Blimp is making all the way. Should get the Town Hall.
Queen.
Oh, and the Expert as well, but the Queen is struggling.
Yeah, she's okay here. Got the Town Hall down. Look at these balloons. These balloons are going way further than I would have expected them to. They go all the way to the Warden, and when they die, they're going to leave the Warden maybe in safety right there, or maybe picks up their Rage Tower so it doesn't go off again a little bit later on. Either way, Warden picked up some very good value, and the King deploys at the bottom, and his Queen, while she's used up all of her Rages up there, she's going to get the multi at bare minimum, and then I feel like she's going to go down, but maybe if he could get that area reinforced with some Super Barbarians, he could keep her alive. And I do see Super Barbs dropping across the top of the base there. They are trying to provide that reinforcement, and if they keep this Queen alive and moving, then this has a chance to win the war.
That would be incredible. The Royal Champion trying her best at the bottom side, diving into the base while the King is tanking the Expo. Perfect timing for him. The Rage Tower is gone on the top there. The Rage Tower at the bottom side is reloading. The Owl is trying to take it down. Wait a second, the Queen is going for the wall. Is that good or bad? I mean, time-wise, it's bad.
I don't know.
Power-wise, she's avoiding more damage, I guess.
Yeah, well, the big thing there is she's tanking the scatter shot while she attacks the wall there, and she didn't round north and potentially pull her healers into the scatter shot fire to have them go down. RC ability goes off, and Mark clutches Inquisition, knocking Millesime down to the lower bracket, and another upset. We call that an upset? I think that feels like an upset, but then again, Inquisition came into this match here with one of the highest hit rates out of every team through the Swiss stages, and they rock it right there. It's a triple, and it is a win as they take them down today.
It's just crazy how out of nowhere it feels like the Super Barbarians just became so much popular. Or did you see in the community leagues a lot of that strategy over the week? I know that you're casting a lot of those. Is there anything popping up?
There was that. Something similar to what we just saw there was an attack that I seen Sinthe breaking out there with. He's got some weird new Super Barbarian, a Super Hog mix army that we've been seeing that was actually done very similar to what we just saw. So maybe this one took some inspiration from that, and I don't know. This with the Lalo going in that we saw there, in parallel with the queen charge to go just nuke out that area in the bottom quarter there, and then have the blimp protected to the town hall. That is such a strong setup, and we've been seeing Synthé doing a variation of that a lot lately, and I've never seen anybody else do it. So that was the first time I saw anybody else basically simulate his new approach. And it actually worked out very, very well. But now we get the final attack of the war here. Millesime coming to close it out here as they get ready to go down to the lower bracket. And I guess we'll see who their opponent is going to be down there, as they will go down there and potentially face elimination, because 2 teams are going to be eliminated on day 1 of the Clash Masters playoffs. And right now, they're not in the best spot. But then again, they're going to go down there, and I think Navi's down in the lower bracket as well. So maybe they run into each other. Maybe they get seeded against each other for later on the day.
I mean, that would be something really unexpected, I would say. I mean, having Inquisition and Repotted win, I'm not sure how many would predicted that. Maybe Corbin has, who knows? I mean, kidding. But overall, we have a really solid start for this specific attack. Again, with the Swift Baron stand for the back end. And, I mean, I'm just wondering why we only see that now at this stage, why we have not seen them earlier so much. What exactly has changed that pretty much everyone is running them now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know specifically what changed. Maybe they were just a hidden gem that's been there the whole time, and it's just slowly coming to light there that they are so powerful, as we see more and more of these top players breaking them out more and more often. And oftentimes these metas are established after these high-end pro players start to use these strategies a lot, and then they get featured more and more and more, and then everyone's like, hey, I want to go try that. And then we start to see it even more and more, and that's how almost every single top strategy that we used to never even think was possible emerged onto the esports scene. But I don't know if he has enough to get through this scatter shot and the multis here. It looks like he's dying out here. So it does look like Inquisition will take the win one way or another. And the theme of the day is Super Barbarians, as both teams are breaking them out heavy here, and both teams having some pretty solid success, but also a couple misses here and there puts us at an overall match hit rate of 50%. Very, very solid still. And definitely a crazy, crazy war there for both teams.
I think we can just easily trigger the chat with just saying, well, we have seen Queen Charge, Super Barbarians, and everything. It has worked. And now we have seen the Super Archer Barbarian has not worked. So I think let's just buff the Super Archer to make sure it's going to be in line with the other. So let's just,
Good
I mean,
call.
okay, chat,
Good
go
call.
wild. Carbon, welcome back. I feel like you have Jinx Millesime. What's going on there?
What? I can't jinx Millesime. I went for Inquisition. Finally, my jinx didn't get them, so I joined the ranks of getting at least one of these matches correct, because you never know what's going to be happening. The teams can win. It could be literally any team. They have made it to the stage, and they all deserve it. And what a well-done performance. Inquisition hanging on, and now sending Millesime down to the lower bracket area.
Yeah, and does that mean that our predictions, we're all only able to get one of 3 of our predictions right now? Like, we are, is chat winning? Is chat the one that's winning all the predictions? I don't know who's winning here, or maybe just everybody's thrown off there and the underdogs are taking win after win here. This has been a wild result here so far. I don't think a lot of people expected that a lot of the biggest name teams in Clash have been knocked down already.
Actually, I think the chat is 0 out of 4, 0 out of 3
3
so far.
Good chat.
I think they predicted Millesime, they predicted Navi, and I think the first one. Maybe the
United,
prediction
they
changed,
predicted United.
but they predicted United Gaming, at least when it was shown on the screen. So so far, chat, you can do it better. You can always make sure that you're voting on the Clash Masters YouTube channel and get your voice heard, and make sure that, well, there's going to be the right voting at some point. But let's take a look at the bracket really quick and see what are our next matches. But we see United Gaming GS now versus Chasmac Gaming EA, and the winner is going to face versus Inquisition. We see we have the lower bracket as well, filling up slowly.
Yeah, that lower bracket. Oof, it's gonna be filling up indeed, Eric. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, GS is a returning team who played in last year's World Championship, now playing under the United Gaming banner there. But then again, they GS just recently left the Chasmac org, and so they're kind of playing against their old sister team there. Now they're separated, so I think it's kind of fun there that we end up seeing that. But here's some recap stats of that last matchup here, and it looks like we have there's a pretty decent amount of percentage that was left on the board there between Kingsman and Uryum. Definitely held them back a little bit there. But if Synthé was able to pull off that crazy Town Hall Skelly Donut and pull it through, then maybe that war could have been tied up on stars. That would have been absolutely wild. But in the end, it is Inquisition who ends up pulling through. And even on their misses, their percentages were always in the 90s there. So they've definitely continued their trend of their extremely high hit rates to top the Swiss bracket.
That's right, like having really, really impressive showing overall. And I mean, we have so many good matches, but I feel like if one thing, like out of our prediction attempts, like if that is showing anything, it's like, it's so hard to predict those matches. Those teams are so close, and it's so hard to tell which of those teams are going to win in the end, with like some teams knowing of how strong the Super Barbarians are. Some teams, it feels like, have not used it that much. So maybe they're going to change that then in their next matches. So it's so cool to see everything evolving and the teams adapting on the fly to something completely new meta-wise on offense and defense.
Yeah, and you never know what's going to come. It feels like a lot of these times in these matches in a golden ticket tournament is where they save these metas for this moment. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of the Super Barbs, but it's now time for you to get your predictions in of who you think is going to win this next match. Is it going to be United Gaming GS, or is it going to be a Chasmac Gaming EA? Let us know your thoughts on this next match. We will be giving our thoughts to see if we can get another one correct. But Eric, this is a very strong lineup here for United Gaming GS.
You see a couple of big players there on the right that used to play in Queen Walkers or Navi. I guess a mix of both of those. Sadra and Mori over there, Ogyati and Ryuta, and then the team captain Nairomi. This season, Japanese clan has been around since the dawn of Clash of Clans esports. Mixing around the members there, they are a team that was playing in the World Championship last year, as we mentioned, under the name just GS back then, but they're definitely a powerhouse team there, and definitely one of the big teams to beat here in the competition. And I mean, on the other side, there is no joke as well. On the Chasmac Gaming EA side, you got Yada, Hiroya, Kuma, Hades, and Chiawa. This team has also been actually passing up GS in the power rankings. So across all the community tournaments, they actually rank higher than GS. So they definitely, I think they would actually be the favorite to win it over the team that I played in last year's Worlds. I don't know. That's kind of chat's call. And this is your time to shine, chat. Get your prediction right this time.
Yeah, and I feel like for us, as long as we don't all predict the same team, one of us is going to take the lead in the prediction points. So that's true. That's the next question. We'll start the last time with the prediction. I'm not 100% sure. Was it me or was it
you? So
okay, so back to you.
Back to me. I'm gonna go lead the charge to see if I'm gonna reverse jinx the team. I'm going to United Gaming GS this side because I think they have what it takes. What about you, Eric?
I am leaning towards Chasmac GS because of like I'm gonna go with Chasmac EA in this one here. I think that their performance in the community tournaments has definitely been outshining GS's lately. So I think that they can continue that performance here, and they've definitely adapted well to this meta.
Okay.
I wanted to say Chasmac EA as well, but then again, I saw the prediction of the chat, and knowing that the chat has a 0% prediction rate.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
Now the question is,
don't trust chat.
What am I doing? Do I trust the chat or not? I would go with Chasmac EA. Let's just do the reverse. That's the strategy. That's the strategy. That's the benefit of predicting last. Okay, that's why I can see everything already going. But I mean, it's a close one either way. I feel like with two of us predicting Chasmac EA and two predicting United Gaming GS.
Yeah, I mean, it can go either way. I mean, because Chas predicting United Gaming GS, is that guarantee we already know? We can just fast forward. We know the results. Like that's what it's been for the first 3 matches. But no, we have to play it out. Chat, you're going to have to get one of these right. It's a problem. There's no way you can get all of them wrong, right? That would be very impressive. But it's gonna be, but it is possible. You're telling me there's a chance, right, Eric?
I mean, it sounds like chat's out here jinxing teams like left and right here. So I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see. But this is going to be a good matchup either way here. Both of these teams are very, very evenly matched across the board. And I could definitely see this going either way here. But guys, I mean, this is going to be wild. Good luck. And I mean, have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to jump into the first attack right away. I think it should be on our way. Really, yep, that's where we go. And Carbon, we have our first attack going with the magical 0% hit rate strategy, which is the Queen Charge Super Dragons with a recall spell. Can they make this work? Can Yada make it work?
Well, Yada has really liked to use Super Bowlers before, but he's not bringing that. Bringing the Super Dragons with the recall, but it just has not worked before. Let's see if he can turn it around and get a 3-star. It's not been the Super Barbarians, which we're being seen by many of the teams here in this stage. And there's the recall for this Queen, and sending her on the opposite side so that the Super Dragons go right through this Town Hall.
Yes, right through the Town Hall. You have to be careful, though, with the Invisibility Tower to make sure that it's not going off too early. And, I mean, take a look at the core. Rage Tower surrounded by multi-infrared towers, and we have seen how much damage the multi-infrared tower can deal, even to a tanky troop like a Super Dragon.
With the Super Dragon locking on the Town Hall, taking that down with the nice freeze to prevent the invisibility spell going off, and it makes the Town Hall invisible, but it still goes down. Pops the Warden ability, and now these Super Dragons are going to push their way through, trying to take out these multis, but the Queen, her ability's forced with some Rocket Loons coming out.
Oh, Rocket Loons really messed things up with losing the Queen ability. The King at the top side with the Frosty trying to funnel, and take a look at that. All of the Super Dragons just disappeared in the core. The Rage Tower dealt so much damage, but maybe the Siege Machine, maybe the Slammer, the Super Dragon, which came out of that, can somehow deal with that scatter, and that is huge.
Yeah, with this Queen still making her way up top. We'll have to fix the scoreboard on the side. That's not accurate. That is from a previous match, so don't mind that. As the Queen continues her way up and around with the Royal Champion coming in towards this Monolith, but the Monolith locking on this Queen, taking her down, and not able to get that. And again, the Super Dragons not able to push their way through this space. Unfortunate. It's just the Super Dragons, it's just not the right attack to be using, it looks like here.
Yeah, I don't know. I just hope that we don't see it again. It's like, I don't even know why so many people use it, because apparently it has to work in the tests. But wait a second, is that... Wait, Carbon!
We jinxed it!
But that was good. That was good that we jinxed it in a positive way. So the 0% hit rate is finally on board.
Wow.
Yada is getting it done. This has to be worth 4 stars, by the way. 3 starting with a strategy which has no success rate whatsoever is double impressive.
Like, where did it? The RSC comes out of nowhere and gets it done. Like, you know, a 3-star is a 3-star, and we're helping them 3. You know, it's our jinxing that makes it work. You know, it wasn't the power of the troops. It was the jinxing power of the casters, right? That's the only explanation there that I can think of.
I mean, it has to be for sure. So let's try to jinx this match evenly so both of those teams have a chance of showing their true skill. But this means Chasmac EA starting off with 3 stars. We have said this match should be really close. This match should be, I think, pretty high on the star count in general, since both of those teams are really incredibly good on offense and really flexible with what they're using. And we have the next attack going on with United Gaming GS. Going with the Queen Charge Lalo versus this base.
Yeah, Stadra bringing in a Queen Charge with an early raged balloon so the Queen can get through this King and raged up through a Monolith, which is locked onto her as well. So she can walk around this wall, grab the Monolith, and we don't have a recall. So wherever the Queen goes is where she is deciding to go. You can't pull her back.
Yes, that's right. You can't pull her back indeed, with the Queen trying to play like, I don't know, Monolith is lava or something, trying to avoid it for as long as possible. There's now some black mines hitting those here. What is the Queen? Next play. Oh, you kidding? Next
oh my
goodness. This has been baited incredibly. I mean, at this point, another healer is going down. There's now a Rage Tower versus the Queen. That is really rough. There's 2 healers at this point left alive.
Yeah, no healers to basically make a push through here. There's a poison spell, but this queen is off on her own, and that king getting through the scatter shot here. Oh, not able to, as the queen is trying to get through this poison ability. Force it. She goes down. Oh, rip. Now there's no way we can jinx this into a 3-star at this point.
Challenge accepted. No, but like two more, like both of those sides were baited so much with the black man. So I'm wondering what exactly that was for. If they really predicted the town hall charge, because just from looking at the base, I would not charge the town hall where a monolith and a single Inferno tower is behind. I'm not sure, but we have the red mines popping up. Maybe they predicted a super minion blimp. Who knows? But either way, we have the town hall not activated just yet. Now it's activated finally, but the warden ability is not active anymore.
No more warden ability as the RC, she goes down, and the Eagle artillery with all the multis still up in the core. But unfortunate, I'm thinking he wanted definitely to charge the queen to grab that monolith there, but I don't know where after that he wanted her to go, as a battle drill does open up to the bottom side, trying to get as much percentage here. Unfortunately, Stadra is not going to be able to deliver like Chasmac was able to in their very first attack. So they do have the star elite and a lot of percentage.
Yeah, so an attack or a defense more like this do feel like a 2-star lead, to be honest, because remember, if both of those teams are tying up on stars, the percentage is what counts next. And having such a big defense does typically mean that you're going to win on a draw when it comes down to stars. So, well, the question is, what is Chasmac Gaming EA doing next? If they're 3-star again, United Gaming, they have a rough time ahead of them.
Yeah, that is going to be very difficult, but we've seen crazier comebacks indeed in competitions like this. But a 3-star from Chasmac Gaming EA with a Super Dragon attack, we weren't expecting. Are we going to see more Super Dragons like that? Or will we be seeing some of the Super Barbarian meta coming back? You know, that's the thing. In these competitions, I talked about it, where these are where we learn about different attack strategies. A lot of times they save it for these types of competitions because the golden ticket is on the line. They don't want to reveal it too early. So they want to keep the secrets going in and then come full force. Yeah, teams will be looking at how the other teams did today, and they're still watching them right now going on while we are casting this. So they can adapt and change going into tomorrow, but you can't really do much about the bases, right? It takes a 24-hour cooldown. So whatever bases you've got now is maybe you can make a few changes, but you can't really do all that amount of changes in this short amount of time.
Yeah, I feel like it would be mainly changes to traps, I guess. Not really changes to the layouts overall. But either way, we have the next attack in, and it's going to be a smash attack with the Electro Titans, with the recall spell. I love those type of smash attacks. It's just so fun to do, as well as I'm playing that with the Super Bolus. You have said that you are playing it with the Super Bolus as well, with like some super minion blimps. So it's super versatile, a lot of fun to execute and to like do creative stuff with those. So let's see what he's recalling his queen to.
Yeah, because I'm currently using the Super Bowlers with the recall and super minions inside of my either blimp, Flame Flanger, Log Launcher. In Legends, you could use every single siege machine for different use cases, which is a lot of fun, not gonna lie here. But the Electro Titans are now down. They're gonna make their way into this multi and then try to path their way towards this Eagle artillery, as he can then use, he's got one regular wall breaker, you know, to help to see where the wall breakers are gonna go. Super wall breakers to break through, as he's gonna continue this push all the way to that town hall.
Ooh, I hope the Titans are not having to go through the wall to actually go for the lava hound, but no, perfect. They're actually following the path through the core. The queen though, wait, yeah, the jump did connect. The queen though is not going for the core. Warden ability to catch every single troop and make it invincible. With the Titans now running towards the town, but Carbon, there's just so much damage.
There is a lot of damage as the poison gets launched at the Electro Titans. invis so they can work onto the town hall. Wait, the flame flinger got stuck in a tornado trap. It was spinning around, opens up with a Yeti and a witch down there as the queen continues her way up and around.
Yeah, the queen not going in caused him quite a bit of problems. Royal Champion at the top side trying to engage versus that defending king. Headhunters are in. Everything is in there with the Yetis at the bottom side trying their best. The Ice Golem is tanking nicely, running now in front of that queen. Maybe tanking for the heroes. That would be clutch. And the Diggy stun is incredible. And with that, maybe it's going to be enough. But the Multi-Inferno Tower is staying alive in 30 seconds, Corbin.
30 seconds, the Yeti Witch on the outside is really helping with cleanup as the Raw Champion needs to continue her way to the multi-target Inferno. Taking the Inferno beams, he's smiling. It's looking good with that queen. The Diggy's gonna stun, and we've got a 3-star yet again for Chasmac EA. He is celebrating, and there you go. What an attack here, coming in with the queen charge recall into some Electro Titans.
But what did the baby dragon do to him? That poor little baby dragon getting thrown around. No, really, really great attack. Really nicely done. And I love the fact that we're seeing those recall smashes more and more often. The only thing which surprises me is if you take a look at the use rates of strategies in high legends and like top 200 globally, you see on the #1 spot Electro Dragons. And then on the #2 spot, Super Bonus. Which strategies have we not seen today at all in this competition? E-Dragons and Super Bonus. It's just so confusing to me that the strategies in Legends and those tournaments are not fitting at all, even though the bases are pretty much the same.
I think we saw one E-Dragon attack that came in, I think, from United Gaming. I remember it was an E-Dragon with the Super Minion clone blimp. That was the one time. But, I mean, still, you would expect to see it maybe a little bit more if it's being used that often in Legends and pushing up in Legends. As we're seeing now Morio, who is coming in with the Zap Lalo with a queen charge to the bottom side. And the nice thing is with this lightning spell is he activated and destroyed the defensive rage right off the bat, so he doesn't have to worry about it later.
Yes, nice usage of that battle roll to get the Clan Castle Lure, get that scatter shot out of the way, and then he can charge towards that eagle. But what is the next step? He has no jump, he has no wall breaks, so the queen is just supposed to walk around the base and, I don't know, do a little bit of sightseeing while we have something else then taking down the town hall, because there is no blimp at this stage to take down the town hall, so he's relying on his Lalo to get it.
Is it me, or is that Eagle Artillery like glitched, raged up for the longest time? It keeps raging up. Do you see that rage there, like hovering on the Eagle?
It's
that's
a feature.
That's kind of funny. It should not be raging up there, but it seems to be for some reason. But that queen is continuing her way through. Gonna remove that Eagle Artillery, the multi-target Inferno, as she's gonna continue her way all the way to that left side. As then we will have a Lalo to then move its way through the town hall.
And especially with the spell investment with the lightnings in the beginning, this means typically the attacks are not as quick. So having 1 minute and around about 25 seconds left and still 70% to go does mean that he needs to be quick on time. He has the Lalo now going towards the town hall. But remember, he's relying on those dudes getting the town hall, because there is no second chances, except maybe the Royal Champ, but the tornado trap, I think, was already triggered, or is it still there?
Oh, no, there was... Oh, he just dodged it, or he went around it, but unfortunately... Oh, no, the King of the Queen does go down, but that town hall is still up, so he sends the Royal Champion to try to save the 2-star. Oh, no, but unfortunately, he was not able to take the town hall down with the Lalo.
That was unfortunate. I feel like with yet another below, or maybe he's getting above the 80% mark with the king being alive, but yet another 2-star. It is not looking good for United Gaming GS. And I mean, guys, you need to change something, but the chat is keep predicting. I mean, it's a jinx already if you get predicted by the chat.
It looks like it. What is going on? You guys are not picking the right team. You know, I was thinking that it was going to be a different story here, but with 2-2-stars and 2 triples from Chasmac, it's looking like a one-sided match, but there's plenty of attacks still to come, and you never know what might happen, as it is a good percentage, right? So yeah, yes, it's a 2-star, but it's in the 90s. Keeps any hopes alive because it's a high enough percentage. So now they got to hope for all fails from the rest of Chasmac.
Yeah, and I feel like just based on what we have seen from them so far, I'm not sure if that's likely to happen. I mean, so far, the attacks of Chasmac EA, they were close, but all of them so far have 3-star, and they're up next with their next attack, and we have to see what they're going to bring to the mix. So far, different strategies, different approaches versus the bases, and we have no clue what is going to happen next strategy-wise, attack-wise, whoever is going to attack.
Well, the next strategy is some Hog Riders. 14 Hogs with an Ice Hound right to the bottom side here. Balloons following behind, and then we're going to see a blimp potentially after. Or no, he's just going to look to remove. Yes, okay. So the blimp goes through as the Ice Hound pops. So they can then come with 6 invis for the blimp.
Blizzard.
Yeah.
I think it's actually a Blizzard, just because there can't be really any traps taking down the Super Wizards. And he can reach the Monolith, he can reach the Eagle, he can reach everything from this compartment. This is looking incredible. I feel like that's really what I think is so cool, because Blizzard right now is still incredibly strong. It's risky, but I feel like a lot of people have forgotten about it. And I feel like, especially in matches like these, where you are guaranteed that there can't be any traps, this is really strong. Taking down so much of the base already, and now he has a huge hero dive to go all the way to the Town Hall.
Well done so far, with 2 regular golems to utilize with his heroes. There's the first one, taking this down, continuing this push, and he's just going to path his way all the way around. No wall breakers here for this hero push.
Yeah, he's freezing now because the Queen was targeted by the Expo. He wants to keep that Queen alive for as long as possible. He has the Unicorn on her. Queen going in, following the Titan, following the Golem. And he still has to make sure that the push into the core is guaranteed with all of those walls being open. Remember, he doesn't need to invest a wall break whatsoever. And he even has another Golem. What is this Golem for, Carbon?
Wow. That walls being open is allowing this Queen to then walk around towards this Town Hall, getting the value with the Warden ability going off. Look at the value that he's getting. Now Hogs are going to come over to the right side as that Golem is tanking the Wizard Tower, moving through there.
Oh, Queen has to get the Town Hall. She's in that poison, so attacking slower, but the Town Hall is going down. Ice Golem invested more Hogs to reinforce from the outside, and I think this has to be one of the coolest plans we had so far today. The Royal Champion... Wait, where is she? Yeah, she's at the bottom side, about to take down the multi-Inferno Tower. And this base just got wrecked. I mean, this plan was just different. That was incredible right there.
What a brilliant attack. He's got the freeze there, a skeleton on the king, a couple invis as well, with over 30 seconds in this hit. What a brilliant attack. The Blizzard into... It's not a Blizzard Lalo, it's a Blizzard Hero Smash back at Hogs, you know? It's a totally different style attack, something we have not seen, and it's a brilliant 3-star taking down the base, the perfect attack for that base.
I feel like at this stage, how do you balance those players? I mean, everyone who has played Town Hall 15 so far knows Town Hall 15 is not easy, even though an attack like this makes it look like it's completely unbalanced, super easy, everyone could 3-star. That attack was from a different world, really impressive. Blizzard into hero dive Golem with back-end Golem Riders. That was really, really cool. And now, well, we have said it already, United Gaming, they needed Chasmac to fail. And that did not really work at all.
Yep, it did not happen. Chasmac just kept bringing 3-stars after 3-stars. And that last one was a brilliant one. A really nice use of every single troop, breaking the base down. And hey, that's where it comes down to the walls being open, which makes it so you don't need wall breakers. If you can path your heroes properly, you can just slowly move them throughout it. So now United Gaming GS need 2 3-star out to have any hope, because there's 3 triples and they only have 3 attacks left, which means that's the only way they could tie if Chasmac do fail their next 2 attacks.
That's right. Let's hope that we can see the attack in just a second. But I feel like if you just count how many times the troops just have passed a gap in the wall, and if you replace that with having to wall break every single time, I think it was like 4 or 5 open walls. So let's imagine that you have to bring 4 or even 5 super wall breakers. That is up to 40 housing space. This is one of the 2 golems just gone. You cannot even bring that entire troop. So having those open walls is really, really costing right now the base builders, I feel like, with how all of those bases are set up and how good the players are becoming with pushing their troops in. And we have the next attack alive with the lock launcher already taking a lot of damage. So I don't know if he can get far enough into this space.
He's looking to take out the Eagle Artillery, this multi, but he doesn't open the walls, so he can't get through it. They're just going to go for the wall at this point. And he already invested his Royal Champion in towards that top side. So the Queen ability is forced, Royal Champion's been used, King has been used, and Buddies did not secure the Eagle and or the multi there.
Oh no, the opening again. We're not working as intended for United Gaming. Like, everything is going, I don't know, like complete opposite to what they're hoping for. So really, really not their day. And at this stage, I mean, if this is not 3-starring, the win for Chasmac is pretty much guaranteed. And the thing now is with, well, having to play the elimination match today, no chance.
It's only going to be not... Oh, it's going to be a 1.
Yeah. I mean, at this stage, what I'm trying to say is that they have to reset mentally. I mean, they just have to forget this match that as it would have never happened, because they have to play the elimination match later today. And I think if I have the bracket correctly in my head, I think it might be... Is it going to be versus Millesime? I think so, right? It should be.
Yes, it will
So it's not going to get any easier than this at this stage.
It's not. Yeah, it's not going to be any easier for sure. And if you're wondering what that team will be, it's the new team name of MS Sports. So if you recognize that one, Millesime is who is going to be potentially take it on, unless something crazy happens. Could be United Gaming and GS, because unfortunately the 2 stars and a 1-star and then all triples, Chasmac EA is just really, really bringing it in this match on the offensive side and the defensive side.
Yeah, they're really looking strong. And if I would be Inquisition right now, I would get concerned maybe a little bit, because as it looks like we are going to have later today the match Inquisition versus Chasmac EA, and that's going to be a crazy one, especially though with how Inquisition played in their first match. I mean, that should be a really, really close one. And overall, the matches today have been incredible with back and forth, and this might be so far the by far most one-sided match we just had today in this first round.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to have in these matches, right? In terms of players going all out for it, trying to take the risks, and they know what's on the table. They're trying to go for that golden ticket, because if you play it safe for too many of your attacks, you may get a few 3-stars here and there, but you won't get enough high percentage, right? You need to get those 13-star performances, maybe even 14-star that we saw from Strut coming in earlier. But there's also been a lot of wars, but it's just been a lot of the defensive side, like 11 to 11. And you just never know. These bases are really good. These attackers are really good. But all it takes is one small mistake to cost you in a match.
Yeah, and especially Town 15 is really punishing. If things are going wrong, it's really quickly that they're going wrong really bad. But we have the next attack going, and we have, again, a really crazy, unique attack strategy. Really crazy, unique army composition. And I feel like what he's trying to achieve is trying to clear every single storage, every single collector in front of that town hall, and then going to use the sneaky goblins for the town hall. This is what I guess is going to happen, just based on how the base is set up. Take a look at the army composition, and I think the setup looks really good for that.
Yeah, with this value that he can grab from the whole bottom side, Town Hall goes down, and then that just sets up a Lalo to go straight through the Eagle. But Itsu, notice, where is the defensive spells? Only there's a rage near Town Hall. If that goes down, then really that rage won't really affect anything because there are ground expos around the Town Hall. It won't affect the multi-target Infernos or an Eagle as you would Lalo through.
Ooh, the haste actually boosts the troops inside. Oh wait, some of them went to the bottom side. That town was not going to go down, especially with the raged up bidders. Remember,
no.
Bidders can be raged up, and I mean, this is not the time for Chasmac. Things are going wrong, but the good thing for them, they have a 3-star lead in this match.
Yeah, they got a plenty of lead here, so we can now drop the Stone Slammer. No, he switches up to a Blimp as the Lalo is coming in from that bottom side. Blimps go for the Town Hall. Icehound then goes to the far left side as the balloons look like they're all going to path to the Town Hall at this point.
Yes, everything passes to the to the Town Hall with the Blimp there as well going down. I mean, at the same time, securing the 2nd star now here is totally fine. For, like, obviously you would like to 3-star, but I mean, it should be pretty much done with the 2nd safe star. And take a look at that. There were a lot of red mines. I'm wondering what the red mines were for. Maybe a queen charge or something that we're expecting around this area. But that was a really crazy red mine farm.
Yeah, but hey, you know, a 2-star, and they still have a healthy lead. This would put them to 11 with United Gaming GS only at 5. So no matter what, even at this, if United Gaming GS triple their next 2 attacks, they can only tie. So Chasmac EA is looking fantastic in this match. No worries whatsoever for them. They can just 2-star their next attack even after this, or even just 1-star, and they will take it. So they are totally cool, but obviously you want to try to still get that 3-star. It just takes that 1 tile difference. If he drops Sneaky Goblins a little bit further right, then he would have got all of them to go for the Town Hall.
Yeah, the plan overall looked really, really good. And I think this is still, even though things were going wrong, a good showing for Chasmac EA, because I feel like at this stage on Town 15, what kind of is showing based on the meta at the moment is that so many really unique surges are getting used. It's not anymore like on Town 14, where you're just playing Queen Judge Lalo because you can force it on every single base. It's more like really base dependent with their approaches, with sometimes super barbarians. Okay, a lot of times super barbarians, but otherwise sometimes Blimp, sometimes Lalo, sometimes Hawk Riders, Queen Chargers, Smash, Recall. Like, there's so many options right now you have in your tools, and seeing the pros using them is just really impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive indeed. And a lot of times the biggest question I always get is, you know what? How can I get better at base identification? Well, it's just practice. You just have to practice many different attack strategies. And if you really practice one for a while, then that can help you identify how that attack strategy can work against a certain base. And then you work on another one. You just have to keep playing and try to push your way up through Legends, because you'll get so many different base designs and a lot of meta bases with like box bases and things like that. But as we're seeing Rahuda come in with the Skelly Donut, he is able to successfully remove that whole core there.
Yeah, Clan Castle gone, Eagle gone, and I think it was Bitter Hut as well close by. So a lot of value already from the start. But now the Queen is about... Well, actually, is she really about to take down the tunnel? Because I feel like it's again all about taking down the storages and then the sneaky goblins taking the tunnel.
With 1 invis and 10 sneakies now, this Queen ability can secure at least one of the storages. Will she be able to grab 2? So the sneaky goblins can go directly for this town hall here?
I think they should, if you angle them right, and if they don't go crazy as they just did with the other attack. But first off, the storage needs to go down, and the Queen is right now like, okay, I'm ignoring it all the way. The Warden is there. And remember now, we have a raged up Bitter Hut behind the tunnel. This is factor you should not forget. There's the sneaky goblins coming in. There's the invisibility. Is it going to be enough? Even though the raged up bidders on that town hall, and it is indeed.
Yes, he was able to take that down. And here comes the Lalo now over to the left side with a Stone Slammer flying through. It's about to open up from that Grand Warden hitting. And the Lalo with the Warden is coming straight over this Queen.
Yes, the Royal Champion taking down the multi-inferno tower perfectly. The haste spell is coming in, but there's the Tornado Trap really defending the second multi-inferno tower, and the Royal Champion is not pathing towards that multi-inferno tower. Instead, the Rage Tower is going off, and 2 raged up Ground Expos and the Monolith to face that cool little Royal Champion right there.
That Dragon Riot, though, on the top side was clutch, due getting so much value. That multi going down keeps freezing the Monolith, the Wizard Tower, and some Teslas to keep these balloons pushing through. And this gives as a little hope to United Gaming GS to say, hey, you know what? We can turn it around and we can start bringing 3 stars. Yeah, they're not going to be able to win this match, but they could start bringing more 3 stars in the elimination match, which will be coming later today. But unfortunately, they are going to be way too far out of this. Just a single 1 star is enough for Chasmac EA. But can they keep that going into round 2? Because they still want to close off with a 3 anyways.
Yeah, I feel like closing off with a 3-star is maybe not needed for the match itself, but I feel like going forward with the momentum on your side, especially having to face a strong team like Inquisition in the next round, is always really important that you are on the highest possible level and mindset as well, since this is a really important thing to consider for those pro teams, since everything is so fast-paced that you really need a good mood in your team. And if you're finishing off with a lot of 3 stars, even though if it's not needed for the match, if I don't like 11 stars are needed, it's still a better mood if you finish with 14 stars.
Yeah, absolutely. You're trying to go for the 3 stars because these players that are attacking now at the very end, they've been planning this whole war, right? They get the most time to plan their attacks, while the people who go in at the very beginning, they get only a few minutes to be planning their attacks. So they've been planning for a while, and they still, no matter what attack you do, when you're playing Clash, you still want a 3, even if it's in Legends or in a war, and especially when it's a competition like this with prize money on the line. Granted, it won't have an outcome as long as he gets a percentage in a 1 star, as Hades is coming in with the Zap Lalo, and we're not seeing the super barbs being used here in this war.
That's alright, not too many super barbarians, or at least like the main troop combination of being super barbarians. In general, they're getting used quite a bit as supportive troop, funneling and everything around. But right now, what is he going to try with this one? Trying to go for the multi-inferno tower, but then again having a lot of sneaky goblins for later for that town hall. There is not that much damage on the queen, so she might even get the town hall, right?
Oh yes, just the Archer Tower. The Unicorn is healing up slowly as the King ability does go off, as he does find a Tesla farm early, which is going to be very nice. So his Lalo doesn't have to go through a Tesla farm, but again, looks like he's not sending a Queen for well, the Queen is not going to Town Hall because he's got Sneaky Goblins at least to secure that.
Yeah, I think he could have found her inside, but instead going for the Sneaky Goblins for the Town Hall now, especially when he has them in the armor composition anyways. There's the Tornado Trap, nicely triggered, so it shouldn't be any problem for Sneaky Goblins later on. And now there's another test Sneaky Goblin, making sure that they're going to connect. And there we go. There is the invisibility hitting the Sneaky Goblins. The Town Hall is going down indeed.
Town Hall secured. It gets at least that 1 star, which is enough for Chasmac EA to claim victory. But he's going for the 3 as the Warden is down with the Lalo flying through towards the Monolith and in towards the Eagle Artillery. He doesn't have any ground troops other than Headhunters to move that Lava Hound. So whenever he deploys them, the Hound will run through the core, because typically you want to use the Headhunters under the Warden to use the ability. And here they go, so they can run all the way across to that Queen, as there's a bunch of giant bombs towards that top side.
All of them are getting triggered and avoided. The Rage Tower with that multi-inferno tower, though, they're staying up, but they just keep getting frozen, making sure that they have no chance of fighting back. But now the Rage Tower is going off. The multi-inferno tower is getting boosted up.
Yeah.
Can they defend that? I mean, the inferno towers cannot go down anymore, cannot run out of shots anymore. And that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage coming in. The ward needs to help her secure the multi. Whoa, rip through those balloons. The rage of multi did so much damage. With a few more traps and a wizard tower on the backside, Hades is gonna fall short. But 2 stars is enough. 1 star technically is all he needed, but he is not going to triple this one, which Chasmac Gaming EA is going to finish at 13 stars, which is still a really great performance, which is what you're going to be needing to put up to have a chance to be winning matches like this.
Yes, and sometimes I really wish that there is an opportunity after an attack to see like which defense did how much damage, but this multi-fire tower did some crazy work, taking down, I don't know, like 20 loons or something on its own, really making sure that this defense is holding, but still it's going to be enough with 13 stars overall total. United Gaming Giants, they're up next with their last attack, and as we have said earlier, yes, it doesn't matter for the match itself anymore, like result-wise, but finishing off with a 3-star always feels better, especially if you just have to play another match in like 3 more matches to go then.
Yep, indeed, as there's not too many matches you have to win, technically, if you go from the upper bracket. But the moment you get pushed to the lower bracket, then your journey really begins. It is really difficult to lose the first match and then win out. It's because, especially when you make it to the grand finals, you need to win back-to-back matches because of a bracket reset. So let's see what United Gaming GS can do here, as we know they can't win, as he sends the Blim straight into the multi-target Inferno to help secure that, as he's going to come in with a Skelly Donut into the Lalo attack.
And the mortar shot once, trying to take down the eagle and everything. Another mortar shot is coming in. Is he going to get that eagle? Yes, he's getting that out as well. And the expo... No way. The builder huts. The builder huts are too strong. And they're not even... Wait, they are mixed. Never mind.
Yeah, the builder huts are able to keep that expo from going down, which is very nice when it comes to, let's say you were using a flame flinger, but you're not. No flame flinger in this attack because he already used that blimp for the multi. So as his heroes are going to be coming from the top side, Ice Golem move in front of this queen. There might be a spring trap as this Ice Golem runs past this section. No, so the Ice Golem can make it a little bit deeper and then freeze that scatter shot.
Looking right, running into that town hall, really nicely taking that out, but everything is now inside that town hall poison. I think he wanted to have the Royal Champ going for the multi-fire tower. Right now it's getting tricky. Can he get that? Oh, there's a lot of red mines, which that Phoenix just triggered, and the multi-fire tower is just barely going down.
Yeah, but the problem is the defensive rage spell right in the core, that is not going down, and that's going to be able to come back and rage this whole section up as the Lalo is pushing its way to the right with the Warden assistance. We've got Lava Hound, we got Headhunters all running through. Get ready for the Warden ability to protect. Look at this, protects balloons, protects the Lava Hound, and protects the Headhunters going for that queen.
Yes, everything going for that queen. The queen is down. And now a huge loon wall is just approaching the last couple of defenses. He has 2 more freezes and the haze spell. Can he power this through? 5 more reinforcement loons, which he can use for those wizard towers. And he can use the giant to tank. And that's exactly what he does.
As the balloons are pathing their way through a Tesla farm, we got 2 freezes still to keep these balloons alive. There it is, a perfectly used freeze under the Archer Tower, a Tesla, and an air defense. He can use it again, and he gets the other Archer Tower, and there you go. It does indeed work. The brilliant Warden ability to push his way through, but the nice thing was the defensive spells were not there during the Lalo portion. They were taken out early, and they were not in range of raging up all the rest of those defenses. So United Gaming GS, at least they finished with the 11 stars. So they turned it around. They did get a 1-star, but Chasmac Gaming EA are going to be victorious this one. They had full control of this match, and they stay in the upper bracket here. Itsu.
Yes, and that's just so important to keep your 1 extra life alive for this tournament bracket. And they have to face Inquisition. But that one last match, Eric, did it turn out as you predicted, or what exactly happened there?
Yep, and actually I was looking up stats for Chasmac EA, and they went into that round there with a little bit higher hit rates than I thought they were. I was actually mixing up them and Inquisition on my when I was reading the stats earlier, and so they went into that with a 70% hit rate, and with a 13-star performance there, they actually are going to be up in top 4 right there, maintained. So like that's a very, very strong performance right there, and they are in the top 4 right now because they're moving on to the semifinals. So like it's going exactly to plan here.
Yeah, it is going exactly to plan D. So let's recap this match to show you how the stars were coming in. As we're seeing handful of some triples, but that 1 star, unfortunately, from Nairobi, not able to get at least the 2, which definitely hurt in this one. But we're seeing now for Chasmac Gaming EA, the 3 stars helping a lot to give them the victory. And that's 77, you know, but it's okay. At that point when he got the 2 star, the match was already kind of in the bag. They had it, no worries. So now what I've learned, because now I've got another one wrong because I was going with chat there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait to the very end, even after chat gets the decision. So that I'm going to go from the opposite there and have a chance, because chat is now 0 for 4. 0 for 4, right? Getting every single one. So let's take a look at the bracket and see an updated version here, Eric.
Chat's struggling. Chat's really struggling. But let's see our next matchup here as we go to the upper bracket semifinals. We have Strut and Repotted coming up next here, followed by Inquisition and Chasmac EA. So we got ourselves some crazy matches still to come, and then we still will go down into the lower bracket as well, and we got some crazy matches lined up there as well. So there's nothing but good matches all the way through this whole tournament, because every single one of these teams are phenomenal. But this next one is specifically Strut versus Repotted. I was saying Strut was one of my favorites to get the golden ticket when we were making predictions yesterday on my stream. So definitely excited to see what they can do here, but their opponent's tough as well.
Yeah, I feel like both of them were kind of favorites to get the golden ticket, or get at least really close to that, like into the later stages of the tournament. And them now having to face already in the second round of the upper bracket. It's tough. It's a really, really tough call. And well, Carbon, you said already you're going to go last, right? So I think Eric has to start things off with a prediction. And Chet, you have to make things better this time. So make sure that you're visiting the ClashMSTRS YouTube channel. But before we go into the predictions, a quick look at the rosters of those 2 incredible teams.
Yeah, we've got Strut and Repotted coming in first with the Strut lineup. Asht, Mask, Darstar, Philip, and Rigo Torres. They were looking really strong in their first match, putting up 14 stars against United Gaming. They went 3-0 in the Swiss stage, Eric. They were looking really good. Can they keep it going? But it's going to be a very defensive-heavy opponent.
Absolutely. The team that took down Navi on the other side here, or was it Navi? Yeah, it was.
Yep.
How did I forget? Yeah, I'm trying to block it out of my mind. That's really happening. General X, Mech, Timtastic, Amir, and Timper playing for Repotted Gaming, and they definitely brought some very good bases. But then again, now as they take on Strut, Strut actually, because of that 14-star performance and already right at the top of the boards, they are currently the highest hit rate team in the entire ClashMSTRS tournament so far. So they are top of the boards there. They're in the upper bracket semifinals. They're my favorite to win this competition right now and go for the golden ticket. And they are a former world champion, and they've been to every world championship since their team was created back in 2020. So this team is definitely a very, very impressive team, and I'm kind of rooting for them.
Well, it's time for the predictions.
I think I gave mine right there, didn't I?
Yeah. Who are you picking then?
Oh boy, I gotta go with Strut. I gotta go with Strut. I think they can go back and get some revenge for Navi. You know, like go. See if they can knock him down, and maybe we can get some. Okay, Chad agrees. Chad agrees. That's a bad sign.
That's a bad sign.
That's a really bad sign.
What'd you go with it to?
I mean, I want to say Strut as well, but now I have to reconsider. No, I mean, that would be cheating twice in a row. I won't do that. So I would go with Strut as well. Even though, I'm rooting for Repotted. I mean, I'm chatting with them quite often during streams and stuff like that. So I hope they have a chance. I hope it's going to be a close one, but I just think that Strut overall, like stats-wise, as Eric said, they're just so good at the moment. I think they are defense-wise really on the same level as Repotted, which I think is already an impressive stats on its own. So I feel like just the offense is going to be the difference maker, and I see Strut a bit further ahead on that one.
Well, I'm going with what I'm thinking. Away from chat. I'm going Repotted here. We're going Repotted. So, I mean, chat has been getting it all wrong so far. Will they turn around with this one? I don't know. I'm going Repotted in this next match here. But remember, this is an upper bracket match. So if you lose this, you are still in the competition. It's double elimination playoffs, and you still have a chance at making it to the grand finals and trying to get a golden ticket. Yes, a golden ticket will be given away tomorrow at the end of the streams to see who is going to be the 4th team going to the Clash of Clans World Championship, Eric.
Yeah, and if you don't know, the 3 teams that are already qualified are Navi and Tribe Gaming for the number 1 and 2 seed, and then Gloria Forever off of the Chinese server golden ticket competition, which they commonly go under the name Boom Academy when they play on the international servers. But yeah, they're a very strong team. All 3 of those teams are really good, and it's only one team who's able to join them today. Everybody else is gonna have to try again when they get to the in-game qualifiers, and it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. You got to get it early because that competition is going to be tough as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and especially you have to play just so many matches in that, so it's going to be not easy indeed, but we have Strut versus Repotted. Take it away.
With a Queen charge to start off for Temper. The Queen charge Hog Riders. As we got one little miner, and you're probably wondering at home, why does he have a 1 miner? Well, typically the 1 miner is to go in to help clean up any buildings in a core of a base, which you could see there is a clan castle in there where hogs would just ignore it, and they would have it could come down to time fail issues. So that's why there may just be 1 miner for cleanup purposes.
Absolutely, but he needs to get the rest of the base down to clear the way for that miner to ever arrive in the first place. So here we go. A blimp will sail in to go land on top of the monolith. He freezes the monolith to prevent the damage on the approach there. So can have multiple black air bombs on the drop, and a Yeti bomb gonna come out there. More black air bombs in that area. Definitely this base was seeming to be built to counter like maybe a super archer bomb to travel over that area, but the Yeti bomb was going shallow, and it claims all of its primary targets. And now with the king cutting off the pathing on the left side of the base there, the Queen is going to take that double wall break and get all the way into the town hall area.
What a charge here for the Queen. I guess he doesn't need the miner for the clan castle because the Queen is clearing it, keeping this charge going right on through. If this Queen can grab this town hall, which it looks like she is, and then she steps right on through, there's the ground expo, which is targeted onto her. He could just now send the hogs to the right side, moving from defense to defense.
Definitely need the hogs in for the right side because the multi-inferno right there on that right side could end up targeting the Queen's healers. It's very close to locking onto them right now, but the hogs are on their way in, and the Queen's kind of swinging off to the left a little bit there, keeping her healers at the distance that they need to stay safe, and he will freeze it up there anyways. And the World Champion crosses the channel and will get the stun and will take the multi-inferno down. Queen's healers, though, not out of danger. Look at all the red air bombs going off at the town hall. But they're alive and still moving here, Carbon.
Yeah, those healers, red air bombs,
and they're gone.
And right down they go. But I think he's okay. With the poison lizard now slowing this king down, the Queen is almost full health, so she can keep going around with this RC and her ability. 1 hog and a freeze left, and Temper is starting it off. Look at Eric. There's a mill left in this attack. Wait, is this like an E-Dragon attack? Like, you know, that's usually, those are the fastest attacks in Clash, but this one, what an attack here from Temper. Brilliant hit.
Yeah, 45 seconds to spare there, and Temper gets it on the board here. RPG rocking out the first triple of the war here, and they'll put some pressure over to Strut to start us off here. And like after that last war where it ended up being very defensive against Navi to take that win, that last war ended at 11-11. So this is a strong start here, getting the offensive gear spinning nice and early, and I like it.
Yeah, what a great way to kick this off. Repotted getting that 3-star right where they need it to start off a match against a team like Strut, who got 14 stars in their previous match against United Gaming. Strut is looking to keep it going. They started 3-0 in the Swiss stage. they didn't have to play the second day. They won their first match here, and they're looking to keep that momentum going, and they want to get that golden ticket because Strut has been part of the World Championship for so long. They don't want to stop that streak anytime soon.
Absolutely not. But I mean, they gotta win it. They come into this the same footing as everybody else, and that's what's always really interesting about these golden ticket competitions, and really a lot of Clash of Clans esports in general. Is every team starts through an open qualifier where literally every team that wants to participate in the world starts on the same footing, but we tend to have the same handful of teams outperform everybody else here and arrive over and over and over again. They're not just getting a free spot to get into this stage. They have to earn it the same way that you would too if you're playing from home right now. But here we go, Rico Torres diving in here for Strut's open attack. It is going to be a Yeti bomb. It is under the protection of the ward ability on its way in, but is that as far as he wanted to go with that? He gets the perimeter defense down, the Yeti bomb, able to get everything in the area except for the Eagle Artillery down. And I don't know, that seemed like a pretty heavy investment, and I feel like he needed more out of that Carbon.
Yeah, I would assume so. You would think you would want that Eagle Artillery to go down, especially when you invest a Warden with his ability. Unfortunately, was not able to take all that, as the Queen now is going to charge her way through, and the Eagle Artillery shots are going down now on that King. At least it's not on the Queen, and, you know, at least it's not on that Queen healers, which is the worst thing that can happen when you're doing a Queen charge.
Yeah, but whenever we have the Eagle Artillery activated there, usually these pro players will get their King down to make sure they can keep that Eagle Artillery under control, and it's a good way to do it. You got to make sure that you manage the Eagle Artillery. It's a very, very difficult thing to do, and these pro players are very good at it. That's why they're able to play at this level. But the Queen making her way forward here. We did get the spell towers triggered ahead of her, and she will step in, and Eagle Artillery strikes, they're going to go to her soon, so we can't delay the next phase attack here too long, because the next round is going to her if he doesn't get it moving. And here comes this World Champion, but what are they targeting? It's targeting her. She's going to take a lot of damage here. This is painful, and she goes to ability as she finally locks on and takes it down.
Well, luckily she didn't go down, because she can continue the charge around as it's super barbarians that Riga Torres is bringing to move around from building to defense to the enemy Queen, as that Queen is now tanking the scatter. Oh, never mind. She walks out. She can come back around. Now the question is time.
Yeah, but he's still got a lot of super barbarians there, a lot of protection being granted to the World Champion here, although that ground expo has locked on to her. Her ability should be able to hit a lot of these remaining defenses. If he can hit the expo and get the Tesla there out of the way as well with ability, he's in a good spot, and he does. He gets the stun onto the expo. He pumps his fist. He's got it. Strut not going to let up on their offense. They will continue their offensive streak here into this war as well and start us off tied.
Well done. Riga Torres getting it done for Strut to answer. And this one seems like it's going to go back and forth. The first team to get that fail, which felt like the Town Hall 14 meta, is who's going to lose this match. Really, it might come down to 14-14, 15-14. Who knows what this match, it feels like, is coming.
Yeah, I mean, I predict that both of these teams will probably end at 13. I think 13 is that number where they've both been hitting roughly. I think all the teams that made it through from the Swiss stages were hitting about a 60% to 70% hit rate. I think all of them found themselves right in that range, and I don't think there's any outliers to that. Maybe Millesime was 55% coming out of the Swiss stages. They were on the low end. It was definitely shown that the hit rates need to be really high here, and you need to continue that trend here. But sometimes those 14-star wars are required, and especially as we get to the end of the tournament here and the offense heats up, the pressure heats up, and this is no exception. Semifinals are no joke here, and these teams both came to play today.
They both have delivered, indeed, because we saw Strut taking down United Gaming, forcing them to the low bracket, and then Repotted, they took down Navi. Yes, they sent Navi down to the lower bracket. And it was the question of, will Repotted's defenses stand strong? Well, it got tripled from the first attack of Riga Torres, as now we're seeing the Queen charge Hog Riders coming in with that Queen off to the far right side with a handful of Super Hogs in the mix. We take a look at some air expos by the Eagle, ground expos by this Town Hall. So this Queen, if she can continue this path through, He could then maybe wall break. Oh no, he's going to blimp the scatter and then get the queen moving on towards his eagle.
I like this extra party wizard coming down to pick up the air defense there because the queen wasn't going for it, but a quick reaction there. He's able to correct for that and keep the Helios nice and safe. He engages the defensive queen up top there with his queen. Can take her down before she moves over and has to start fighting the CC troops there. So he's actually sustaining the HP of the queen here very, very nicely. And that blimp was able to land in there and cut the funnel to drive the queen into the Eagle artillery. But you'll notice he has 2 wall breakers here. And right now, I'm not 100% sure where these wall breakers are going to target, but I'm sure he's going to be trying to target the wall breakers onto that battle builder next to the CC so we can get the queen to transition into the town hall. That would be the ideal path here because often with these hog attacks, you can't really push the hogs through the town hall themselves, so you have to get the queen into the area. And here we go. The hogs are, the wall breakers are in and try to make that transition.
Yeah, this wall break now gives him access to the other Era Expo to be able to help secure that, but the hogs are now down, moving their way to the top side. But remember, with these hogs attacks, there's typically no more heal spells being used. It's all about overwhelming with rage spells and the Warden Eternal Tome.
Okay, well, the queen, I don't know what she's going to do from here. He's still holding that extra wall, right? The queen hugs the walls there. The hogs are moving into the town hall. They're going to take a lot of damage right there. He's got the damage onto the town hall, but it's taking a while to go down, and he has to freeze it again. RC building goes off there. Doesn't hit that last strike at the town hall. Goes invisible. Queen is trying her hardest to get through the wall, but he's going to have very few troops surviving here, Carbon. I'm not 100% sure if he can handle the backside of the base or not, but he's going to try to preserve his RC's HP.
Yeah, he's got a rage.
Right?
That rage will be clutch. A few more hogs can be used around. There's the queen ability taking out the defensive RC. Hog gets into the scatter shot radius. The Warden sniping it, but the enemy world champion's not going down because the queen went for something else. Where's the row? He's raging up the Warden, which snipes the scatter.
Wow, that gives him a chance. He's got the cleanup movement. The hogs are all... Oh, they missed the archer tower down south, so he ends up trying again. The queen can reach all the rest of the defenses. He's got the defenses under control. He just needs to beat the clock now, Carbon.
Oh boy, he's got to use these troops. He's got a wall breaker. He's got a party wizard, which can help out so much. The queen's going down. 14 seconds. Get your troops down. He's waiting. He's trying to get every single one in time, and down goes the defenses, and it's a 3-star. Taking down Ash Space and putting another one on the board against Strut.
That was impressive. That was very, very impressive management on the backside. I didn't think he was going to make it there, but yeah, really good management of the last couple of troops there. He had to wait for the queen to get into position and tank at least one of those backside defenses, so the last couple of light troops that he had could power his last archer tower. And so very good patience on the back end and very good management of the last couple of resources, especially that last rage onto the Warden. That was clutch right there to get the scatter shot down.
Absolutely able to just barely get through. And the thing that these players do is they're hanging on to a few hog riders for the end, not sending every single one in with that Warden. It's those back end hogs that are making the difference. And if he didn't have them, those hogs would have died and he would not have been able to have those defenses go down and get that value. So very smart use of saving onto that, as now Mask is in and he's bringing a hog attack. And notice we got a couple regular wall breakers, but Eric, wait, there's regular wall breakers and no super wall breakers because he's taking super hogs and sneaky goblins. Typically, if you have like 1 to 2 regular wall breakers, it's to test where the super wall breakers will go, but that's not the case.
Yeah, but there's not even enough wall breakers to open up a wall unless they're outside of a ring. You need 3 wall breakers to hit a wall. If it's regular wall breakers, to even get a max wall open. So, the queen chases the world champion. She dives deep into that compartment there as the world champion goes north to the king. But the healer stays safe, so he's okay. He's okay. I panicked there for a moment, but he seems to still have it under control. King and the queen are gonna work in the same compartment here. I'm not sure how I feel about them being in the same spot there, and that could be a little problem if he didn't want his queen to be there.
He wanted to rage invis the wall breakers for the queen there. But unfortunately, they didn't path exactly where he was hoping for them to go. So he was actually looking to have the wall breakers open the wall just under a rage spell.
Yeah, you got the walls open anyways. The Yetis and the Queen all attack the same wall there. She'll step through. She'll finish out the last super minion. And then he can take the Town Hall down. But in the meantime, the Queen taking heavy fire there. And she pops her ability. That's a bad sign because they transferred all the defenses to her healers. And they're going not down. They're alive. The Eagle Artillery Strike missed the healers there, Carbon.
Hello? They say, okay, well, the Queen's gone anyway, so the healers are now transferring to help the Hog Riders making their way through. But look at this. He's got a few, not too many, only 2 hogs on the backside using skeleton spells to provide the distraction. It's going to come down to his Raw Champion making his way through, as at least that back-end rage spell has worn off and is gone, but it's slowly coming back.
There comes a wave of headhunters in from the top of the base. They're going to cross through with the hogs. He's still got the poison lizard as well, so we can potentially get past that defensive queen. But he's taking a lot of damage right there. He uses the freeze, also getting double duty out of that. Able to get the multi-inferno lockdown as well. But I feel like he needs to pop a second freeze right there. But I mean, it's kind of like if you do it there, then you're not going to have one for the last inferno. But if you don't do it, you're going to lose everything. And you're never going to make it to the last Inferno. He does end up holding it, though. He still has some belief that he can get through the very, very end of the pathing. But if he doesn't find a way to get past this defensive king, then it's going to leave the lead into Repotted Gaming's favor. And I don't know. I'm skeptical right now. I think this king is going to be way too much here combined with that multi.
Way too much and not enough time here. That king is going to do his job of defending and providing the distraction. So we got our first defense here. Mech holding strong. This is exactly what they are hoping for, but it's in the 90s. And if you're going to fail, you got to be in the 90s to be able to have that chance to have the percentage win if it comes down to a tiebreaker on stars.
Yeah, but we were saying, I was saying that Strut's the favorite to win this, so to see them fall behind here is a little bit unexpected, but then Repotted Gaming, they definitely came out swinging today. 2 triples on the board out of the gate. They are definitely playing well into this match here, and it's a stark difference from the previous match there when they played against Navi, even though they were picking up big defenses in that, but they continue to pick up defenses in this war, and we are talking about how strong their defenses are and how a lot of times that ends up being what carries them, and it's just proven to be the deciding factor for this portion of the war so far on this as well.
Absolutely. Repotted Gaming is looking very strong here to start, not only from their first victory over Navi, but now with the back-to-back 2 stars, they are looking to keep that momentum coming in as it's now General X's turn, and oh boy, it's the Queen Charge Recall Super Dragons. Here we go with the Queen down into this air defense. You know, when they think the Super Dragons are working, they're going to continue with it, but we just haven't seen really as much success as any other strategy at Tunnel 15.
Yeah, it is a pretty simple strategy, though, and it does work occasionally, but it's all about making sure that the funnel is very, very tight. You have to make sure that you have a very narrow lane to shoot those Super Dragons into the core of the base where they're not going to divert out. They have a couple of key targets they need to take down. You'll have the blimp to support them when they get in there, but the key targets would be the CC, the Eagle Artillery, the Town Hall, and ideally the Expos around them. But if he could somehow get him to survive and get to the defensive Queen on the backside of the base there, then that would be ideal. But he does seem to have a bunch of super barbarians, so he can probably handle that. So if he can at least at a bare minimum wipe out the block of defenses around the CC, then he should be okay here.
Let's see if these Super Dragons can path their way to the Eagle, but the problem is that Tesla's popping up downside will cause a bunch of the Super Dragons to all run down there. At least he did secure the sweeper's pushing him, but the Town Hall was secure. The Queen is pathing your way to go for the Monolith, and 1 Super Dragon can help secure the Eagle.
He's going to go ahead and protect it. He makes it invisible. The Queen gets to freeze into the Monolith as she engages up there. And Ground Skelly stole her up there, but she does... Queen's in trouble there. She doesn't have her ability. No, she does. Okay, I looked at the bar there. At the same time, she popped it and it disappeared. But he does wipe out the core of the base there. The Queen does end up surviving. And now the question is, can he get past this defensive Queen to the backside?
Yeah, with the Super Dragons removing the high value targets of the Eagle and that back end multi. Now he decides to send the World Champion into the defensive rage so it doesn't come back, and he can take out the Air Expo and multi with his RC. As down goes the Rage Spell Tower, freezes up the multi because he wants the investment to have the World Champion continue their way through. The Super Barbarians are going through, but the Queen did die, and the King, no, the enemy Queen stepped in that compartment.
No.
Oh no.
All
Headhunters
right, well,
died.
maybe, yeah, that's a problem. I don't know how he gets that queen down. She's
Wow.
hiding from, she's sitting right next to him, and he can't get to her, and he attacks the wall, and he wastes all of his value right there, but maybe he can still get this. He's got a bunch of super barbs down south. The Phoenix is keeping distracted. He might be able to just clear all the buildings here and never have to fight the queen at all.
Yeah, don't go for the Queen. Don't go for the Queen. Oh, wait,
He's gonna get her. Oh, he's got it. What?
Wow.
Oh, he's going crazy on the camera. You seeing this down there? He's going nuts. He knows he's got it.
Oh.
Wow.
Whew. He got the 3-star General X, adding another one to the board against Strut, taking down Philip's base. That Queen did all her best to prevent General X from taking down the base, but he was able to hang on for dear life. And a Queen charge recall Super Dragons actually working? That is mind-blowing.
I like it with the Super Barbarians in the backside of the base there, because a lot of times, like we said, if the Super Dragons can get those very critical buildings in the very middle of the base there, like we mentioned, and then you have some support into the backside, usually that's where that attack struggles, is what's left after the Super Dragons are done. And if they just get their minimum value, then the Super Barbarians reinforcing the backside, giving lots of damage output, lots of tanking value, and lots of distraction to keep your hero safe. And they did end up getting it through. So now the pressure's over to Strut as we dive in with looks like some kind of a clone bomb Inferno Dragon Rider attack here. Rocket balloons down south here, pick up the air defense, and Yeti over the left side here, going to go after the other air defense. So maybe just creating a lane right there to attack onto the flank there, but he will face a little bit of sweeper there if he goes in from that left side through the Queen.
He does clear this Archer Tower with the balloon. Well done there. And the Yeti might grab the air defense perfectly.
Nice.
Well done. So now he set that funnel up for the Inferno Dragons to move right through the Queen, through the side of the space, and towards that Town Hall.
Blimp will be protected on the approach into the base there, using the ward ability to protect all the Inferno Dragons, making sure that they're tightly together there, and then protecting every single one of them. But once he gets to the core of the base here, he's got a bunch of spells that he can use to protect himself. Out of the defensive CC, we see Headhunters and Super Minions, and I think that's a full pull already, so that building's not very important anymore. If he can focus spells onto getting the area around the Eagle Artillery and the Monolith, then that would be more important, but he can't skip that multi that is right next to the CC. If he gets that area out, he can then coast his way into an Expo, and we'll see what survives and see what the base looks like into the World Champion.
He's trying to clear these multis with the Inferno Dragons, but the multis just shredding those Inferno Dragons in the core as his heroes are continuing their way up, forced to send the World Champion into the Eagle and towards that multi next to it, as it's just his Queen and RC left to run around this base.
That is not enough value out of the Inferno Dragons, but he's not going to give up body. He'll pop the Queen ability and get past the defensive World Champion, giving his World Champion a little bit of cover there when she arrives, but she's taking a lot of damage here. And this Expo over on the right corner of the base there locks on, and that combined with Cannon and Scatter Shot Fire end up taking her down. He's just got to gather up the percentage from here. It's not a good spot here for Strut to be in. RPG is completely shutting them down. It feels like what we saw them shutting down against Navi. Like, it feels like a full repeat of that war on defense here as they step up their offense, but their defenses continue to hold. RPG definitely came prepared today.
RPG, the defenses are strong. I'm taking some screenshots. I'm taking some notes. I'm going to need them for sure, as this is a very strong defense. Only a 76% 2-star, and that is exactly what RPG is looking for. Repotted, fantastic defense. Unfortunately, falling short there for Philip and Strut. They're going to have to triple out and hope that they get the defenses against them.
Yeah, and they're going to need some decent percentage defenses as well, because even all the, like, you gotta get percentages that are gonna match the misses there from Strut.
Yeah.
So that last one specifically is very low, so that's going to leave a lot of percentage on the board, and that's going to make it very difficult for the comeback here for Strut. So they're going to really, really bank on their defenses holding here, and then you just got to hope that their last couple of attackers can pull through. I think one of them is going to be Dark Star, right? Dark Star was...
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think Dark Star is coming up here, and Dark Star last month was the highest hit rate player in the world. Ooh. Over the course of... I think Itsu was saying it earlier, he was pushing over 70. I think the chart said he was 76% hit rate over the course of over 50 wars, which is absolutely mind-blowing to hold that kind of a hit rate for that long. But he specializes in that zap into Lalo attack, and we've seen the RPG bases already hold up against those when Stars was trying to use it. So I don't know, maybe they came prepared to stop that. Maybe they could have the same style bases that look like they're susceptible to it, but then shut it down anyways. And they could definitely see a hold there again. I don't know. I don't know what to expect here because they're going to bring all fresh bases for this match.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know what to expect either because they have been super strong and the defensive side has been just throwing us up for loops. And you never know what you're going to be getting faced up against here. But remember, this is the upper bracket between these teams as the next attack is in. Mac is bringing himself the Queen Charge Hog Riders with the Yeti off to the left a little bit and that Queen down south. And Eric, is he going to stick with a wall wrecker? I would assume he's going to change that, right?
Maybe, but then again, if he's just trying to set a funnel for the Queen, he could dive a wall wrecker in and basically do a Yeti bomb out of it, because with a Yeti out there in front tanking for a moment, and then the wall wrecker basically just going to do the same thing as a blimp would do to the same spot, but not having to worry about black arrow bombs is a very big deal here, Carbon.
It is, as the wall wrecker does have a lot of health. It did get like the health boost a little whiles ago, but the Yetis did come out, but not grabbing the ground expo. But the Yeti's like, all right, I'll go back, but it's probably not. Wait, the Yeti's back on track, but can the Yeti grab the expo?
Yes!
Oh.
All right, yeah, Yeti's just all over the place there, but they do get their primary target. They get that expo down, and it was doing a lot of damage there on the Queen while it was raised up, and she almost went to ability there, so very good management. And kind of a lucky break right there. The Yetis were not cooperating, but then they ultimately did in the end, but he's got a wall break, and he can transition the Queen forward here. But I don't know if that's what the plan is. He's got an opening, so he could round all the way around and go to the monolith before he goes to the town hall, and I don't know if he's going to be able to beat the clock here if he waits that long, because he kind of needs to get the next phase of the attack moving, and that would potentially activate the town hall as he rounds around and put his healers into danger. So he's kind of in a tough spot here, I feel like, but we'll see how he manages it.
But this one balloon can pull a poison spell, which is nice as the Queen can loop her way around to the town hall. But notice, the hogs are coming in. He's got to go through two different bomb towers.
Did you see all the red air bombs that just went off on the King's Phoenix right in front of the Queen's healers? That just saved every single one of those healers. It was a red air bomb farm, but now the hogs coming across the left side of the base there with the Road Champion, with the rage of his own, countering the rage that is on defense, and a skeleton spell protecting him through. This Queen's alive. She should not be, because that King with his Phoenix came in absolute clutch right there to clear traps and clear the way.
And it's about to have hogs raining from the top side, moving around, and Mech not only gets a 2, but he adds yet another 3-star here for Repotted. And what an offensive performance here so far. And they are just looking to be on another level here in the double elimination playoffs of the Clash Masters.
So stoic as well, just barely cracking a smile down there. He knows what he did. He knows exactly what he's done there. Yep. What an absolute animal right there, getting a 4th triple on the board against Strut. They're going for a perfect war here, and if they don't get a 1-star, then Strut's chances are going to be wrapped up here, and they're going to be sent a packet down to the lower bracket and try to face one of the survivors who survived today and potentially move on to tomorrow. So like that's a rough war here for Strut, and it's not that they're not performing decently well. It's just that Repotted is just outperforming them by so much that they set that bar so high that they're not really giving them a chance right now.
Exactly. It is so difficult to be taken on Repotted's bases. They're just on another level. But Strut, you got to triple all these final attacks, but it doesn't really matter at this point really, because can you stop Repotted? Because they're just looking to get another triple to keep it going. But here it is. You talked about Dark Star. You talked about his hit rate, how he's been one of the strongest players here in the Clash competitive scene. As we're seeing him taking out the Clan Castle, or at least attempting to. Yes, and the Expos.
Nice, and very similar to what you see with a lightning attack here. We take out the Expos, and then we can charge the Kill Squad in to go deal with some of the multi-infernos. So very similar to the Zap into Kill Squad Lalo that we typically do, but when we see an opportunity to do a Skelly Donut instead, then you can swap out the Lightning and go for the higher value if the buildings are lined up correctly to fit the invisibility right. And he is able to spot that, and now his arrows are going to be under significantly less damage without having to worry about two raised up Expos and the CC troop coming out to intercept him. And that makes so that he can get the same value that we would typically see with a wall wrecker, but doing it without a siege machine invested at all. And that's going to free up the siege machine for the other half of the base. And that is enormous value right here.
Some fantastic value as the Royal Champion's getting right through the Siege Artillery. She's going to grab that multi-ability is forced and takes out a sweeper and makes her invisible so the poison's not launched just yet, so she can secure that multi. And there's the poison, so it won't be affecting his Lalo.
Just icing on the cake at this point here. He's completely ripping this base to shreds. I can't imagine this would fail at this point here. He'll have that blimp go secure the town hall. He's got a rage that he can use to take the town hall down. Doesn't have to worry about a CC pull because he already destroyed the CC outright. He easily takes that down using a Yeti bomb rather than going with the air CC, because why not? You have the opportunity at this point here. Swarm balloons into the backside, and even has an extra dragon rider to go into the top and tank the scatter shot and make sure that that splash damage defense isn't striking to the packs of balloons. It's completely overwhelmed. There are tons of balloons left over, and Dark Star continues his reign of terror. But unfortunately for Strut, it might be too little too late.
Yeah, because a 1-star that would come in from Repotted would put them to 13, which pretty much could just seal the deal because of the percentage side that they have. But a 2-star is also a guaranteed victory for Repotted, as we have final 2 attacks to come in this match. As remember, this is a upper bracket match. So if you lose this match, you're going down to the lower bracket, and that is where you are at risk of elimination. But these teams that are in the upper bracket match, which is looking like Repotted has won this one, don't know just yet, but if they do, all Repotted needs to win is 2 more matches to get a golden ticket. That's kind of crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, they're right on the verge there, right on the verge of making it through to the World Finals, and that would be their second appearance. They made it last year. They rocked it up there, and I forgot what place they made it there in last year's Worlds. I actually have it right here. Let me see what their placement was. Looks like last year, Repotted Gaming was tied for 5th and 6th place in the World Championship with the team that is now, or was Space Station Gaming at the time, and is now Clash Champs. So that's the level that they're playing on, and that's potentially they can get up there and then exceed it this year. I don't know. Let's see if they can get there first, though, because they still have to lock in this win. They need to run a safe 2-star, and they've had plenty of time to think about exactly how to make sure this is as safe as possible.
Yeah, they're going to be giving it their best effort. That is for sure, because they just have to focus on the next 2 wars after that one. But if Strut is going down to the lower bracket, there is some crazy teams waiting for them down there. Just to think about down the lower bracket, United Gaming, Navi, we've got now also Strut and a team that was formerly known as MS Esports. Oh boy, that is just going to be a run through a gauntlet down there. So good luck, but Timtastic, all you need is the 2 stars.
Diving in with a recall queen charge, Flameflinger off to the far left side of the base there. The queen recalls and then redeploys to the right side and creates a lane for the dragons to go right towards the town hall. It doesn't get much more safe than this, Carbon. He's not going to take any risk, and he definitely should not when his team is in this position. But then again, we have seen Super Dragon still get the triple here, so he could still potentially pull off a perfect war, but he's not going to take any risk whatsoever to making sure this is at a bare minimum a 2-star.
Absolutely. You want to make sure that town hall goes down, so why not just send the Super Dragons right on into it to ensure that it goes down while the Queen is grabbing percentage, Flame Flinger's grabbing percentage on that side, and then still has his King to use.
Absolutely, the King can be used with World Champion later on because he's using a Queen charge, so he doesn't need the King out in front of the Queen protecting her, and he can repurpose that, but looks like it is a group of Headhunters coming out of the defensive CC. Pretty light outside of that. There's probably a lot of heavy tanky troops waiting inside of there, so it's the Super Dragons get cut off by the Queen and get forced back into the middle of the base there, and they take, oh, nope, they're not going that way, so the CC still going to potentially have to be dealt with, but there it is. He's past the 50% there. He locks in the win. They are moving to the upper bracket finals, and they're 2 rounds away from continuing to go to the World Championship and claim that golden ticket. So Repotted definitely came to play today, and they dominated this match. But he still has a chance to triple this if he can find a way to deal with the CC right now. He drops in a super bar, but he's going to try to pull it and get over to the Queen to clear away here for his World Champion.
Oh, and he pulls the poison spell, which is nice. Sends the Ice Golem to the far left side. Queen is now going to have to deal with this Lava Hound. He can send the RC in towards that multi, the poisons, as they are right there. And he's going to stun the defensive range so it doesn't go off, as the super barbs are then going to be used around this base.
I like the skeleton spell there. Going to go in and get the Monolith disabled as the King makes his approach there. All the Barbarians that arrived there first that I thought were going to provide a shield and end up getting hit by a giant bomb, but he still has an RC ability. He'll pop it right there. He's got an invisibility on top of that, reduces the damage. Queen ends up surviving after her healers mostly went down there, but the fact that he's taken the Eagle Artillery Strikes the entire, nearly the entire attack here, and still coming out this far here, he's not going to make it on time. But it's still going to be a high percentage and 14 stars on the board. And that might boost them to overtake Strut in the overall hit rates throughout the entire tournament so far.
Well done, Tintastic, getting not only the 2-star needed, but also the victory here to advance them to the next round in the upper bracket of the Clash Masters Gold. Well done. We got one more attack that's going to come in from Strut to still see how they can do, but it won't have any influence on their performance. Sometimes you do best of 2 matches where the stars still carry over, but in these, it's all about you getting a win, and then each match is unique.
Yeah, exactly. Reset, get shade. That's what you got to do, though. If you're Strut right now, you take that loss, or any of the teams take a loss here, you gotta not let that get in your head. You gotta shake it off there, and you gotta go fresh in the next match here. You saw that Repotted. You saw that when they went to that last match there, they only put up 11 stars against Navi, and then they come out here, they shake off the misses, even though they may potentially have gotten a little bit lucky there because Navi wasn't able to pump out the offense that they usually can. But they came out here, they shook off that, and they came out and put up 14 stars. So stellar performance right there. And that might set them up there to get to Worlds again. So they're very close. Strut's going to have to play through a couple extra matches in the lower bracket and fight their way back, though.
Wow, look at that value that Ash is taking out. The whole core of this base, taking out Expos, taking out both Rage, Multis, the Eagle. Holy, the value that he got here. Now it's going to come down with Super Barbs and his heroes to run through the rest of the base.
Not only that, but most of the area that he cleared out here included the battle builders, and so he's getting very little damage that is being repaired. Like the town hall that took some damage there, it is not going to be close enough to any of the battle builders because they all died around it, so it's going to stay weak, and it'll definitely make that approach a lot easier. But he's going to reinforce with Super Barbarians, and that's the biggest thing with these Super Barbarian attacks here. The Super Barbarians don't need to go deep in the base there, but their goal is to go in just ahead of the heroes, right before the main force of heroes gets targeted, and be able to get the tanking on the defenses and distract them to preserve the HP of the Queen specifically. And you want to make sure she's never taking more damage than her Unicorn can heal up, and that will keep her alive all the way deep into the base here.
Absolutely, as the Queen looping her way back down to the bottom side. She needs to eventually path her way into the tunnel. Look at the bowler. One little bowler bounce for the hero platform to help with funneling.
I like that. Now the Queen, with her ability and attack there, can go in there and take the Town Hall down and get the Multi-Inferno down. And the King, with his ability still intact there, should be able to go and handle the defensive World Champion. And if she's out of the way, with 20, count them, 20 more Super Barbarians on standby, the World Champion should have no problem clearing out the rest of the base here. So still, you gotta hand it to Strut, even though they're taking this loss. A 13-star performance here is right in line with where they need to be to take most wins, but not today, not against Repotted Gaming.
Jeez, how many Super Barbarians he had left. That's why the Super Archer blimps are so valuable. Not even take out the Town Hall, but if you can land that blimp in a section where there's no giant bombs and you can try to be safe, then the value can be there. But let's give a congrats to Repotted Gaming advancing in the upper bracket, which, Eric, now means that the prediction for chat is now 0 for 5, and you should have gone to the other side. Welcome you back, Itsu. What was your thoughts there?
I mean, chat need to step it up, but overall, I think Repotted Gaming really happy with that match, especially yesterday. General X and Mac told me in the chat that they feel like their defense is looking solid, but they would like to win matches on offense. And I feel like that was exactly this match. So they were having solid defenses, but as well, they won the match in the end on offense with getting 14 stars and even like a 95% 2-star in the end. So really, really strong showing by them and really showing that they are one of the favorites for taking this golden ticket.
Yes, indeed. They are absolutely one of the favorites for sure. We'll take a look at the match recaps for this one here, as we've got Strut coming in with some 3 stars. But to think that 13's not enough, Eric, that is just, whew, that's like a gut punch.
Yeah, that's rough. That's crazy. 13 stars wins a lot of wars out there. But then again, when you're down to these top 8 teams, remember, every single one of these 8 teams were pushing 60% plus hit rates, and so this is just the average, and that's insane to think about there, because Town 15 is so incredibly hard. But then again, Repotted Gaming playing above the average, and that's what you need to do to get the World Championship and win this competition. So it definitely makes sense there. And once again, I mean, I knew that I was going to be in trouble there when chat said Strut and I said Strut, and now I'm down on predictions now. You jinxed it, chat. You did it again.
Oh, boy. But this is going to be a great matchup to come here, Itsu.
It is a great matchup indeed. And I mean, again, get ready, chat. You can vote on the Clash Masters YouTube channel. Make sure that you're joining the poll right there. And make sure that the jinxing is stopping, because you need to get your first match right. I mean, we have at least some matches right. We don't have the highest success rate, but at least higher than 0%.
At least the
so
chat,
that is
0%.
Something positive.
That is for sure. Over 5. Chat's got to get something turned around. So how much do we each have right? I think I've got 2 right. And you guys all, everyone's got 2? Okay. So we're all like... oh wait, it's just got 3 right. Okay, maybe. Well, either way, that's we're really close here. So when it comes to this next match, all of you in chat, it's time to get your predictions. Inquisition or Chasmac Gaming EA. Make sure you guys are letting us know who you want to predict right now. If you're on YouTube, you can click on the poll, or if you're any other platform, make sure you let us know in the chat. We'll be taking a look to help influence our decisions here. So we're going to be thinking about it. We may wait till the chat comes in with their decision before we make our decisions here. but the lineups of these next teams here, let's take a look at Inquisition here, Eric.
Inquisition back on the field here. Stefan, Simone, Mark, Einstein, and Fabian. This team pushing about, what was the score in the last war? Did they get 13?
13. Yes.
13, which is actually exactly matching their previous hit rate there. So they are sustaining the 13 stars there, and they are exactly 60% on their overall hit rates for this entire tournament, which is very impressive. Wow. But on the other side there, Chasmac EA is pushing a 67% hit rate overall in the tournament right now. So that is a little bit up there. Like they're teetering between the 13 and 14 star wars. I would say that they're the one that would be, by the stats, the favorite to win this right now.
Now the question is, are the stats right? I feel like the stats so far have betrayed us quite a couple of times in today's matches. With, well, having maybe some underdogs performing even better on the big stage. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much we can trust the stats, but I feel like with the predictions, do I have to go first?
I think you're
so,
up now.
right?
Yeah, you're up.
Eric went first last time. Okay,
Yeah.
so I feel okay at this point. Don't watch the screen. So even if the predictions pop
I'm
up,
not
I'm
looking.
not getting influenced.
Yeah,
I'm not getting influenced by the chat.
yeah.
I am going with. Well, that's hard. I mean, I
Ooh,
would
who you gonna
go
go with?
with Inquisition. I think.
Okay. I am going to go also with Inquisition as well. What about you, Eric?
Okay, you said stats were wrong, but I think we were going against the stats in the previous
Oh.
one. We were going after like the record of previous tournaments more. So I think we were letting that sway us too much there. I'm going pure stats on this one here. I'm going Chasmac EA.
Okay, well, one of them Chad's pick. Now we're all just curious. Drum roll.
Everyone.
Who did Chad pick in this prediction? Which means they're probably going to be wrong. And oh no,
No.
it's Inquisition. Are we going to be wrong? Oh. Is Chad
Chad's
going
gonna be wrong again.
Is Chad going to go 0-6 or are they going to go 1-5? Well, I guess we'll have to find out very soon here. It's clear. 51%. So I guess it can go either way when it comes to chat, Eric.
That's funny. All right. Well, you came close either way. No matter what, you were.
Yeah.
Imagine if they got a 50% exactly, then they put up those symbols and.
Yeah.
But it's an even split there. But then again, I agree with you. I agree. I think this is a dead even match here, as far as history of the teams combined with the stats and their performance through this tournament here. I think this is as even as matchups as you can get.
Yep.
Yeah, I think both teams have shown really high highs, and I think especially what always convinces me with Inquisition is their way on how they actually got to this stage. I mean, they have beaten in the Swiss stage first Tribe, I think then ClashMSTRS to actually get to this playoff stage, which were two of the favorites for the overall tournament, right? Like Tribe Gaming already having the golden ticket, there were still quite a lot of people predicted to finish really high within this tournament, and then ClashMSTRS not having the golden ticket just yet. It's like one of the favorites to actually get the golden ticket with how they have performed recently. And knocking those two teams out of the tournament is not easy. I mean, that's for sure. So I think that kind of convinces me on this one. But as Eric said, it's pretty close. And I think the chat voting showed it as well, like 51%.
Yeah.
They can't really decide either. And Carbon, we have our first attack with the Super Barbarians.
All right, here we go. Chasmac EA versus Inquisition underway here. Heroya started us off here with, it looks like a Super Barbarian and a Super Archer blimp. The Super Barge dropping in to clone up, rage up, go invisible, and secure the Town Hall takedown. But it's pretty close to the edge of the base there, so I don't know how much of the base he's going to clear here with that, and that's going to leave up a lot deep in the core there.
Yeah, the Monolith staying alive is always a big problem, especially with the back-end Roy champion. But he might be able to get that. Wow, even getting that Inferno Tower out of that base is pretty significant. Now the Titan is getting at it. Really important that this Titan is eventually going for that Lava Hound. Right now it looks like she's a bit far on the outside. I'm not sure if she's going to go for the Hound, as well the Titan kind of works as a poison spell and she is supposed to take down all of the pups. But this one Barbarian takes the Lava Hound for a ride.
Yeah, but I think it's going to come back there, and it's kind of wandering away. It's going up there with the King, but he still has the Poison Lizard, and so the Poison Lizard can definitely work there. Oh, nope, just scratch that. The Monolith just claimed out that Poison Lizard. He makes the Hound invisible along with the heroes, and he tries to transfer it over to the Electro Titan there. Pops the ward ability, but this Monolith doing a lot of damage here. The Queen's now stuck on the Hound, and she's going to find every single one of these pups individually. And at the same time, it's distracting the Road Champion from getting the Monolith down, so he's going to continue to sustain fire there as well. He might be in trouble here.
He might be in trouble indeed, but the Digi actually reset that Monolith, which is pretty bad in the end because both key defenses are not going down. Multi-Inferno Tower and Monolith are staying up. On the right side, the Scatter is staying alive for way longer than he was hoping for. And this bottom side with the Multi-Inferno Tower, well, that is not an easy way to overpower this with Super Barbarians, and the defense seems like it's holding strong.
Yeah, well, like we said earlier, a lot of these super barbarian attacks there are very, very reliant on making sure the super barbarians keep the heroes alive. The heroes still have to do the majority of the work there. And so if you have something like the monolith just wreaking havoc on the attack the entire time, then that's a problem. But it was largely to do with that one stray super barbarian that drew the hound off. And then when it arrived back, he was actually ended up fighting it right in the middle of when you don't want to fight it. Like, that's the whole point of using blimp attacks in general, is to draw the CC out early, fight it in safety. But when the hound was just running astray and then it came back and engaged him right at the worst time, then that will shut the attack down just on its own.
Yeah, the time was just really not in his favor, but this means the first defense is in. Chasmac getting the 2-star and not the highest percentage. We have seen some of those teams getting incredible high percentage attacks when they're getting those 2 stars. Now it's back to Inquisition, because having a great defense is always one thing. I mean, we have seen that with Navi versus Repotted earlier. Great defense, but you need to be still having a higher hit rate than your opponent. And this is now what everything comes down to for Inquisition, getting the higher percentage, or if possible, starting with a 3-star.
Absolutely. So we'll see what they can do here. But that's a moderate amount of percentage left on the board there. Definitely they can work with that. And we'll just have to see if the percentage exceeds that on the next one here. But I definitely think that Chasmac EA, after their last performance there and what they've been doing recently, this is such an incredible team. They have a very, very strong roster. I think in the power rankings for the year, they are currently tied with Navi. And so, like, you know what this team is capable of. So Inquisition definitely has the work cut out for them to take them down today. But Inquisition, sending their first attack, it is going to be a recall Queen charge into Electro Titan attack here. So I love this attack. We talked about this one in one of the previous wars here, and we know that this attack is a very, very efficient way and a very strong way to set up these Electro Titans. And we'll see if we get the Queen to cooperate here and do exactly what he wants her to do.
Yes, and it's always the question, kind of like investing the rage or not investing the rage, even if you need it for power. But the biggest thing is always time. Recall spells are just, like recall spell based attacks are always so time heavy that you have to be really careful of that. He is investing the rage of power and time like reasons, and so far the funneling looks really good for him.
Get out of there, Queen. Get out of there. Okay. I didn't like him lingering there as long as he did, but he pulls the Queen out, and now he'll emphasize the funnel a little bit further on the left side of the base there. Yeti is distracting the mortar there. Yeti Maestro take the mortar down, and the Flameflinger and the Queen have set up a pretty nice funnel, but there was a delay there. And when they delay like that, when they pause and was waiting for the Flameflinger to develop a bit further there, he went past the 2-minute mark there, and that definitely has me concerned about time for the overall attack.
Oh, are the Titans going in, or is the Gold Mine going down too early? The Titans?
Okay.
Oh, no, only one Titan going into the core. There's the Hounds. The raged up Titan should be still able to deal with that. But still, having the Titans on the outside is not optimal. Only one Titan in the core, but the jump is placed and the Royal Champion has been started.
Royal Champion needs to stay safe, but he got the defensive Royal Champion engaged on the right side of the base there, so the Royal Champion can get in there, get that stun. I like that on that right side, and then make her way over the scatter shot, but the defensive Royal Champion stays standing there. The King's attacking the wall, trying to get to her. Somebody finally reaches over the wall and is able to tag her out, and now he needs to get the Queen to take the turn, take the jump, and cross through and secure the Town Hall, and then hopefully he still has enough force on the other side. Otherwise, we could have this shut down, but the Town Hall does drop here, Itsu, and he's okay. He's got a Queen ability, and that does give me some hope in this.
Yeah, but the big issue is the Warden on defense on the bottom side and that defending multi-inferno tower. The Royal Champion ability has been used already, so now everything is relying on this Queen with the Warden together. The Queen ability has been forced already as well, and time is going to be for sure a big factor in this one. Tornado Trap is going to delay things even further. And with 25 seconds left, the Wizards are trying their best. And wait a second, why is he using regular Wizards? I'm not 100% sure, but we have the Queen
right?
Going for the storages, but 15 seconds is not enough, and he's not happy about this one.
Yeah, he's gonna run out of time even if the Queen would be able to finish off there, which she might. She might be able to actually get through with the Diggy and the Warden supporting her. He's got a lot of troops right there. There goes all the healers right there, but they survived until the end. It is a potential time fill, potential miss. I'm not sure where we landed with more time, but it's a 93%. and that does, at a bare minimum, give his team a percentage advantage in this war. So they're up. They're up. It wasn't a triple, but they are up on percentage, and they do take the lead to start us off.
Yes, that's the lead for now. It's not big, but hey, percentage lead is better than nothing, even though I feel like if you would tell that the player at this point, he would not really feel the same way. He would like, come on, that was just this one mistake. Maybe he would have fixed that, or maybe I should have done that different, and then I could have finished up with a 3-star. But in the end, it's going to be the high percentage 2-star, and it's now back to Chasmac EA. They had an incredible first match in this playoff bracket, but now they need to get back to this performance, get their first 3-star on the board, and put up the pressure against Inquisition.
Yeah, and he invested that extra time to let the Flame Flicker develop on that base to try to prevent the Electro Titans from missing the funnel there. And so he invested the extra time, and they still walked on him. So if he would have just not delayed the Queen getting restarted there, he potentially could have just got it done in time anyways, and he maybe just could have done that, but he hesitated there, and it took him a second to decide exactly what he wanted to do, and he had to make a split-second decision. A lot of times, that's the way it goes. You have to make those split-second decisions, and when they don't turn out, then hindsight's 20/20. You just never know. But Chiawa now going to be pushing in. It is going to be a recall Queen charge into Super Dragons, and once again, when we see this Queen charge Super Dragon attack, we need to make sure that the Super Dragons get that block of defenses around the CC, including the CC itself, to make sure all the troops are going down, and we don't have anything surprise and pop out and take out a World Champion later in the attack.
Yeah, I feel like those expos as well are really, really crucial. And on this one, the access to the ground expos, which are targeting the heroes around this bottom side, should be somewhat easy. So I really like the approach, the idea of this one. Let's see if it's going to work in the end. Warden ability, perfect timing right there as the blimp is leaving the Warden aura. We have the Phrase, we have the Tornado Trap, so he has to do something about it.
Oh, lots of red air bombs going out there, but a Super Dragon stepping over that area. Kind of needs a rage by the Town Hall right now. He's got a lot of dragons on it. They're going to take it, but where are they going to go from there? They have a split. Some go north, some go south, and he will lock on and destroy the CC and any troops that were still inside of it. If that last Super Dragon in the middle of the base there gets that Expo down, that'd be huge for getting the World Champion through later. But he's not looking too bad here, Itsu. But that Expo does stay standing, and it could cause trouble later on as it gets healed back up by the Battle Builders.
Yeah, the Expo could be a problem, but I mean, he could target the Royal Champion pretty much directly onto it with targeting the Sweeper first and then the Expo. And there's not too much damage except this King on the top side, which could be a big threat to his troops. A wall break would be pretty nice at this point, but I think the troops have to either go through the wall or go around it, as the King does right now. The Royal Champion, I think, has been added on the left. No, it has been added at the bottom side and not into the Expo, which is surprising.
Yeah, definitely do that Expo off of his back here soon. He'll rage up in the area there. He still has an RC ability, but the RC has picked up the healers, luckily, and so the Queen transfers off, and those healers can hit the rage. He can definitely boost her back up before she goes to ability and potentially save her. He gets the stun on the Expo, locks it down. The healer's topping it back up. RC ability is preserved. Chiawa looking to pick up the triple on this one. Just got to get it way past the defensive King, and he's got the Headhunter there to support. He's got it with a swag RC ability even. Yeah, I think he can. He's absolutely got it under control right there, and the Queen passing those healers off ended up being completely clutch there to get their World Champion through.
And this was exactly what they needed in this situation to pressure Inquisition and really make sure that they have to now 3-star as well if they want to stay close. What an incredible attack. Really, really good usage of that Super Dragon attack, and I feel like especially how he handled the core. I think a lot of people would have just panicked and raged up the balloons, so the town was going to go down guaranteed, but instead he was fine with just the balloons triggering some traps, the tornado trap itself, the red mines, and some of the black mines, and then just using the rage on the separate Super Dragons was really, really nicely done, and then finishing off, as you said, with just the swag Royal Champion ability. Nicely done.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the blimp being used with dragon attacks in general. Not only will it go take the Town Hall down, but just the fact that the blimp surges past the dragons and is able to clear the area of the traps while it's under the protection of the Warden makes so that there's so many fewer traps that are going to the dragons themselves. And I think that's a big, big player of how these dragon attacks are going to function and work well if you get a lot of trap clearing while you're under invincibility. But now Einstein returning fire for Inquisition, and he is going to need a triple to keep that 5 building lead sustained here for his team.
Yes, and he's using the Queen Charge Lalo attack, which he's as well running in Legend League. Let's see if he can make good use of that in this tournament, with having, well, quite a few Rage Towers set up in the most annoying way possible. I think those Rage Towers are covering each the Scatter, the Multi-Inferno Tower, and 2 Expos, which is not nice to encounter with either a Queen Charge or a Lalo. So let's see how he's handling that. Triggering the Rage Tower early and taking down the Scatter as well. It's a pretty nice start.
Yeah, a lot of the compartment was cleared there. Quickly gets the rest of the funnel there with that Party Wizard. And Party Wizard only in the game temporarily here for the 11th anniversary of Clash of Clans, or Clashiversary, I guess we should call it. And you will push this queen in and dive in with the Rage Tower pre-triggered. You can just go around and not have to worry about all the extra damage there. And here comes the CC. It is a pretty heavy CC. It's going to take a minute to get through this Hound. And he has to use the poison early on the rocket balloons so it doesn't force the queen to ability. And that means the poison may be close to be fading by the time the Hound pops, but he gets a minion down, he helps assist, and the poison does last long enough to burn up the pups here, get the queen back in action.
Yeah, I think especially for time, this Rage Spell was really, really efficient, because even if the power of the Clan Castle would have been not enough to really force the ability of the Queen, just adding the Rage right there for the Queen meant that the Hound did pop quite quickly. The Rage Tower is not going to reload, and take a look at those wall breaks. Depending on where those 3 wall breaks go, he could get access towards the Town Hall. Let's see the wall breaks.
Yep.
Yes, it has worked. He has access to the Town Hall, and this is looking pretty crazy, especially with the Royal Champion, but I think he has missed the invisibility spell for the...
Yeah, she's taking giant bombs down there. She picks up Expo Fire there, and the Multi-Inferno is going to stay standing. That's going to be a problem, especially in a Lalo, but at least the Rage Tower got triggered, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But there's not a lot of balloons here, and he's going to put most of them into the top quarter of the base there with the early ward ability and charging the Multi-Inferno. But he has a lot of base to cover here, and the balloons, that's the power of the balloons. They can attack a lot of different sections of the base at the same time and just overwhelm the targeting by having so many different options for the targets to shoot at, and the Hounds out in front of them giving them protection. But he gets into the scatter shot. He's into the monolith top there, but it is giving some trouble right now. It's struggling to go down. I'm a little bit concerned that he's not going to have time. I think he might actually end up ultimately having forcing the end here if the queen gets the monolith down. He does. He gets the monolith down, but he's got 38 seconds, and there's a lot of base left here, even though there's not enough concentration of defenses anywhere on this base, Hitsu, to actually take this queen down anymore.
Yes, I think the Queen for now looks solid, but there's more red mines, and I think the first couple of red mines, which already got triggered, really messed the loons up, because they could have gotten that monolith, but with like 4 red mines hitting those balloons, they're falling short. The early warden ability has cost them there and not covered those inside traps. I think even with the Rage Tower and the Ground Expo on the back end, it could have been problematic for the Queen without any spell support to get through that. But again, it's a high percentage, so even though it's a 2-star, we're that early into the match that this should not be a big factor. We can even see on the percentage level, they're completely tied, only the stars being the difference. So if they eventually maybe catch up on the star level, they might have then the percentage in their favor. So that is not the end of the world, at least for now.
Yeah, and it's painful that the Royal Champion is right there. She was right there. He was investing spells into her. There were just the Rage Tower with the Multi-Inferno and the Expo, and she just got overwhelmed. Was it Ground Skellies that slaughter up there? I feel like most attacks, it seems like, are decided based on inconveniently timed ground scaling engagement, you know? Like, I swear the Road Champion is their biggest enemy, is their biggest opponent on the base there, and it usually shuts her down, is defensive heroes and ground skellies. But that might have been the difference in the attack there. But here we go. It is Kuma now in for Chasmac EA. It looks like he's diving in with a zap into Kill Squad Lalo, and he's also got a battle drill selected here too.
Yeah, that's surprising. I think typically we see the lock launcher getting used with that armor composition together, but at least for now he is having the battle drill selected, and he's going to use that instead of the lock launcher from the top side to help that push into the base with the Royal Champ, with the Golem, with the Queen. And that king. That king really struggled to clear out that compartment, and that now is going to be a huge difference maker with the raged up warden being alive.
Yeah, but the queen didn't be able to take the turn into the base there after she gets through the CC. The road champion of the battle drill able to at least clear out that left side of the base there, but the golem not really providing a lot of protection right there. But the battle drill ends up opening the walls, and the golem comes back into play there. And that worked out. I don't know if I can't imagine that would have been planned, but it'll work. He's going to take advantage of it, and he's got, is it a Yeti bomb? Yep, Yeti bomb popping on the side there as the queen makes her way back into the compartment that the road champ was trying to funnel her into, and she does ultimately go down. A lot of base left here. A little concerned about that multi-inferno in the very, very middle of the base there. Could spell trouble for later on.
But what was super important was that the queen took down the rage tower. Reloading and having the middle, the core inferno tower raged up could be a really bad sign. But even without the rage, the multi-inferno tower is dealing a lot of damage. He's now trying to haste those loons into the multi-inferno tower on the left side. The ice hound is exploding. But I mean, with the builder huts, with the Tesla, I think that's just too much damage on defense.
I agree, and he also lost a lot of balloons over the left side of the there to the defensive road champion before he finally got those headhunters out to go take her down. He's gonna get every perimeter building on the base here down, so he's gonna end up with some good percentage. I think the warden, he got targeted. The warden got targeted by the battle builder there, and almost able to stand in a spot that outrages it, but not going to get that down, but he's still going to get it into the 90s. And with the lead here, but percentage going into this exchange here being exactly tied, that means that this is the bar for the percentage tie, but it does give an opportunity now for Inquisition to take the lead if they're able to triple.
Yes, that's exactly what Inquisition has to do now, getting the 3-star. And I mean, we have seen this over the day that some of the matches seem to make Tower 15 easy. Some of the matches were on the lower end on the score, but now Inquisition, they have to get this right. They have to get the 3-star to stay in this upper bracket. We have talked about how important it is for the teams to stay in this upper bracket, even though, yes, it is double elimination, but going to the lower bracket means you have to burn way more bases. You have all of the other teams obviously like non-stop watching you and adapting with like traps, etc. to what you do. And obviously you have to get this like 2 wins in the finals if you're going through the lower bracket right into the finals. So there's a lot of things, a lot of good points why you should try to stay in the upper bracket and do that at all costs. But Inquisition is up next and they really try to make that work.
Yeah, but I mean, right now they can get ahead here, and this is a big moment for them. So a lot of high pressure in this situation right now to this attacker to swing the war, swing the momentum, give the team, like rally the team. And a lot of times when you get one big win like that, when you get one big pickup, then it boosts the confidence for the whole team where they know they're just trying to maintain the lead that they established. And now we'll see if Stefan is able to do exactly that. He drops in this hound into the top of the base there. The blimp is going to go right over the top of it. He ends up having super minion bomb, but he takes some scatter shot.
No way!
Fire with the rage, and he never gets a shot out there as the scatter shot ends these super minions before they even start to fire. Oh, that's painful. What do you do?
Those are the attacks where like, okay, please, can I start again? Like, come on,
Right?
this is so frustrating to attack. Those are the moments where you just want to throw your device into a different corner, but losing the key element of this attack, which is the super minion blimp, in the beginning already is really, really painful. So he has to somehow turn this into a high percentage 2-star, because I think 3-star are obviously off the table, but he needs to make sure that he is turning this into a solid percent to stay in this match with his team.
Yeah, but at least he recognized that that's freeze is off a little bit as well. He doesn't get the town hall with the freeze there, so he has to use the ward ability. A bunch of traps are going out there, but at least they're getting soaked up by the ward ability. And into the core of the base we go. Got it. Like you said, you got to find a way to get the percentage up here, and that's not easy with the dragon attack, because it's not like in a Lalo and a hog attack where you're kind of sprinkling in and picking off all the perimeter defenses and freeing up the trash. The dragons go in a block, and if they don't survive out the backside of the base there, then you leave up a lot of perimeter buildings that can end up costing you a ton of percentage, and that's why they are kind of hit or miss here. And you'll see most of the pro players tend to prefer the Lalo and the hog attacks over dragons for that reason. But this one still climbing, pushing to the 70s, and so much base left here. Yeah, you can see defeat in his face there. He recognizes that this is a major slip up at a very unfortunate time for his team as well.
Yeah, and he even lost the queen and her ability to just the eagle shots and the rage scatter shooting at her. So that was just too much damage. The percentage could have been maybe a little bit higher with the queen ability at the top side, but it's going to be a 73% 2-star. But that is not what they were hoping for. We can see he's not happy about this one, which I can totally understand. Was one invisibility a little bit too late, a couple of seconds earlier, and this could have maybe been completely different, especially if I remember correctly. I think all of the red mines were at the bottom side of the space, so this super mini blimp could have gotten incredible value around this top side, but that was just not it. And now it's back to Chasmac, and they have everything in their own hands now with the percentage lead they have and the star lead they have. They could really make this their match and stay in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. They're in a good spot there. I said, in my opinion, Chasmac EA is the one to win it. Chat said Inquisition. Chat, what are you guys doing? Why does chat keep on making teams get jinxed here? It's their fault. But that's the way it's going right now. Oh boy.
I mean, at this point, it's just like a meme going on. Like how is it possible that it's 0 out of 5 at this point? Possibly 0 out of 6, who knows? But like overall, like it's crazy how unlucky the predictions are so far. And I mean, I don't know. I guess you hope that it's not going to repeat. Or actually, who voted for Chasmac? You did, right? You did on the stats,
I did.
like stats based. Exactly. So you're hoping that the jinx continues. Let's just hope that the chat is getting one right. But either way, we have the next attack. We have finally Yada with his super boulders. That is exactly what I would like to see. And I think it's the first time we see super boulders today in this tournament, right?
Yeah, I believe you're right here. But super bowlers are an army that excels at taking out the ring bases and also these box bases, especially if most of the defenses are right around the eagle artillery, and there's these natural void spaces between the center compartment and the scatter shots on the left and right, because those void spaces make so that the super bowlers go directly forward, and so one jump to get into the base there, a second jump to cross over the CC, and then we have a couple of high HP structures on the left and right of the town hall, which gives us some options to wait out the poison as well. There's a lot of potential with super bowlers here. I think Yada not only is an expert at super bowlers, but he also uses this attack to push into Legend League. I think 2 months ago, he was the highest hit rate player in the world. He's pushing nearly 80% hit rate with the super bowlers, and he's pushing in through the core of the base. So he's definitely got an eye for them, and I commonly see on his live streams on Twitch that he's just rocking them every single day, and he knows exactly what he's looking for to make them work. But the World Champion deploys the bottom base there, intercepted by ground skillies, and the Flame Flinker cut out the funnel, and the bowlers are just bowling down the alley here and into the town hall.
They're just not going down. They just don't care what is happening on the left, on the right. They are just going through this core like it's nothing. And they are just getting healed back up again by those healers. We have now the Super Hogs going from the far right side, but there's a giant bomb taking out a lot of them really quickly. So I'm not sure if that was as intended. But with so many super boulders left alive, the Queen left alive with her ability, this is looking really solid, and over 1 minute left to go. This is looking crushed.
Yeah, on top of that, he also had the Flame Flinger troops drop out with some super hogs into the right side, which reinforced the scatter shot, make it so that's off of his back end to have to worry about later on. And he's got a Queen ability. He can swag it right now. He's got extra cleanup troops there. He can throw them in wherever he wants. Flashes his screen there. Knows he's got the triple. The lead sustained. And if they can pull it off there for one more attack, then they are guaranteed to go on into the upper bracket finals. This is crazy. They are performing at the highest level right now.
Yeah, they're really, really deserving right now this lead. Impressive attacks. And for Inquisition now, it's, well, they have to turn things around. At this point, they have to hope for some defenses if they want to have a chance, but they have to concentrate on their own offense as well, because this is not looking too bright for them at the moment. They have to get some 3 stars in so far. They were not able to collect any, and I don't know what exactly is happening. If it's the bases, if it's some mistakes, as we have seen with a late invisibility just before this attack from them. But something has to change, and something has to 3-star for them.
There we go. Well, if they can get 2 3-stars on the board here, if they can close out this war strong, they're not out of this. They can still push for 12 stars. And then if they can get a defense as well, if they can stop the last attacker from Chasmac EA, they could still swing this war back, but they're going to need a big defense, and they're going to have to get all triples because the percentages from Chasmac EA have been rather high, and the miss there from Inquisition has been on the low end, so they definitely going to need a monster defense here, but they're not done. They're not done. They're still in this war. We could still see this swing back.
Yeah, I mean, it's Dawn of 15. On Dawn of 15, anything can happen, especially because just one little mistake could really, really turn into a really massive defense with maybe the attacker panicking or something going wrong. But for now, Fabian needs to 3-star first to make the defense of Chasmac panic. And we are, I think, starting off with the Skelly Donut for that core, and then some Super Hogs with the regular Hogs for the follow-up.
Looks like he's got a Stone Slimer selected at the moment, and the Skelly Donut is able to successfully take that down. But a lot of times the Skelly Donut into Hog attacks would follow the, I was about to say, followed up with a Blimp to go after the Multi-Inferno near the Town Hall edge, and that sets up a funnel to drive a hero in to go secure the Town Hall takedown. And that's exactly what he's doing. He swapped out the Stone Slimer, went to the Blimp. He is going for the typical Pusher. We know that this is a proven approach, and it is very strong. I'd love to see like a minion or something drop to the top quarter there and work on those cannons, though. Okay, he sees it. He sees it. Yeah, lots of completely exposed cannons up there that he can grab out with a couple of minions and get them down extremely efficiently right there. And the King diving towards that Town Hall for that initial star takedown.
Yes, and with the Rage Tower already triggered, this means there's not as much damage on his King, looking really, really good. And what I like as well, since the space is symmetrical, it's really important like the flank, the angle of where the attacker is coming from, because from this side, the Tornado Trap can only rotate his King into the Town Hall. From the other side, the Tornado Trap would have rotated the King away from the Town Hall. So really smart choice right there. And those are those little things the pros always have to consider, like the rotation direction of just one trap.
Yeah, it always throws me off there when I go get a base link off of a video somewhere, and then I'm like, oh, I'll just throw everybody up by rotating it, and then the base doesn't work anymore. I'm like, lots of things going into the design considerations there, but here comes the Twin Hogs in for the very bottom of the base. They're charging after the Eagle Artillery, raging up while his under ward ability, and trying to clear as many of the defenses and traps there before that ward ability wears off, and that often the extra damage output and surging forward like that ends up preventing more damage than a heal spell could heal, but he has a heal spell as well, and he'll push his way into the Queen, and he's not looking too bad here, Itsu. This might give him a chance.
This is looking incredible. I mean, somehow even the Queen survived. I think she was on 0 hit points on the left side, and this attack is completely crushing this base. The top side, nothing is left standing, which means those Hogs can now just finish off the last couple of Tesla. He has even an invisibility spell if he wants to turn that King invisible and just saves a couple of seconds, and that's exactly what he does. He is happy. He knows that this was so badly needed for them to have a chance of staying in this match, and now they have to hope for a defense. They have to hope for a good defense.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be something down in the 60s or 70s. I don't even know exactly where we are on percentage. As soon as it pops up there, I can do some quick math in my head. There looks like a 4-building split, 20 buildings down on the overall. So this one needs to be a 79% or lower, which now that I see the numbers, I think that is definitely in reach here. That's a number that could easily, with 1 or 2 mistakes there on attack there, a couple of critical mistakes there, could definitely have the percentage leave that much on the board here. So I'd say Inquisition is still definitely in this, but Chasmac EA knows exactly where the bar is, and they can put it out of reach.
Yes, and they're actually up next, so it's always that Inquisition has to react. It's always like kind of annoying then for the team if you have to react and the other team already 3-starred and like you can't really do anything, you just have to attack, but the match is already lost. But on the other side, if they actually make it below this 80% mark, then that's a lot of pressure on the line. It's going to be crazy for them to somehow complete this. But we are in with the last attack, and It is a queen charge hybrid. Are you kidding me? What is going on here?
Okay. I mean, maybe not the best time to be breaking an off-meta attack here. Queen Charge Hybrid has definitely been outperformed by the Queen Charge Hogs and Twin Hog attacks lately. He wanted to run the same approach here, but we'll see what he can do here. Double heal spell, and this base, like we talked about well, you were talking about in the previous war, where the rage towers combined with the heal spells are very difficult because they just do so much damage that they end up over damaging what you can actually output with your heal spells. So you end up not making it through a lot of times anyways. And the only times that I really see hybrid being super effective is when the queen directly takes out one of the rage towers and the defense is around it. So I don't see her getting that far. I am a little bit nervous about his choice here, but he's a better player than I am. So we'll just leave him to what he has here and see if he can cross that 80% mark and take the win.
Yes, and so far the Queen is looking pretty safe up there. Should follow this path right into the Town Hall, and then he's going to start with the Hybrid to push her into that gap to get that Town Hall out. But wait a second, okay, there we go. It was about to say he needs to funnel this cannon. The Clan Castle is getting lured, so he needs to raise that Queen up right there. And the Bomb Tower, nice warding ability. But now he has nothing to protect his Hybrid from 2 Rage Towers.
And getting sawed up by ground skellies there, so the miners will stop and fight those, but he does have the poison lizard there. He's able to quickly power, or no, he doesn't have the poison lizard. I don't know how he got it down so quick, but he gets the queen back into the action there, but he's taking red air bombs to the healers there as he passes by the town hall, so keep an eye on those healers there as she moves into that dangerous position where they like to put a lot of the bombs. But now the rage tower in the back side of the base, they're trying to freeze to release some of the damage. He's very close right now. Percentage is climbing, 10 buildings to go. Queen abilities intact. He's got the percentage here. Nothing will stop it. The queen alone will grab the last 7 buildings necessary, and he's got it under control here, Itzu. It looks like Chasmac EA are advancing to the upper bracket finals. There's the threshold, there's the smile, and the thumbs up. And not just that, he's going for the triple to top it all off, Itzu.
What an attack with the reinforcement super hot riders from that siege barracks getting the 3-star. That was impressive. I mean, I would have not counted on that hybrid to get that far into the base, but I guess just the pathing which he was able to provide with the king, with the queen in the town hall compartment as well, just perfect right there. And this is the victory for Clash, for Chasmac right there. And I mean, this is now the position Inquisition is in, which we have talked about earlier. They have to do one more attack, but the match is already over, which is always not the nicest.
I know.
But, well, maybe they can get another 3-star and keep the momentum high then for the next match, because remember, all of this is double elimination, and those teams are in the upper bracket, which means they have a second life in this tournament.
Exactly, but I am always curious, like, you know that the last attack could have been the one that would swing the board there if they were given that chance. So I'm always curious to see what this final plan is, to see if they ever had a chance in the first place, because they would have had to triple this if we did see the miss. So now the pressure is taken off here. You can't take the win anymore, so maybe that relieves a little bit there, and you just kind of can go into a little bit more relaxed, knowing that it's not going to have the impact of you getting a golden ticket or not. But you can just get out here and see if the plan would still function the way that you thought it would, and then just shake it off there and get into the lower bracket and keep on fighting your way through, because you still made it this round, so you're able to skip some of the lower bracket matches, and that's still going to be beneficial in the long term when we get down to that lower bracket, start eliminating teams.
Yeah, that's right. I'm never 100% sure if it's better or worse that the pressure is off, because like sometimes like, especially if some mistakes are happening, you're like, well, whatever. We lost already this one anyway,
True.
so let's just kind of YOLO everything else in. But let's see if we can execute this plan perfectly and make sure that it's showcasing what this plan could have looked like if everything would have been on the line.
Exactly, but at least the heart rate is a little bit lower, right? That's got to count for something. The adrenaline isn't surging through, you know, that did have a big impact there. And it is very challenging to play under the high pressure when you have the war on the line, and you know everybody's counting on you, and you know there's tens of thousands of people watching. Like that's it can be very daunting, but Mark pushing his way forward. We have the queen gonna circle No, she's going to the Eagle. Nope, she's going down. She's going down here, Itsu. And he's recalling her, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where she's going because she's out of there.
Oh, he has to pay attention with the defending archers, but he has some of his own protecting that Flame Flinger. But where is he now placing that Queen to? I mean, what is the next step? Okay, on the right side, recalling her towards that Ground Expo. He's trying to create some pathing for the Elected Dragons, and coming in most likely from the bottom side, just based on the sweepers.
Yeah, exactly. I was like trying to figure out how the funnel was set down there, but he got the funnel on the side there. Some light troops came down and reinforced over there. Still has his king. He's got the CC that is getting more drawn up top there with looks like more archers. Just archers out of there, so he may get more pull there with the Yetis as they make their way forward, but never got that Eagle artillery down, and that could potentially be a problem if he doesn't get the Yetis to finish it off. Looks like he's got it though.
Yeah, the Yetima is getting that building, but I think we would have liked to get maybe even the other Air Expo. But for now, the Town is going down and the Tornado Trap rotating everything into the Town of Poison. Those Elected Dragons are not having the greatest life of their life.
It's okay though, he still has the King over to the side of the base there. The E-Dragons were able to get at least the bare minimum, and with the CC, I think I'll pull him here. I don't know if he got a full CC pull yet, but he does have the Royal Champion deploying from the top of the base there, and looks like there's nothing coming out, and so the Royal Champion can take advantage of the King providing tanking at the end of the pathing, the Queen providing tanking at the midpoint of the pathing, continuing to clear defenses there, and he's looking to get the triple here because the King has stepped in and tanked the final scatter shot. I don't think he should have froze that, honestly, because that makes the scatter shot wake up and turn back around to the Royal Champion, but he's got it under control there. It's a triple, and unfortunately, we know now that the plan would have worked if they had the chance, but Chasmac EA denies them any opportunity, and they're going to end up moving on. And Inquisition, with 12 stars, is heading down to the lower bracket where they'll fight for survival.
Yes, but I think they can help the head high. Really, really strong showing, still getting 13 and then now 12 stars versus those top teams. But they really have to make sure that they are showing their best performance possibly in that lower bracket to stay in this tournament. But Carbon, how did you enjoy this match?
Well, it was a great match. Crazy to think that, well, Chad is now 0-for-6. How is that even possible? You think about flipping a coin, you would get at least one of them right, do better than 0-for-6. Well, that's actually starting to become actually impressive, getting them wrong, you know? Oh boy.
Oh, chat, you need to figure this out. You got to figure this out here. You got 2 more chances on the day here to get these predictions sorted.
Yep.
Because I mean, I'm up now. I think Itzy, you said it might be in the lead though overall with predictions. Who did you vote?
You might be tied.
That one?
I voted Inquisition. I think it's now tied up. If the numbers before were right, then we both have 3. I think Carbon is on 2. And Chad is on 0.
Chad's on 0.
Chad's on 0. Most importantly.
Yep. So I'm sure we could take a look at the bracket so that we could take a look at where the teams currently stand in this the playoff stage of the Clash Masters Gold, because we are now going to be transitioning to the elimination matches, the lower bracket. The next one on the docket is gonna be Navi taking on United Gaming. I think I already know who Chat is going to pick, which means that they can't win because Chat's picking them. Right, Eric? Or what are you thinking?
No.
Uh-oh.
Chad, don't do this to Navi. Don't do this to Navi. Oh my, this is gonna be a good one though. United Gaming. Because you think about it, you saw who Navi was fielding there for Clash Masters. They have Bernal, but Bernal's not signed with Navi anymore. He's actually signed with United Gaming, and so if Navi wins, he's eliminating this team that he's signed into, which is like, it seems like a little conflict of interest there, but Bernal wants that bag, he wants that money. There's $50,000 in the line, he's not gonna stop.
Well, that is that's funny.
That's how, but I mean, that might be as well like really good for Navi, as that then maybe know what they tend to use, like what United Gaming tends to use on offense and how they maybe bait some bases. That might be as well like a bonus thing. I mean, I don't know like how much he is sharing and things like that, but I mean, there's still a lot of behind the scenes stuff then going on between those two teams. But that is going to be a crazy fun match then.
The
They're gonna keep it all secret.
storylines. Oh yeah, keep it a secret. You think so? I only imagine what's going on right now. Because if United Gaming do end up making it all the way through with a golden ticket, getting that, will it be the rosters of the ones playing right now, or will it change up a little bit? Because you never know. It's not locked in 100% that the 5 players that get it, right? Majority of the team will be it, but you could still have some substitutions, as we saw Navi, the classic main players that are coming there. But can they deliver now with the pressure on the line here, Eric?
Exactly, and you got a strong roster there with United Gaming, but we talk about them. They can be hot and cold there. They have some very, very highly talented players there. Griticus, Agents, Donna, Achilles, and Fluxy playing for United Gaming once again, and now facing elimination here if they can't make it through. But let's take a look at the predictions here, Carbon. Like, where are you holding here on predictions? Oh, look at chat. Chat's 86% Navi.
Oof. Okay, I mean, chat can't be wrong. Can't go over 7. I'm going to pick Navi as well. I'm going to take Navi. What about you, Eric?
I'm going Navi. You know, Navi all day. They're my org. Right. I'm going to cheer them on every step of the way.
Okay. Itsu?
Well, now the question is, I could either throw away my lead, or I could just do the same prediction as Eric, and we would stay the same. I would go with Navi as well. I mean,
okay.
All jokes aside with the chat and stuff, but I feel like this is Navi's match, and we have the first attack going in, but for United Gaming with Griticus doing some Lalo madness right here.
Yeah, Griticus wants to... Well, I don't know. I did take a quick look at how many lightning spells he had. If he had 7, that would have been enough to take out the defensive queen. But he did grab this area here, as the queen's going to make her way towards this town hall. Which can be very nice if this queen secures the town hall and then sets it up for the Lalo.
Setting those heroes up for success is always so crucial. And when watching the pros doing it, it always looks easy, everything makes sense, but then you're trying it on your own and you're like, wait a second, that's not how my heroes work. They're just dropping low way too quick. But this tester farm looked really evil, and I think he invested the Ice Golem freeze and his own freeze at the same time, which was not optimal.
Ooh, that's going to use up a lot of the spells, but the queen's ability is forced right over this town hall, securing the wizard tower as well. As the defensive queen is gone, as the Royal Champion is continuing her push up and around, taking out that ground expo, as the ability does go off. He does grab a sweeper with that RC shield.
Yes, getting a sweeper is always nice, especially if it's pointing into the direction of the ladder. With the freeze now, he's trying to delay this rage tower going off. We have seen earlier in this tournament what a raged up multi-inferno tower can do to those loons. But this last Inferno Tower is not raged up, but the scatter shot is, and this might be problematic. There is red mines, and every single loon is going down, which was near that multi-Inferno Tower.
Yeah, it does go down there as he now passes his way into the scatter. The Eagle Artillery is still raining fire right on down, but the super minions on the defensive side are still there defending this base.
Oh, those super minions clearing out everything. The loons, the minions, everything is going down from them. Now the Dragon Rider has to do some magic to somehow turn this around, getting out of those remaining defenses. But I think there were some more traps around this multi-inferno tower.
Oh!
Yep, there is the black mine, and this means those loons have no chance. Without the Warden Aura, they're not going to overtake those remaining defenses. It's close, it's like a solid percentage. But going against Navi, having a solid percentage, I am not sure if that is enough.
Yeah, that is going to be very difficult, trying to get into the 90s. But on the defensive side, the super minions picking things off. And Kazuma's base is going to hold strong there. Only an 88% 2-star there for Griticus. And is that exactly what Navi needs? Kind of a motivation booster, because both these teams have been knocked down to the lower bracket, and this is an elimination match. You lose, you are out. You win, you keep your hopes alive, trying to make your way to tomorrow and have a chance at that golden ticket.
Yes, that's right. making sure that you're staying in this tournament. That's everything what is on the line now for those teams. And remember, even if it's not for the golden ticket, every single seat you're climbing higher is more prizable then, which is really important for the team since, well, you have to get the base bidders paid and everyone behind the scenes, because remember, we're seeing 5 players fighting and battling in the Clan War feature, but the thing is, there's a huge team behind those teams, like building bases, testing bases, and like doing all the behind the scenes stuff. And well, that's not easy. So let's see which team is going to make it and stay in this tournament, as we have now Gaku going in with the Queen Charge Recall Electro Titan Smash strategy.
Yeah, with this Super Barbarians out in front of this Flame Flinger to help go for that multi-target Inferno, we've got a double hero charge going on. I'm assuming that Queen is going to be recalled back and then joined in with that ward into the top side. Yeah, the final on every side. This could be right now like as well like a 10 healer charge back from Town Hall 14. Like having something going on every single side of the base is always kind of nice to see. But this Queen is losing some healer. Oh wait a second, I think he recalled the healers and the Queen before the healer was going down. I think the last shot of the Elephants was in the air, but it didn't hit. Oh no, the King is going wrong. I think the King was supposed to go for the Multi-Inferno Tower. Oh no. He now has to somehow make sure that this Multi-Inferno Tower is not going to take down all of his healers or any of his troops, actually. Yeah, with the Electro Titans pathing their way and Rocket Loons, Ice Golems coming out of the defensive CC. One Electro Titan is actually making its way to the multi, which can help, but he decides to assist it with the Royal Champion going into there, as he now pops the Warden Belly, protects the Electro Titans, the Queen, all the way going through towards the core of this base. Yes, but the Town Hall has to go down. The Queen is... No shot! The Queen going down versus the defending Warden. Now the Titans have to get this, but there's the defending King as well, so I'm not sure if those Titans can even get that Town Hall. The Royal Champion has been used already, so remember, this Town Hall going down is not guaranteed. And, I mean, what is in that siege machine? That's the big question now. Oh my... Wait a second. The Flame Flinger is all coming down to this. He was like... He was... pretty much banking that Town Hall was definitely going to go down, especially from his Queen. But that's not the case. Now the Flame Flinger will get one shot off, and then maybe if it gets the shot off, the Fire Spirits can do so. Yes, it gets the shot off. Super Minions, though, they do lock on to the King. Now it's going to be the Fire Spirits. Can they take that Town Hall down? No shot. The Super Minions are going to the outside. But the Fire Spirits are about to go down. The Fire Spirits are there, but I think they're about to run out. Wait! No way. Wait! No way. They got one shot. Come on. No, but the Super Minions will go. Yes! What? It goes down! Are you serious? Wow. He saves at least the 2-star. The Fire Spirits. That's all you need. And it's secured the Town Hall, and it's in the 80s. Whew. Wow. What is this madness? That was just the first attack. We already got a heart attack. Like, what is going on here? I mean, that Town Hall staying alive. The Warden just going for the Queen right away. And he is going to get the 85%. It's going to be a lower percentage in the end than what United Gaming had. But I think at this stage, they're just happy that it was not a 1-star. And the percentage, well, they have to come back from that but... a 2-star is what was way more important. Absolutely. Gotta secure at least a 2nd star. 1-star is devastating, especially in an elimination match. But they keep pace. They're just down on percentage. And not that much percent, just a little bit. So it's a relatively still very close match. It's only been one attack for each side here, but they know the importance of every hit. The smallest details matter, and fortunately the Queen couldn't get and secure the Town Hall, and it was the defensive King that stopped those Electro Titans from securing the Town Hall and making it way closer at the end. Making it way closer. Indeed. I mean, that was as close as it could get. And remember, I think we had this now last weekend as well, I remember. But we have actually the next Super Bowl attack where I'm really excited about. I mean, I just think that they look so sad. I mean, they're just looking so satisfying. It's really, really cool to see. Kind of like comparable to Lector Dragons, where when they work,
And the chains are just going through the entire base. It just looks so satisfying seeing the base disappear. And it's the same thing with the super bowlers and their stones. Like, if you have them raged up and they're attacking those high HP buildings and everything behind it is just going down, it's just, there's nothing better than that. And, well, with this next attack, we have the Warden Walk setting things up, and then the super bowlers going most likely from the bottom compartment into the core.
Yeah, with this Warden getting raised up towards this ground expo, we don't have any recall spell, so no Queen charge or anything like that. Just wanting to get the value with a traditional Warden Walk. And the beautiful thing about that Warden is whenever you drop troops near it, you get to pull that Warden towards you as long as you drop it relatively close. And there you go. It's not like a Queen charge where she'll go on her own and you can't bring her back. The Warden is an assisting hero as you're pushing your way in towards his eagle all the way across. But notice, one jump spell over the clan castle gives him access to the whole base, basically. So that's why he's really trying to get this value and push these super bowlers in.
Yeah, and so far the pathing looks incredible. We have ice golems on the offensive clan castle side, which is going to be quite annoying. It's going to be really, really time consuming to get through that. So the question is always, when are you going to use the Warden ability? This is always what you're asking yourself. And those super bowlers, they're hitting, well, they're getting hit hard by those shots of the monolith, but I think there are still all 3 super bowlers left alive.
Wow.
The Warden ability now can be used as well, but they're skipping the multi-inferno tower.
They are, but look at the bowler bounces on the other side through that town hall. Now they're stepping into the town hall poison, which is going to hurt a lot. Red air bombs for these healers. They're going down. But now he's got that Raw Champion. He's got a skeleton and a freeze. That multi-target is getting repaired. And he got to remove that defensive king on the backside to make his way all the way to that scatter and even the enemy queen.
Yes, the enemy queen is going to be a big problem. Queen ability to take down that defending king that little bit quicker. He has the freeze to maybe support any hero encountering that defending queen, but it's not going to be easy while she's surrounded by so many defenses.
Yeah, it's going to be, where does he, wait, the queen can walk, oh no, I was going to say, was the queen going to go for the multi, but she is super low health. There's the skeleton spell. It's coming down to the spell placements, but he's only got 25 seconds. Pops the RC ability, takes out some Teslas, stuns the scatter. The queen needs these archers to stay out in front to help protect her. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can he do it? Can he do it? Go! The arch tower doesn't go down!
Oh no, but time is ticking. 7 seconds.
Agent?
No, I think the Inferno Tower should be back to full HP because of the Bitter Hut. And I think it's going to be a 98% 2-star. It cannot get... Oh, I should not say it cannot get any closer than that because we have just seen Gaku's attack with the 2-star. So it can't get any closer than that. But still, really, really close attack in general. And this is going to be just 2 buildings off the 100%.
He was just 1 building away from pulling an Itsu, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get the 99. Wait, what? I don't know. What is that? What could that possibly be? But either way, Agent, great effort there. Unfortunately, that multi stayed up. The queen didn't take a jump to go get it. He did send a balloon right over the where the bowlers were going. It just wasn't able to help secure it. It was the Builder Hut that helped save the day on the defensive side there. So great effort from Agent, but it's a defense for Navi, and they are looking to then answer and bring a 3-star themselves.
That's right, and they're trying to do that with their Lalo, with actually some, what is it going to be? Oh, Zap Lalo, so that's the strategy as well, which Stars is running in Legends. So let's see if he can make some good use of that versus this base.
Yeah, usually with the 6 lightning spells, you're going to grab an Expo, and he's going to go multi-Expo, and what was on the other side? Builder Hut, I think it was over there. Yeah, because both sweepers are still up. As that king's going to path his way in towards the Eagle Artillery, take on the defensive king, maybe drop the queen to the left behind an ice skull. Yeah, there you go. And that queen's going to help force that king into the Eagle. No problem there.
No problem indeed with the Headhunter, making sure that the defending king is not able to provide any damage pretty much whatsoever. But oh, that was really early. Wait a second. The bomb tower is going to lock onto it for sure.
Oh.
There's the giant now, quite late, but hey, I think for now the bomb tower is even the death damage I think hit that siege machine, but maybe it doesn't matter too much. I mean, I'm not playing that strategy too much, so I have no clue. He opened the walls. I think that's good.
Yep. That's the good thing there. He doesn't have an invis, so the queen, if she walks left, she's on her own. But that Rage Spell Tower will bring the queen back to the core, hopefully pathing her way to the multi, and then continuing her way through as the Royal Champ's now in the left. We find some Teslas in front of that defending RC. Probably going to be a mirrored situation on the far right side in front of the queen over there. Probably Teslas that will pop up there. But that queen is basically going to get her value here with her ability as it goes off. Lalo's got to come through a town hall with probably a tornado trap somewhere over there.
Yeah, the tornado trap might be around that for sure. With the Rage Tower, that town hall compartment is looking like a big problem. I mean, that's not something I would like to play the Lalo into, but what is he doing? Freezing early. And remember, I think we have seen pretty much every single time a lot of red mines around that town hall, like in front of that town hall. There we go. There are the red mines. The warden is not following, and every single balloon is just gone.
Whoa, we got a hand. Well, we do have still 13 balloons left that he saved for the backside. So the first clump of balloons took out the town hall under rage. Well done. Now the skeleton on top of the defending queen to help take her down. And whoa, look at all these balloons now piling on the backside, getting them path their way back to the monolith. But it's stars. He's still got a lava hound. What? He doesn't even need the hound. Did he forget that he had it? Like a hound for cleanup. There we go. Yeah, that makes more sense. Hound is the best cleanup troop in the game, confirmed by stars. What an attack. Absolutely crushing Zap Lalo to perfection.
Well, that was impressive. I thought, okay, this attack is just done with how the red mines came up and destroyed pretty much half his army, but he just does not care. It's the stars. I feel like if everything goes to plan for him, then he's attacking worse, because this is not his comfort zone. Like, he has to save something. I mean, he has to do the miracle run within his attacks. Otherwise, he does not feel happy about it. But either way, 3-star for Navi, and that's the first 3-star in this match, and they're taking the lead.
Yep, they've got that lead, but the percentage is, let's see, is that on their side? No. Is it a building difference? A 1 building difference on United Gaming side. So they've got the lead on percentage. Navi's got the lead on stars. So it really could go in either direction here in the elimination match.
Yes, it can. I mean, there's still a lot of attacks to do, right? Like, there's still plenty of attacks to do on both sides. So anything can happen. And, well, we have the Queen Charge Hot Rider attack with some lightnings, though. So he's mixing things up.
Yep, we got more lightning spells here in this attack with a couple super barbs. And the Flame Flinger is down by this Town Hall. He does have the Earthquake, so typically if he's got the Earthquake with a Flame Flinger going for the Town Hall, you want to Earthquake the Town Hall and then also take out the Monolith, which is behind the Town Hall. So that Earthquake value can be really nice there to help secure it. But then the Hogs, you have to be careful. The Hogs, when you pop that Warden ability, you got to get as much value as possible. But all the builders going down too is very, very nice.
Yeah, builders going down is always really, really important, especially, I mean, remember, those builder huts with a new level, they are quite significant. I mean, they have a lot of impact on those attacks, so never to be underestimated. And we have the Queen as well, starting from the left side, but she has been deployed not that fast, I would say, which means overall, like, 1 minute is gone. It's only 20% of the space gone.
As the King ability does go off, he has access now to the scatter shot in either direction, so you walk straight behind this King, raging up, and we find some Teslas as we drop a balloon down south. Another wall break. Can the Queen step in to grab the multi-target Inferno? He's got access to it. This is going to be some fantastic value if the Queen can stay alive, but no, she's not stepping into that compartment.
Oh. Wall breaks are not really working. He cannot target that corner, which means the Queen is not really going where she's supposed to. This is the last rage. Remember, he has invested the lightning, so this is the last possible rage he could use. The Queen ability is the only rescue for him, and this is I'm not sure if this is looking too good for him.
Well, he starts the Hogs to pull the Eagle shots off of his Queen. He's going straight to the right, but no rage for the Hogs. Pops that Warden ability, so Hogs are just going to have to casually push their way around. The Queen's ability's got to go off. take out a bomb tower, but that's it for her as he now keeps the push through with a freeze down, but the Hogs are finding spring traps.
Oh no, those springs were deadly. The queen on the outside is going down as well versus the Expo. She did not go for the Expo at all. But the Royal Champion, maybe she can do some magic here. The Royal Champion versus 2 ground Expos. The healers are crossing over. Maybe the healers can tank something. The Warden is there as well. Ooh. Can that still work? 30 seconds?
The ground Expos, the RC. She's going down the Diggy stuns, but she's trying to hang on. RC with 20 seconds remaining. She's getting healed back up. Double cannons, and then eventually an Archer Tower is going to lock onto her. She goes down, and he's not going to be able to get this. We got another 2-star here for United. Navi's bases are defending strong against United Gaming.
Ooh, that is unfortunate, especially since, I mean, the Warden, if like 1 more minute or like 2 more minutes, he could have finished that off, but overall, it is going to be the 2-star defense, and Navi has now, like, they have now everything under control, especially if they're going to 3-star their next attack. Then they have a 2-star and a big percentage lead, which is like the optimal situation you want to be in, especially with the elimination match being on the line, with the pressure which those 2 teams have, because if they lose this, then they're out of this golden ticket tournament and they have to play in the next tournament, which is going to be a lot of pressure then on those teams, because that's going to be the last chance.
Yeah, and then when it comes down to the last chance qualifier, literally anything can happen. You could get matched up with a golden ticket. Well, I don't know if they can compete. So
no, they can't.
Yeah, so you can get matched up with some really good teams right away and could be eliminated. So that is the real difficult part about that. So we've got now Bernal coming in with a queen charge Hogs with that flame flinger off to the right side. And we've got the queen probably up top towards 12 o'clock there behind. Oh, steps right between those walls to go grab that multi-target Inferno.
Yep, that's right. But it's air expos, right? So the air expos might be not as threatening as those ground expos, and it takes some time for them to actually lock onto the queen. He has no wall break, so he's relying on his queen to actually go into this compartment since it's open. But this means the queen has to do wise choices, and we know the queen does not always do that.
Yep, these air expos are both on the queen, so he invests another rage. Needs that flame flinger to continue its way through. Took out the mortar. Now the queen's on the town hall, taking it down. And we don't have a recall, so he's just going to keep that queen charging right on through.
Yo, no, and the tornado trap is going to rotate him into all the damage. We have... Oh, wait a second. The one wall piece is doing an incredible job for him of actually making sure the queen is not getting rotated further into all the damage.
Oh, wow.
There is a black mine. There is some more red mines. So it's really risky to charge into the base like that, because we have just talked about it with the attack of stars, that all of the red mines are around the town in most of those cases, and he's just charging right into them. And this queen charge could end way quicker than he was hoping for.
Yep, all those red air bombs absolutely toasting those healers. Now the Warden ability instantly protecting those Hog Riders, pushing to the bottom side. But we got double bomb towers, giant bombs, tons of traps down here for these Hogs as they try to continue to push through. But the defensive Ice Golems are now going to move over to his RC.
Yeah, and that's going to freeze for quite some time. Or actually, the Warden attacked the second Ice Golem as the first one popped already. So that's quite nice for him. But is this still going to be enough? The Royal Champion is getting targeted by the Monolith. But the Monolith is going down from that King.
We got freezes.
Royal Champion, keep going. Yeah, this might still work.
Oh, where's your freezes going to be used, Bernal? Are you going to use them onto the scatter shot? No, you don't need to. Scatter goes down and he just swags it. He just doesn't need to use. I would have been freaking out. I'd be like, no, freeze that scatter right now. But Bernal's like, no, I got it. 3-star for Bernal. And now they're going to have a 2-star lead here in this match.
Wow, I mean, how did that happen? I mean, all those red mines taking all of the healers. It's like, I don't mind. My flame thing, I got enough value. My Hogs are strong enough. They are
Yeah.
ready for bacon in the base, and they just got it done somehow. So really another 3-star for Navi, and it's looking better and better for them. Take a look at the stats.
Yeah.
I mean, they have quite a big percentage lead and
Yeah.
2 stars lead, and you have only 2 attacks left. So this is not getting easy to turn that around.
It's not going to be any easier for United Gaming. They need to start to triple out to have a chance, and their hopes of trying to get a golden ticket in the Clash Masters is starting to fade in this match right here. They lose, they are eliminated. They did start the Swiss stage 0-2, and then they went 3-0 to make their way into the playoff stage. But if you lose twice in the playoff stage, that's it. There is no coming back from that, because you have to win all the way through the lower bracket and then force that bracket reset. But here we go with Achilles now coming in, and we've got the Queen Charge Recall Super Dragons. It's your favorite attack, Itsu, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it work out today quite a few times, so I don't mind too much. I mean, I don't know what the players have changed, but either way, it's working more often. Super Barbs? Well, that's not in this army.
No, that's exactly. The attacks that it did work, they had Super Barbarians, right? This one doesn't for the back end. Yeah.
Well, then we know why it can work or can't work.
Well, we'll see if Achilles is able to pull this off with that Flame Flinger. So we'll have to pay attention to the back end of this attack. If he runs out of steam, it literally might be because of Super Barbarians not helping to assist this attack.
Yeah, so the Queen is doing her job of funneling. We have one Lonely Dragon at the top side, which is interesting. But we have the Queen not going inside, which means she's not going to be in range of that Warden right away. There's going to be a lot of damage on that Queen. Without her ability, he needs to pay attention, freeze, everything.
Oh, wow.
Okay, just staying alive. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. But now there's the red mines. They're hitting hard. He has to go through the town quickly. The question now is, can those Super Dragons survive this core and take down those key defenses in the middle of the base?
Yeah, they're sticking right into that Tunnel Poison. Ice Golems are getting lured out by that Queen. They need to continue their way through, and the King is down already to the bottom side, and now that Queen is getting stalled on the Ice Golems. Super Dragons do come over to them as the Raw Champ pulls a bunch of Ground Skellies next to the Scatter Shot.
Yeah, that, well, did not end up that well, at least for how things are looking right now with the Roy Champ ability, but this Monolith is not looking that friendly at all.
No.
At least in the middle, there's not too much damage. The King is trying to tank that Monolith for as long as possible. There is the freeze.
Ooh.
Can that King still carry? Remember, there is no Phoenix, so this Frosty has a rough time ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, the healers do try to transfer off to the Raw Champion. The King was not able to push his way to the backside, and Itsu, is it because he doesn't have Super Barbs to run through these final buildings and defenses that could have made a difference? Could have maybe funneled the King into the Monolith a little bit better? The Queen is not able to get that, and literally, I would love to see this exact same attack, but take Super Barbs on the backside to help with that push, and he just ran out of steam, and it literally might just be that simple as when you do a Queen Charge Recall, take a look and start bringing Super Barbarians to help on the backside of your attacks.
And I just feel like overall the trap meta is not really fitting to this attack style, because what we have right now, like trap meta wise, is a lot of red mines around the town hall. And, well, we're creating such a good pathing for the Super Dragons that a lot of those Super Dragons are clumped up. So if they're getting hit by the red mines, they're having two choices. First one, use the Warden ability to block the damage, but then maybe you don't have the Warden ability running anymore for the Town explosion, or delay the Warden ability, but then again, you're hitting all of the damage from the red mines versus the Super Dragons, which then again means they're going down versus the Inferno Dragons at the core. So there is like a lose-lose situation where I feel like just the meta right now is just not really fitting maybe for the attack style or for the success rate of this attack style.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure people are going to be testing it more and more, but it's just not working as successful as many of the other attack strategies, like a mass super barbarian attack with a Queen Charge version, or we're seeing the Queen Charge Hogs, which, you know, at the early stage of Town 15, Hogs were neglected, right? We never really saw them. But with the update to them and the Super Hog coming out, we're starting to see them a lot more, and it's awesome to see. But this one's all tied up, but Navi have one less attack used, so they are comfortably in a driver's seat right now.
Yeah, they're looking really, really good right now with their next attack in, and we have Kazuma, which is never good news for the other team if Kazuma's attacking. And it's going to be a Queen Charge Lalo attack with a Flame Flinger selected right now.
Yeah, with the Queen Charge Lalo, one Hound in this attack. And we do have, well, a Poison Lizard on the Warden. Kazuma, interesting. Are we going to send the Warden on air and have a Poison Lizard running under the Warden? Depends on where this Queen goes. Obviously, you need to find a way to deal with the Clan Castle. So the Poison Lizard can either help with that or help with the Queen/heroes as you're making your way through.
Yeah, with the Flame Flinger looking really solid right now. The question I have right now is, what is he going to do with that defending king? And wait a second, what is that king skin?
Oh, there is. I don't even know what that is.
Is it glitched? Is it the magic skin, but it's like glitched out?
That looks kind of weird.
What?
Yeah, that looks funny. But we have the Warden now coming in. Oh, okay, so it is a ground Warden. Gonna move his way with this king as they're gonna path their way in towards the Eagle, and then the Warden ability's gotta protect everything. But he doesn't use it just yet.
Yeah, there's the Warden ability protecting all of the Barbarians versus those giant bombs. We have the Queen going in versus the Multi-Inferno Tower. And I'm still shocked by the defending Queen, King skin. Like, what is that King skin? I'm so surprised that Queens keep going. He has one more wall break. Is that Queen, though, going for the Town Hall or not?
Well, let's see that. Oof. He's putting a lot of faith in this Queen. He's got 5 freezes, though, Itsu. 5 freezes that continue this Queen to charge her way through. But we've got an invisibility spell next to this Town Hall, so it's got to be timed perfectly. With Queen ability and some freezes, this Town Hall should be secured.
Yeah, there we go. Town Hall's going down. The invisibility is going off. But last second, the Queen is getting that Town Hall down. There's the freeze now. He even has the ability left. Back and Loons are swarming that base. And this just looks completely crushed with even 3 more supportive spells left. There's going to be a crushing 3-star in United Gaming. I mean, at this stage, it's pretty much impossible for them to come back from this.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, it is, yeah, Navi just really turned things around after that loss versus Repotted.
Jeez, they make it look so easy. Kazuma, what an attack here. Queen charge right through the base, getting to that Town Hall, and then lolling up and around. Went with that Ground Warden, was the right call there, and now they've got 11 stars. They've got a lead, a 3-star lead with only 1 final attack left, which means that the best United Gaming can do is tie, and all Klaus will have to do is get a single star for the victory.
Yep, that's right. It's, well, let's just see what they're going to do with their next attack. That's all what I'm looking for, like strategy-wise and plan-wise, what they're going to come in with, and having a nice attack to finish things off for their road, for their run on in this tournament, because Navi, they look like really the team to beat, and especially we're going to find out who they're going to face tomorrow, I think, in the... No, wait. How does
we do know. We should know already.
We should know already?
Yep, because
who's it going to be? Who's in the upper, lower bracket? Like, who has Navi?
I think it's Inquisition.
Face?
I think it might be
Inquisition. I think they're right. Yeah, so it's going to be Inquisition having to face Navi, which is, well, I don't think Inquisition is happy about that one.
Yeah, that will be a tough one, as we're seeing Fluxy with the final attack here for United Gaming, raging up that blimp so that it can take out the Monolith, grab the Grand Warden Altar as well. Very nice. And the Wizard Tower, setting up a really nice funnel so far for this Queen to charge her way right on into this compartment with that Scattershot and Queen.
Yep, but that's going to be a lot of damage as soon as that Rage Tower is going off. Yes, be careful with that Queen. The Loon is going to trigger it. Take a look at that. That's...
Oh boy.
That scatter nearly one-shot that queen. He has to freeze it again, or turning the queen invisible, obviously, that works as well. But this scatter has to go. Is it going to shoot one more time? Yes, it's again like 1/3 of the hit points of the queen. That is just crazy. It's only one scatter shot, but it's already enough to force the queen into her ability, or even worse.
Yeah, with a jump spell to give this queen access to the multi-target Inferno, the Town Hall, and then Hogs can come over to the left side to move into the defending Royal Champion over there by that scatter shot. And we've got the Hound popping with these lava pups, and where is he? Oh, he's okay, sends the King, and here comes the Hogs with the Warden. RC are going to move their way on through.
That's right. The bomb tower, though, is getting triggered really early. He's not going to use the Warden ability for that, so that's a lot of damage on those Hogs. I think he could have delayed those Hogs a little bit, but now the Warden is following. Warden ability right there as the Queen is slowly making her way towards the Town. The charge looks incredible so far. Really nicely done. But the Town Hall has to go down really soon. Otherwise, those Hogs are going to run into the Town Hall area, and that's going to be a lot of damage on those Hogs.
He does have a freeze and Queen ability still intact, but they're all pathing towards the Town Hall at this point as the King trying to make his way through the defensive King. Queen's ability takes out the Town Hall. Couple balloons to the top side with one freeze and a few Hogs still to use in a baby dragon. But that air defense is there. Got to find a way to use the baby dragon to be able to help maybe on the wizard tower because the air defense is still up.
Yes, that air defense is back up. Can it go down to the party wizard so he can place that baby dragon? Yes, it's going down. Where is he going to place it, though? That's the question. Is he going to place it? I'm not sure. I mean, at this point, the defending King is a problem. Oh, never mind, the King was low. Nope. I have not said anything. It's a 3-star.
Yeah, that baby dragon's going to help here. Well done. Oh, the Skelly's pulling it a little bit, but the Queen stays alive. And there we go. United Gaming finally do get a 3-star in this match. But too little, too late. It's going to put them to 11. And all Klaus will have to do for Navi is get a 1-star for a victory. And Itsu, what does that mean? Chat is finally correct? Or is chat still going to jinx it?
Don't call it too early, Corbin. Anything, don't do it.
1-star. There's no way you can't jinx it. Just got to get a 1-star, right? That's it.
Oh no. Everything was about to happen, Corbin. I blame it on you, okay?
On me?
No, we have the next attack happening. I mean, it should be possible to get that 1-star. Or even, is it even percent? No, he couldn't do a 0-star and high percentage. That would not work. Yeah. But 1-star should be enough to push them across this 11-star threshold to get Navi this win and make sure that they're getting their match tomorrow versus Inquisition then. But Klaus, the question now is, what is he going to attack with? Is it going to be something crazy, some Klaus madness, or is it going to be, again, Inferno Dragons like the last time?
Right. Yep, he chose the mass Inferno Dragons. Unfortunately, was not successful with it. They fell short, but he did get the 2 stars, but he doesn't need that. Just needs a single star to put them to 12. But of course, he wants to go for the 3, as we have Klaus coming in with a Skelly Donut with 3 Dragon Riders. Okay, this is looking like a... oh, wait. Yep, 4 invis. Okay. This is looking like a Klaus attack for sure.
Well, I mean, it's always crazy what he's coming up with. So we have the Skelly Donut in the middle, going for the 3 buildings. Carvin, could you explain, or do you know, why sometimes you would see skeletons and sometimes bats? Because I would have guessed that he would go for bats for the Inferno Tower and for the Eagle, but why didn't he? Do you know that?
I don't. I would love to get your take if you potentially know. But that, because, I don't know, maybe the shots of the mortar or the scatter shot, because of the ability of having the shield for the Skelly. But as we got the classic early Warden, oh, the balloons, oh, he finds a tornado trap. There's an invis to try to get the Yetis back for the Town Hall as the Warden is flying through. Okay, that's got to be like a you can see the Warden, he's just moving through. It's like a skin glitch there. We don't see it. That's why it's so weird. Look at that Warden just floating his way through.
What? I mean, what is going on there? I mean,
It's probably the magic skin or something. Something's going on.
Yeah, something is not really healthy for those skins. But with the town hall not going down, I mean, there's a lot of things not going to plan. But he just has to get the town hall. There is an invisibility spell right next to it, which means it's easier said than done to get that town hall. So maybe he should just go from the other side, go for the percentage. I mean, at this point, he does not need the town hall. I mean, it sounds. Yes, I know those pros. It hurts for them to not go for like a 2-star at least or something. But to be honest, at this stage, you don't need to risk it. You don't need to take any risk whatsoever. And at this stage, I mean, he doesn't have the Royal Champ. But it should be a 1-star.
Yeah, he should at least get the 1-star there. King runs around 50% has been reached. Sends a bunch of balloons to try to go path into the town hall. He's got the haste, shoots them right on in, and the town hall is not going down. More balloons. The rage up town hall is just absolutely smashing through those balloons. Wow, imagine it had to be a 2-star and like a 1 triple. One more 3-star from United Gaming. This could be a completely different outcome here. So I guess a 1-star is all you needed, and that's what he got.
Oof, I mean, you nearly made it work with the Jinx, not gonna lie. That was
almost
as close as it could get. But yeah, in the end, getting that 1-star, giving them the victory. We know, we can see it. Klaus is not happy with this one, but hey, sometimes you just need to do what you gotta do to win those matches, and that's exactly what he did right there.
Yep, got it done for at least the 1-star, which puts them to 12. Not the best day here for Klaus, but he has the next day to try tomorrow because they will advance to then. Congratulations to Navi as they advance in the lower bracket and eliminating United Gaming from the competition.
That is correct. They're eliminating then from the competition. Eric, how did you feel doing that last attack, knowing what Chet did to the remaining teams earlier today? Like, how did you feel about that last attack?
They tried real hard to get that to a 0-star, didn't they? They tried real hard. And I mean, I saw what they did with that with Gaku's attack too. I blame all that on Chat. It's basically their fault. Like they're out here trying to jinx Navi. We all did. We all throwing out here these predictions, but Chat had the worst jinx of the day there. But they finally claim one. Chat, you did it. You did it. You're 1 of 7 for predictions today. So good job. You didn't go every single one of them off, but. It's all right. It's all right. Navi takes the win. That's what counts there for the team. That's all that matters in the end. It doesn't matter how much you won by, what happened with the match there. Matters what the final score is.
Yep, that is indeed what matters. So let's take a look at a recap here as we are taking a look at the stars coming in for United Gaming. Itsu.
Yes, we had them going in, but only Flaxy succeeding with that 3-star in the end. Otherwise, we have seen a lot of 2-stars, some close attacks, like the attack from Agent in the beginning, but he was not able to push through, and this means they were finishing on 11 stars. But then, well, it was just not enough for Navi, but they were close due to some interesting attacks in the end, Eric.
Yeah, but 3 triples on the board there. They definitely had it under control. The attack there from Klaus, like, yeah, I could have just gone with something safe there. But at that point, like, this is Klaus we're talking about here. Like, when they get the war so far ahead, then he's going to start goofing around, and he'll just try to do some random spectacle just to steal the show, you know? But it doesn't always work out when you start messing around like that. And obviously, it didn't work out there, you know, with the 1-star. But you know, he's gonna try. He's gonna try to entertain us there because that's just who he is, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna give it their best. So we can take a look at the bracket to see where we're currently standing in the playoffs, because we're gonna be going into the final match today. Can you believe 8 matches total that will be played today? And then tomorrow we'll play all the remaining matches to see who's getting that golden ticket. And there we are, the very bottom, United Gaming GS taking on Millesime M2, which the winner taking on Strut. And the matchups that we have in the lower bracket are wild. These teams down here, and then the upper bracket, basically semifinals, or the upper bracket finals, kind of getting up there, is still some amazing teams. So make sure you all that are watching get your predictions in to see who you are thinking of winning. Will you be able to get a second one right, chat? Or will you go 1 for 8? At least you got one of them right. That's where it matters. So we'll get our predictions in very soon, and then we can take a look at the rosters as well for this final matchup of today. But Eric, what's your thoughts on this next match coming?
Well, I would be curious to see if like Synthé breaks out another Skelly Donut to take Town Hall down. That'd be kind of fun.
True.
But I think Millesime definitely struggled a little bit in that last match there, and I want to see them make it the comeback in this one here. I know that they're capable. I said when I was looking at all the teams that made it into the playoffs, we've seen it's like Navi already has a golden ticket. Obviously they wouldn't be able to claim it, but I was saying Strut and Millesime were my 2 front picks there to actually get the golden ticket. But now both of them are in the lower bracket, so now I don't know what to think anymore. But Millesime, if they take this win, they could go fight Strut. We can still have that potential matchup, so definitely excited for that. But yeah, this is let's take a look at the rosters here for the teams, and then we'll try to figure out what we want to do with this. But playing out of United Gaming GS, of course, we have the team captain Naromi with his teammates Ryuta, Ogiati, Stadra, and Morio, a powerhouse Japanese roster here. Definitely one of the top teams in the world. And if you didn't know, this United Gaming GS and GS as a whole used to actually be all part of the same group as that Navi came out of. They actually used to all be the same clan in Hogger Metal, so they ended up splitting off into 2 separate entities, into GS and into what was Queen Walkers, who eventually became Navi. So like that's this Japanese there's a lot of camaraderie throughout the Japanese teams there, and we see a lot of crossover between the teams, which I see like Stadra and Morio playing over there for GS, and they're definitely a powerhouse roster. And on the other side, though, we have the mix of French and Spanish players there with Millesime. I think the only Spanish player that is not French is Almoalvin, and he's actually played with the World Championship with a lot of different teams there in the past there, and he's a really incredible player himself.
Yes, I think overall this lineup, I mean, you know the players. As you already said it, there's, I think pretty much every one of them was already on the big stage of the World Championship. Kingsman, Cynthia, Amualin, Trout, and Ariam. And they're not an easy team to beat. Both of them dropping really early and maybe surprisingly for some viewers out there into the lower bracket early on. And now they have to fight for their tournament lives in this really, really stacked bracket. But it's going to be really hard to predict that, Karun.
Yeah, it is going to be very hard to predict because Millesime was actually the team that won last year's Clash Masters. So that's how they got the golden ticket last year, and they're trying to repeat that. So now it's time for the predictions. So I started it off. So Eric, it is your turn. Who are you picking in this matchup?
I hate to do this. I'm gonna stick with the Japanese team. I think we're gonna go with United Gaming GS on this one here. I think Millesime, I definitely can see this go either way here, but I mean, they got such big ties with Navi, and I got ties with Navi. Like, this is definitely, I feel deceiving if I didn't vote for them, you know? So I'm going for it.
All right. How about you, Itsu?
I think I would go with Millesime just because I feel like the experience in a high pressure situation like this is in their favor. Yes, you have like for the United Gaming GS players, maybe some of their experience, they have already played with super veterans like Navi, but they were never in really this situation that often, I feel like. So that's I would go with Millesime on this one.
All right, well, I will be going with Millesime as well, picking this one. So Eric, all on his own, picking United Gaming GS, unless chat has picked someone else, which will be coming in very soon here.
Oh, no.
Yeah. We're waiting. The moment of truth. What has chat selected? Will they be able to go 2-8? What is it, Eric?
In the meantime, if you remember last year's World Championship, these teams actually were the 3rd and 4th place teams.
Oh.
Actually, it was Millesime who was actually 3rd place last year's World Championship, barely edging out GS. So obviously these teams have a lot of history against each other, and to have that close of a matchup in last year's Worlds, they were both trying to get this golden ticket here and return to Worlds. So, I mean, you're dealing with some very, very high-profile teams here no matter what, but it does look like chat agrees with me, and they're going with United Gaming GS as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good thing if the chat agrees with you, but either way, I think it's going to be a fun one that is, again, tied up as well on our side, which means 2 parties are on the Millesime right, and 2 ones are on the United Gaming GS side. I think either way, as you already mentioned, it's going to be a really, really close one with how much story those 2 teams share and how important this match is in general, because I just think for those teams, it's sometimes really easy to overlook how important this qualifier is, because going to the last chance qualifier, yes, this means you have the last chance, but again, like, just having to prepare so many bases, having the pressure on you again and stuff like that is you don't want to be in that position. So I feel like a lot of pressure to relieve that pressure is on the line for those teams in general in this tournament.
Yeah, tons of pressures for all these teams involved. We only know one team that's been eliminated, United Gaming. We have the United Gaming GS still in it versus Millesime. They are going head-to-head, and one of them will be going home here today. We'll be giving away a golden ticket tomorrow. Plus, first place also takes home $18,000, a $50,000 prize pool. We mentioned it over and over again. If you don't get the golden ticket here, you can compete. Even you at home, yes, you'll be able to have a chance in-game for the final 4 golden tickets. All 4 golden tickets remaining will be given away at the same time through that competition, so make sure you're paying attention to the social medias and Clash Clans of how you can sign up your team and compete in-game. That is the last opportunity. That's why it's called the last chance qualifiers for these teams. They're going all out for it. But anything here today between Eric and Itsu you think that has been surprising, or that to me was a bunch of super barbarians coming in the very beginning? Eric, what has been your thoughts so far?
I mean, the Super Barbarians were kind of a surprise there. I expected to see, if we were to use them, that we were going to be seeing like a lot more Super Archer blimps. But I think every Super Archer blimp in a Super Barb attack, except for maybe one, any of them gone through for triple? I think all of them have been like the Queen Charge Super Barbs. So I think the bases have definitely come resistant to that, because we know that those big meta attacks like that have a big part of in the meta, and these players are going to specifically build bases to stop the most likely attacks there. And so that one is a big one to stop, and they've done a good job of doing that today.
I think for me the biggest surprise might be that we have seen barely any Super Archer blimps in general, because we have seen quite a few pros complain about the strength of that. So maybe we're going to see that a bit more often with this one. Guys, take it away.
Oh, yes. Kingsman, Eric, is the kick us off, and of course, it's the Super Barbarians.
Let me remind the chat here, for all the viewers at home here, that 9 out of 10 of these players have played in the World Championship. The only one who hasn't has definitely proven himself to be a capable player with Morio over on the United Gaming GS team here. But a lot of these players have actually had multiple World Championship appearances. So let's see if Kingsman can start us off right here. The Queen Charge dropping in at the very bottom of the base and going in after the Monolith directly. And he's got a lot of base here. He's gonna have to cover, and the Queen almost goes to ability right out of the gate there with all that Expo Fire Carbon.
That was close, but now he's able to get this value with this Queen and continue his way through. Because notice, both the defensive rage spells are higher up near the Town Hall, so the Monolith or the Expos down here did not get raged up, allowing that Queen to go through. But now here comes the triple Ice Golem looking to defend and slow this Queen down.
3 Ice Golems going to tie up for quite a while there, but he's got the poison, soften him up there, so he will try to... Was he trying to wall break on the left side there? The wall breaker did not make it through. It hit a giant bomb, I think, and ended up not getting the opening for the core of the base there. that he would definitely want, because this queen, because it's a super barbarian attack, we are investing basically all of our spells, or at least the majority of them, to make sure that the queen is able to get as much value as possible and make so the super barbarians are capable of clearing out the perimeter of the base there. So she has to wipe the core, but at the same time, look, we got the ward and the king to point for the far left, and the blimp is going to go right over the heads there as the air defense goes down. So he's not looking bad here if he can keep this queen under control and get through into these core multis.
Yeah, that sweeper keeps pushing the blimp back a little bit at a time as he makes the queen invisible. She locks onto the wall. He rages up this blimp over the town hall as he wants this queen to grab both these multis, this value in the core, as the royal champion, I believe, is she used up top? I think she is. Yeah, she's running up top behind some of the super barbs as the queen getting raised up one final time, but the value with this queen, with ability maybe used, yes, on the defensive queen and for that other multi.
Very dangerous spot there for the queen with a raged up defensive queen striking at you. You gotta have your ability on standby or freezer, but he handles it like a champ there as we're champion pushing through. The king still providing some tanking out in front of her. Super barbarians plus stuns from the diggy. He pops that RC ability, clears the Kapar, but he's got the defense is seeming to be under control here, but he's needing to make his way back over to the side of the base there and get that last Tesla and the rage tower down. The queen's going through the wall to go after it, and she actually, she's choosing a good wall here, Carbon. She chose the intersection, but I think the world champion will beat her to the punch there and will steal the glory from under her feet. It is a triple for Kingsman as Millesime starts us all right here in this lower bracket elimination match.
That was close, with about 2 seconds to spare. Kingsman getting the 3-star for them. What a way to kick off the final match here today in the lower bracket. You lose, you are eliminated. You win, you get to advance and take on who is waiting for them in the next round. Do you remember, Eric?
Strut. It's Strut.
Ooh,
Strut is... I expected Strut and Millesime to make it to the upper bracket finals, so it's weird to see them both down here potentially going to face each other early in the lower bracket stages. So, I mean, either way, no matter who wins here, Strut is a fierce opponent, and I still think I'd have to go looking back at the numbers there, but I think they still have the highest hit rate out of every single team that is currently in the competition. So
really,
that's pretty insane. No matter what, they're going to have a tough opponent ahead, but you gotta get there first, and that means you have to get some triples on the board here. Let's dive into Morio from United Gaming GS and see what he can do here with a recall queen charge into a super bowler smash.
I'm loving this. This is the attack that I.
Healers!
Oh no! This is what would happen to me. Healers would transfer off. Yep, that would happen. But let's see, queen. Oh no! Abilities used.
That's not good, Carbon. That's rough. That's rough. But the queen will survive at least. No ability. And she can move off to the right side. And I don't know what the path that he's taking, what his plan is with the recall here. Like, what do you even do with a recall if the queen is kind of going where you'd want to enter the base anyways?
So when I've done this attack in Legends and the queen does go where I want at the end of the day, I then still send the boulder smash in and then recall the troops out from maybe before the town hall explodes. That's what I was practicing when I was doing it, is because it happens sometimes. Yeah, so and when I've done that, it's actually worked really well. See, the queen is going that way, but because he then sent the queen far to the edge, now she won't be stepping straight into all that damage on her own there.
Well, also, the raged up multi-inferno was still targeting her healers there, so he kind of had to do an emergency evacuation for that queen to make sure that he could keep the queen's healers safe, because he would have lost them all, and I don't know how much HP these healers still have as they make their way forward, but he's got a pretty solid funnel there with the Flameflinger finishing up in that top corner. A couple of party wizards down behind it, once again celebrating the 11th anniversary of Clash, the Clash anniversary, with the party wizards being more optimal than regular wizards, able to get some good support there, but the bowler's going to the base here, and he's got a ward ability on standby, and he's just holding it for now here, Carbon.
Yeah, being very patient, but he has one more invis. We got Yetis coming out of the flame flinger, the super bowlers. Come on, come back around. There's the ward ability, getting this push right on through. The whole point is you need these healers to transfer off your queen and then start to heal up those super bowlers. There's the invis, taking out the town hall, but the brilliant thing is if you can get to line up, the super bowlers can skip through the town hall and hit the buildings behind it. But unfortunately, they are getting spun around. They did go down. Now it's reliant on his king, queen, and royal champion.
How are these healers still alive is the biggest question I have. A couple of them getting picked off there. A couple of traps going off. I think he's down to 1 or 2. But the Queen is still alive and moving. The World Champion getting the support of the King there, providing tanking. And the Queen takes the jump back up to the top of the base there. I feel like you raged the Queen. I think you raged the Queen and pushed to the defensive Grand Warden. Because if that Warden goes down, the World Champion will move to the backside of the base here unimpeded. Morio has got it if he's got the time. And the Queen charge stayed alive. We'll clear up those top storages and Party Wizards will step in and celebrate the victory. It's a triple. United Gaming GS will get the triple to tie up the score.
Well done, Morio. Even though we almost lost the healers in the beginning, even though the Queen ability was forced, he was able to still stay. Kept his composure and charged in with those super bowlers right through the core. And they got some beautiful skip value. And hey, that's all you need. And the one jump spell giving him access to so much area in the space coming from the side was the perfect call.
Yeah, you don't really think about Queen charge into a smash attack that starts opposite of the entry that you're planning for. He literally had that Queen run a half lap around the base there before he entered in, which is insane. That's a lot of time that it would take her to cover that ground there, and he still gets it done with time to spare. So like that's pretty insane right there. But a triple's a triple, and let's dive over to Synthé. He's going in with, it looks like, all bats and invisibility, and so he must have seen a pocket of defenses that he can take out altogether. And I think I see it too. I think it's the 2 expos and the 2 multis. He's going for all of it, and he is going to wipe out and cripple the core of the base here and remove a lot of the damage that the Rage Tower would be able to boost as it is. And looks like
sweeper, sweeper.
Oh, the sweeper stops the expo on one side, but he gets the other one. He can work with that, Carbon.
But he does have an Electro Titan, which will be good, because that will be kind of like your poison spell. That's the whole point of the Electro Titan, to help clear the CC. As the Warden ability clips every single balloon and the blimp. And he finds, red air bombs, sinking air mines, tornado trap as he's trying to get to the town hall.
Holding my breath here. Don't pass out, Eric. Okay, he's got the town hall down. He's also, because he didn't actually go after the CC with the Skelly Donut, he actually gets the CC pull with the blimp when he does this attack like this. This is a new thing that Synthe's been breaking out here. A lot of different variations of this attack, but it's actually been an extremely effective way to take bases down. And with the CC pull, you don't have to get the Skelly Donut to destroy the CC building because of the way that he does the blimp here. So now he can wrap around the base here, and he'll just prioritize the side that has that expo still setting, so it's not fired on him later on, and he can make up for missing that at the start.
Yeah, with his heroes making their way around, no wall breakers. So he's going to rely on the openings in this wall to get all the value, to continue its way all the way up to that monolith. As this Queen can grab the outground expo, but has to go through the storage first. And look at the Warden. He's still floating his way right on through with this Queen. Is she going to go up to the expo? She should. Yes, she does. So the King's ability goes off with more super barbs, and he's got just 2 spells remaining.
And if the regular Warden goes down, the Grand Warden, I guess we should call him, if he goes down, then the Apprentice Warden will pick up and will continue to boost the Queen's HP, but the King goes to a Phoenix up top there, and the World Champion will step in after he goes to Phoenix and get in there and get the stun and take the monolith down. So looking pretty solid here. He's done a very good job of protecting his heroes and making sure that he preserves their HP, and somehow this Warden has not found a black arrow bomb. I don't know how he survived all this way into the base there, but he's sticking in there for the long run, Carbon.
Yeah, he unfortunately did miss that freeze, but the World Champion's continuing her way around, uses that invis, and here comes the Super Barbarians to distract the cannon, distract these defenses on the backside, passed his way into the Wizard Tower with a couple more Super Barbs. World Champion's running around, and is looking good here for Synthé. Taking out those defenses right away. Doesn't even have to worry about the blimp, but yeah, like you said in the beginning, using his blimp with Yetis on the ground, that helped not only take out the Town Hall, but also luring the Clan Castle out so we didn't get frozen in the core with the smash. So very smart use of the blimp to kind of achieve 2 objectives. Okay, there we go. You were I didn't see the time there, but it's a 3.
All right, easy day. Synthé get into the triple on the board here, and that means that We need to see another triple out of United Gaming GS. All triples so far. Very, very impressive start here for both teams. And it's very cool to see that attack there from Synthate. It's definitely a new attack that he's been developing. And it's really, really cool. I think I kind of want to go try it because I've seen him level so many different bases with different variations of that attack. And I've seen him use it with a mix of Super Barbarians and... What's that?
I was just saying, let's be honest. This is Synthing, right? Our skills with Skelly Donuts, good luck. I've seen your Skelly Donuts. I know my skill. We're not going to be able to get that type of value. Come on, Eric. We got to be real.
Hey. I can spot the Skelly Donut. I'm good at identifying it. Yeah, actually performing it is another story because I'm constantly making buildings invisible that I didn't mean to. So, all right.
Yeah. Whew. Well, what can Ryuta do with the Super Dragons? But what we're noticing with the Super Dragons is he doesn't have Super Barbarians on the backside. So let's see if he's able to get this one done. Because the attacks with Super Barbs with the Super Dragons on the backside tends to be stronger in the attacks that we've seen so far. Let's see if that holds true in this one.
All right. Well, he needs to get the funnel set here, and he's got a Queen Charge with Recall to be able to set both sides of the funnel. He does have, if he wants to go through the Eagle Artillery with his entry, wouldn't be a bad spot to go in there. He could go directly into the Sweeper. I'm always nervous when people decide to put Dragons into the side of the Sweepers because I feel like if they start to get clipped, then they get pushed way out to the trash there. So I'm a big fan of pushing Dragons directly into the head-on wins of one Sweeper, and we'll see what he decides to do there. He is going to come in the sides, but they're split. They're split in the center there, so I don't know if he'll take the knockback there, but he should be able to get to the core of the base here, and with the blimp to go secure the down hall, the Queen can just work on the outside along the bottom here, and we'll see if we can keep him under control here.
As that blimp is flying through, ooh, double seeking air mines here on one of the Super Dragons, as he's got to pop this one billy, as they're kind of split in a couple different directions here. Clips him, more going into the core, a couple to the bottom, as he freezes. Oh, the Sweeper did push around, but there's the blimp, but the Town Hall is secured in time.
Got the Sweeper triggered early, so doesn't have to worry about the Super Dragons getting spun around the core of the base there, but the Mono doing a lot of damage. It now transfers over to the Queen, and he's got a Skeleton spell there to pick up the tanking as the Queen gives up that targeting, but he did leave a lot in the core of the base here. Specifically, look at that Warden under Phoenix. I love the Warden with the Phoenix in any kind of Dragon attack there. It makes so that he can get a couple additional targets there. In that case, he's able to pick up a multi-Inferno, which is huge for later on, but the Queen survives and makes it past the Monolith, and she is moving into a low damage area with the Rage Tower already triggered and will fade, and she can survive there without extra support here, which means he can focus on the World Champion and the King now.
Yeah, with this World Champion making her way up to the top side, Grand Warden taking that down. But that defensive Rage spell is slowly come back. He's got a Rage of his own. He's got a freeze as well. There's a Rage on his RC. Now the Expo is going to hit this RC eventually unless his other heroes get within range. But no. Ability.
Okay. Well, the problem is he didn't have, since he used the Phoenix on the Warden, the Phoenix was not around to go take the defensive Royal Champion down, so she stays standing as the King dies out, and he's got some extra troops there distracting for a moment. The RC is going to drop, and it's down to the Queen. The Queen has her ability. She's got 30 seconds here, and she can reach everything. I think he's got it in the bag here, Carmen.
Oh, look at this. He's smiling, pops the Queen ability. And it works. Wow, he didn't need the Super Barbarians at the backside. And the Queen is going to walk around. I'm surprised she didn't go hit the wall there. You know, I would have thought the Queen wanted the wall, you know. But he gets it just enough. And Ryuta with a 3-star. And now putting pressure onto Millesime. Wow, what an attack there. And this match, the elimination match, the final one of today. Oh, the pressure is mounting.
Well, you're dealing with two teams that one of them came in third place in the World Championship last year. The other team came in fourth place in the World Championship last year. You're dealing with the highest tier of teams right here. And so it's not that surprising that they're going to be breaking out these triples. But then again, Talent 15 is very, very difficult. And across all the teams here, we're seeing roughly a 60% average hit rate there. So that means most of these wars ended at 13 stars. And right now they're looking to exceed that. And they might need to take the other team down. But now we get to see Wallen, the only non-French player on Millesime, will be diving in as he represents Spain for this attack. And it looks like he's going with Sneaky Goblins, Lightning, and Lalo for this one.
Yeah, 5 lightning spells, but wait, is there no earthquake?
There's no earthquake. What's he doing?
Uh-oh.
Is that a mistake? I feel like he's... I don't know what to think right now, Carbon. What do we do with that? What do you do with 5 lightning with no quake?
You can't take out a multi. You need 5 and an earthquake to take out a multi. Okay, he's gonna... All right, maybe that's not the play. He was gonna go down south in front of the queen. Or my guess is that he realized his mistake and then he's now using the spells for something else? I don't know. Maybe, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know what to think right now. But the Road Champion diving into the Eagle Artillery, the Monolith up top there. She got the protection that she was needing to get through the Monolith, but she dies out before she gets to the Eagle Artillery. King diving into the Scattershot on the right side of the base there. He's got the Phoenix, but the King dies out before the Scattershot goes down. So that's another point where he misses a key target, and the Queen is walking around the town hall.
Well, he's got sneakies. He got sneakies.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Good call.
Yeah. So the Queen's not. The goal is not to grab the town hall here, because he can sneaky goblin the town. Oh, but they're not going for the town hall. They go for the storage. Oh.
Blimp. He's going to have to go to the Blimp to secure the town hall takedown. So there's no choice there. Burns a freeze onto it. Dragon Rider and Balloons pop out there, but he definitely would have preferred that he could have maybe even like put a slammer into that top archer tower and gone to the Eagle Artillery. But as it stands, he's going to struggle into the core of the base here with a couple of spells left to support and pretty tight pathing, but taking Eagle Artillery strikes there and Rage Tower on the backside is nearly reset and is about to boost that backside multi and it's going to tear him to shreds if that thing goes off.
Especially with the sweeper that's pointing in that direction too. Trying to get through this Eagle. The multi scatter shot, way too much deadly splash on the backside for him to push through. My only guess is when he was about to do the lightning spells and the earthquake first, he realized, oh, guys, where's my earthquake? He forgot an earthquake, so he couldn't take out, let's say, I think he wanted to grab the multi-sweeper and defensive rage. I think that's what he wanted. Exactly. And then he wanted to sneak. I think that was the exact same attack that was used against this base last time, and it worked, or something, or maybe it was very close. So he was just trying to replicate it.
You think about it, if you destroyed those 3 buildings, obviously they're the last of the buildings standing in that area right now, so you would have saved a lot of balloons, but also getting the lightning to take out the Rage Tower would have pre-triggered it before the King got in there, and the King probably would have been able to power through that scatter shot, so that removes more. And so, yeah, I think this would have worked there, but he needed to recheck his army composition before he pressed attack, and he made a critical mistake even before the attack begun, and missing that earthquake on his bars ultimately is going to only get this one to an 85%, which is still a decent amount of percentage. They can still work with that. 86 is the final, and we'll see if GS can take advantage of that and pull ahead now.
That's all it can take. It literally one small mistake like that could cost you your opportunity of getting a golden ticket, right? If they lose by a star, because I think that would have definitely been a 3-star if he was able to lightning that, get that value, and then plus the King could have taken out the storage running through there, which means the sneaky goblins could have passed the town hall. So a lot of things could have changed with one spell, and that's why he might have just learned the hard way of making sure to double and triple check your army. And I mean, when you attack, let's say in war, right, I would say it happens way more. It's happened once where you attack in Clan War League and you attack the wrong base. I think it's like between 10 and 11 or 10 and 13, whatever the base is. Like, because they're so close, you know, I'm sure there's a good amount of people watching that has happened to you. Absolutely. But we're seeing a Skelly Donut coming in with the no, Skelly's going in for the Clan Castle. So he's just going straight up for the Ground Expo and the Eagle. All right, Stadra.
But he doesn't have a poison, so he does have a blimp though, and he's got an Electro Titan, so he could actually go pull the CC with the blimp, and I feel like he would need to on this one here, but he invests the Warden and the balloons. He's doing something very similar to what Sinthe was doing. He does the Skelly Donut, going after all the defense, the big defenses, prioritizing them instead of prioritizing the CC building, but then he can have a Yeti bomb pop out of here, and he gets a full CC pull, secures it on takedown. Bloons on the way to the scatter shot, but they missed the scatter shot. So he was able to get the majority of his value that he's looking for there, but missing that scatter shot, definitely going to need to be dealt with later on, but at least he got the Roar Champion out of the way with some invincible headhunters under that ward ability. So he can work with this. He just has to go back for that, and he only has one small mistake holding him back right now.
Yeah, he's going to have to push through these super minions, and that's very nice to be able to pull out the Clan Castle nice and early, as now the King, Ice Golem are going to path their way towards the Monolith with that Queen on behind. Super Barbarians being placed as there's a beautiful skeleton spell to provide that distraction so he can continue to make his way around, but that Rage spell that was originally by the Town Hall, it's coming back.
Sure is, and so is the other one over by the right side scatter shot as well. Interesting base layout here. Like, it looks like it's a symmetrical base, but it's not quite. Those Rage Towers make a big difference there, but he sends in a couple of super barbs in for the right side. Giant bombs going off there, but they get inside the maneuver to the scatter shot, and the warden not able to clear them fast enough, and he perfectly calculated that there. The fact that he knew exactly how many super barbs he needed to get that scatter shot down is really what's impressive about these players. They never seem to overcommit, and they put in exactly what they need, and they're good at calculating that. And also, that's also a big part of the communication, so that your team is in your ear saying, hey, you need this here. They can see the HP of the buildings, but you can't while you're actively attacking unless it just recently took damage. So communication is extremely important. That's where the teamwork factor comes into this. And overall, Stodge is looking pretty strong here.
Eric, there's like almost 40% left.
Oh, geez, time.
30 seconds left. He's got to get a percent every second. Like, he's
communicate faster.
He's got to get more than a percent. He's got to go faster. Especially with the defending King, there's no way he's got the time.
Okay, but he needs to get 86% to get the tie. If he gets to 86% in the next 10 seconds here, then he can still get his team tied up here. If he gets 87%, they can take the lead. He's trying to push for it, but he has his hero abilities popped, and he's out of time, and he falls short on percentage. Carbon, he's 5 buildings behind the mark you need to reach.
81% there, so it's going to go into the final set of attacks here, with it being close still, right? It's a close match. We'll take a look, 8-8, and it's like less. It's a percent differential right now. 57.2, 56.2.
5 buildings.
Handful of buildings, right? 5 indeed, and that's all that matters here in this match. So these final 2 attacks on each side, literally your life in this tournament is on the line. You have to get it done. And if we see Millesime coming in with 2 triples back-to-back, that's it. They lock it up. But if they don't, they leave the door open. And now it's time for Try Hard. And it's the Queen Charge Recall Super Dragons. Okay, we weren't seeing this success before. And now we're seeing it, and there's actually starting the 3-star. Maybe they're really starting to figure out the key to this attack.
Yeah, well, I would hope that they would have figured it out here before they reached this stage.
Right.
But obviously, Tryhard is very proficient with a lot of different attack series. All these players are. But we'll see if we can keep Millesime into the lead here now, as the Queen goes right into danger, charging after that Monolith takedown. Freeze and Rage there gets him through. It drops, and the Queen can then round south. And ideally, she goes all the way to the defensive Grand Warden. But at the same time, it might just be a good idea to get her out of there. But he did deploy all 5 of his healers, and so one of the healers transfers and will not survive the transition over to where the Queen was redeployed, and it ends up dying out. So he swagged the healer there. Definitely could have played that a little bit different there and preserved that healer by only deploying 4 initially. But Carbon, here comes Super Dragons. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, the Super Dragons are down. He's trying to set that path to send them right through the side of this base with that blimp responsible for going for that Town Hall. There's the Warden ability, clipping all the Super Dragons, but one that goes off to its own towards the Eagle Artillery. But now the Town Hall is going down with all the balloons, pulling some red air bombs. Town Hall's been secured, and out comes a Rocket Loose and a Lava Hound from the Clan Castle.
Forcing the Queen ability with that. The Queen has to survive through those rocket balloons. Otherwise, if she gets forced to ability or as the rocket balloons are going down, then she can sometimes die through her ability. She's got to be very mindful of that. But the Super Dragons have actually stayed together for the most part, and they stayed on the interior of the base there because the Queen was able to cut off the pathing so well at the bottom because of the initial stages of that that queen charge before the recall. So if they get this ground expo down, that would be huge. If they only get the ground expo down, that would be fine, I feel like. So that one super dragon currently is, he really needs that down. So he's going to reinforce there as the dragon starts to get picked away and make sure that that expo drops, and also the multi, because that keeps the queen safe as he continues to march forward to the right side of the base.
Yeah, with the Raw Champion clearing through this multi, now trying to get to the defensive RC. The King came back to life with the Phoenix down south as everything's starting to come together from the side. The Queen does not have her ability, and we've got a ground expo. We've got a scatter shot. The Warden is trying to provide assistance, but he's going down to this air defense. Is it enough? Ground Skelly for try hard.
Don't know. I don't know. That expo doing so much damage here. The scatter shot's picking up. He's still got the Diggy, though. Diggy might be the clutch player here. He gets the stun. His hands are in the air. He doesn't know. Diggy takes the stun. And try hard as the triple Millesime will maintain their lead. Go to the final exchange.
Wow, the Diggy saves the day there, keeping him in it. He was at first, he was like, you can see his reaction, and then he was like, hold up, the Diggy saves it, keeps the Queen alive, and he gets the 3-star right there to keep their hopes going through. And now they're at 11 stars, so this forces United Gaming GS to have to triple to stay tied on stars.
Now, let's consider that the final attack here, with Millesime being 5 buildings ahead going into this exchange, if United Gaming GS misses here, then it may not be the hugest deal there if they keep the percentage up, because they do still need Millesime to miss regardless. So no matter what, if they have a chance at all, they're going to give up some percentage there. And that could make so that this one, obviously, a triple is ideal here and could definitely put them into a better position. But they don't control their own fate, and they can afford a miss here as long as they keep the percentage up. But one of the last 2 attacks needs to be a triple no matter what here. And we'll see if Nairobi, the team captain for United Gaming GS, is able to pull through with another Super Dragon attack here. Seen a lot of representation from Super Dragons this war here, Carbon.
Indeed, with the Queen charging her way down at 6 o'clock to help go grab that air defense. Flame Flinger's going to get in range of the mortar. What's your plan for the distraction of it? Or there is no plan. He's just going to, all right, just go on through and just let it do damage to the Flame Flinger. And then whatever comes out can join in with the Super Dragon.
Sometimes another Super Dragon, sometimes Super Minions like to come out of that Flame Flinger there, but he's got a Baby Dragon working on the trash to get it back in action. And it looks like this Queen doing a fantastic job down south there, getting raised up here. Defensive CC is Super Minions. Looks like a couple archers in the mix as well. I'm not sure if I saw any other ground troops come out of there, but he may want to just destroy the CC, and he gets it down there, and whatever's in there will go down with it. Probably rocket balloons. But into the town hall we go. He's got it very well under control, the town hall area, and the Dragon's staying tightly packed and mowing those defenses down here, Carbon.
They are indeed, but the Queen ability was forced as the King's running his way to the right side. But the Super Dragons had a really beautiful split going right through the core, grabbing that value, as now the King needs to make his way up and around. You got to utilize these spells for his heroes at this point. Gonna probably either freeze or make his Queen invisible to help to deal with the enemy Queen. Yeah, decides to go with the freeze spell. Cannot lose your Queen as he got another 2 freezes, a rage, and an invis.
Lots of time to work with here. Can be patient on his Royal Champion. He can afford the extra time right now, just to make sure that he can get the best optimal position to drop her in right now. But where is that optimal position? I feel like it's up in the top of the base there. I feel like he just needs to wait for just the King and the Queen to develop a little bit further there, and then collapse in the top corner with the rest of his cleanup troops there, and then hold a headhunter for the defensive King, because he's not going to be able to power through the last area unless everybody works together. So here we go. The final push begins. This would put us back to a 5-building split between the teams. But Nairobi's looking very good here, Carbon. I think he's got it in the bag. He's got so many spells left and an RC ability to top it off.
Look at all. He's going to pop the RC ability, skip across here. He's got a freeze. Technically, you don't have to kill the King. Just make him invisible. You can finish off for a 3. And there you go. United Gaming GS answers the call. And they are just down by 5 buildings. now going into the final attacks of this match. The elimination is here. Their tournament lives is on the line. Who is going to be able to get the victory to keep their hopes alive? Because the winner of this match is taking on Strut in the next round.
Very, very high pressure situation here, and you just gotta hold your composure. You have every single player other than Mario has been to the World Championship. They know the pressure, and he performed well too. So like every single one of these players knows exactly what they're doing. They can handle this. They've been here many, many times before, and we'll just have to see if they can hold through for one final attack. But right now, if Millesime ends up taking this triple, they put him out of reach here. But if they miss by even a single building, then United Gaming GS can sweep in and steal it. So you gotta get this one down. You can't give them a chance. We've already seen what they're capable of. You give them a chance, and they're going to seize on it. So yes, just end it here. End it here.
Yep.
They can lock it in right now if they get the triple.
Yep, get a triple. Like you said, 99 is not enough to secure a victory. They got to get the 3-star, but they can win on a 2. Depends on what United Gaming GS do in their attack. So, Arium, no pressure on you as he's coming in with a Skelly Bat Donut. With the pressure on the line, this is what he's picking. I don't know how they can stay so focused. My hands would be shaking as he makes one of the multis invisible here.
He's got it under control, though. The Bat's locked back onto it, going after the 4 targets. Skelly Donut here, and potentially get the Rage Tower to trigger afterwards as well. Oh. And it looks like he's successful. There we go. Arium, that was a thing of beauty right there. And now, with that area cleared out here, he can now either dive to the Town Hall with the heroes or to the Eagle Artillery. That Eagle Artillery is looking pretty juicy, but the Town Hall has the invisibility tower next to it, and he may just want to go over there and make sure that that is dealt with, because, I mean, I don't even know. I'd be so nervous right now. This is intense here, Carbon.
It is.
Don't know if he's going to be able to pull this through, but he's got it off to a very good start.
He already sent the Royal Champion Ice Golem into the Defensive King, distracting them off. Ability goes off. He activates that Invis, which makes the Town Hall invisible, which means that it's going to come back so the Queen can secure it. So that RC ability was actually clutch. Queen gets stalled on the storage just long enough so the Town Hall becomes uninvisible.
That was perfect. That was perfect. He handled that like an absolute champion. The King goes over the right side of the base there. He goes to Phoenix. He actually gets some of the traps pre-triggered there with the Phoenix on that right side. And so he won't have to deal with those later on, but he still wants to push in to the defensive Queen first so we can get the early deployment of the Headhunters. But that means he is taking raged up Eagle Artillery strikes there, but he does use the ward ability. He's able to survive through the World Champion cutting across the base there. He still has a Hound and a Slammer, Carbon. He's got so much left over here. He's overwhelming the backside of the base there. This is completely crushed.
What?
He's got the win.
Yeah, look at all these balloons. Yes, the Eagle is up. He is happy. He's pumping his fist with the Stone Slammer. Now finishing it off. World Champion just goes down, but it is a 3-star, and no matter what, they are going to be victorious and advancing in the lower bracket. They will be taking on Strut next, which will be tomorrow, as this is the final match that is of today. So well done to you, Arium, with the pressure on. We still have one more attack to come in here for United Gaming GS, but Arium delivers in the clutch time.
In the clutch time. I like it.
In the clutch time.
In the clutch time.
Oh, yeah. That's the new term.
Yeah, I like it. That was clutch indeed there. And the fact that he plays like with his feet all kicked up, he plays like hanging from his feet upside down compared to everybody else, you know. And he's just very, very comfortable. And if we could just get him, if he gets to Worlds again, if we can get him a chair where he can sit back with his feet up there, he'd be way more comfortable on the stage, you know.
And then he's got to have the lights off, right?
Yeah,
that's where it is. Lights got to be completely off, super dim, in the dark, and that's where he is focused, and that's where he's able to get this most 3-stars. But you know, that's the thing, when you go in person, you got the noise, you got the headsets on, you got the lights, the cameras, everything in your face. So it's a completely different pressure that you have to face than you do when you're at home, relaxed, playing Clash. So well done to there. He got it. He got the 3-star, which is what was enough to get the victory. But we have one final attack here for Unite Gaming GS with we got a hog, only one hog. Okay, it's Queen Charge Lalo. Let's see if we can close it out with at least a 3-star.
Let's face it, it's basically a hog attack here. Puts in that hog. Oh, now it's not a hog attack anymore. All right, Lalo gonna get ready here. Is the king trying to split from the queen? I thought he was trying to push the king into the scatter shot at the top there, but the king has gotten out in front of the queen, and the funnel's kind of wonky right now, and I'm not sure what he does with that top compartment there. The king's gonna go off over here, but maybe he can work with it. Maybe the king just continues to form the funnel out ahead there, and maybe not. I don't know. Kind of in a tough spot there, and he's got to find a way to handle that.
Couple skellies popping up in front here, but able to deal with that. But the healers, no. The healer's getting hit, so he's forced with the freeze. So he sends a bunch of balloons, but a sweeper is pushing them back. He can grab this multi, protects the healers to keep this queen charging through.
All right, well, right now it's not going so hot here, so maybe it was fated to go to Millesime one way or another, but the queen does reach over the wall there and got the defensive world champion down, but not before he lost his own world champion to her, and so he's in a troublesome spot right now. Not really going the way that he would have hoped, and he's used up a lot of his army already, just trying to account for the things going on around the queen that didn't go exactly the way he needed it to. But he does have the balloons going across the top of the base there. More balloons on standby here, and he'll push up the Rage Tower and see if he can pull this back. Maybe he still can. Maybe he can get this queen to survive, and she is getting that monolith down. Got it. Okay, she's gonna find a little bit of safety there, Carbon, and he can start to concentrate on the Lalo.
Yeah, with another freeze to use, doesn't need to use it on the queen just yet because the ground expo does lock onto her. He's making his way. He doesn't have a world champion. Oh, he's got one more rage. He can rage up his healers to help keep that queen going. There's a freeze on the defensive queen to keep going right on through, taking out the Tesla. It's an opening in the wall, so the queen can actually go for the scatter shot there.
Not only that, Carbon, but with the scatter shot out of the way there's not a lot of damage on the queen, so the healers can go down, and she still has enough HP that she'll round back and take the multi down. Guys, that's tragic right there, and incredible at the same time, because that means that if Millesime ended up slipping up at any point there and gave up that percentage advantage, then this attack would have sent GS through, and that would have had a completely different outcome than when we did. But Millesime MG is the winner and will advance, and they're going to be facing Strut as they continue to fight for survival in the lower bracket of the Clash Masters Gold Series.
To think that you get eliminated from the competition putting up 14 stars at Town Hall 15, you'd be like, no, if we can put up 14 stars for all our wars, we're good. We'll probably get a golden ticket. Not the case in this match. Itsu, what was your thoughts?
I mean, that was an insane match right there. Highest level possible. So many 3 stars. That was incredible. And I mean, it cannot get any closer than that, really.
Yep, can't get any closer. 14 to 14. What a performance that we saw from both these teams. But unfortunately, that means it's the end of the road for United Gaming GS. They are unfortunately the second team eliminated. Wait, are both United Gaming teams? They're the first 2 teams eliminated. United Gaming and then United Gaming and GS, the first 2 out here of the playoffs, the double elimination. So we'll take a look at the bracket to remind you where we stand, because that was the last match of today, because we have some fantastic matches coming tomorrow, Eric.
Absolutely. We're going to be having that upper bracket finals play out tomorrow with Repotted Gaming taking on Chasmac EA. The winner of that moves on to the grand finals and would be one step away, one win with 2 lives remaining from getting a golden ticket and lion's share of this $50,000 prize pool. But there's a lot of teams still fighting back in the lower bracket as Inquisition gets ready to face Navi, and Strut will take on Millesime down in those elimination matches down below. So we have 6 teams still standing and only 1 golden ticket to the Clash of Clans World Championship.
Yes, there's not much room for error for most of those teams, especially in the lower bracket. It's, well, I mean, at this point, we always said, like, okay, getting 13 stars, you should be good to go. Maybe a little bit close, but you should be good to go. And now, like this, it's, well, it was just crazy, especially with a few of those attacks, like the Diggy attack. I remember that one. I mean, it was really close overall, but we see the results of United Gaming GS. And, well, 4 3 stars, but at 81%, the 81% was all the difference.
Yes, that's all it took. It needed to be higher than that because the difference here was the 86.5%. 5 buildings. To think that's all it takes, you lose by that much. Wow, all that work to get to this point. Unfortunately, at the end of the road for United Gaming GS, but Millesime, they are advancing to take on Strut in the next round. But it's been an incredible day here so far. So many amazing matches, so many more amazing matches, because tomorrow we are indeed giving away the 4th golden ticket. Because, Eric, who are the other 3 teams that have a golden ticket already?
The other 3 teams that have already made it through, as we know, Navi was the 1st seed, Tribe Gaming was the 2nd seed, and then Glory for Forever out of the Chinese servers was the 3rd seed. So now we gotta find out the 4th one here, but it's coming down to the wire here, and every single one of these teams are completely capable of taking it. So this is gonna be good tomorrow. I definitely can't wait for this.
Yeah, let's double check the bracket really quick again to see what is ahead of us with all of the action. I mean, this is going to be incredible. Is there any specific matchup or possible matchups which would stand out to you, Carbon, with the bracket once again on the screen?
I would say the very bottom match right there, Strut versus Millesime. That, like Eric said, both those teams, he was picking one of them to be getting the golden ticket. And I think that is going to be an absolutely amazing match right there. And I'm assuming, I don't know where we're going to start first. I think we're probably going to start in the lower bracket because then we can watch 3 matches back to back to back. So that we'll start probably in Inquisition versus Navi. Then the second match will be Strut versus Millesime MG. And then the third match tomorrow will be Repotted Gaming versus Chasmac EA. And then we'll continue throughout the bracket. Because it is double elimination, so a team from the lower bracket must make their way to the grand finals and win 2 times in a row for the bracket reset to try to get that golden ticket. But is there any final words from the both of you for today? Start with Eric.
Yep. Chat, you got 1 out of 7. You got
That's
1 out of 7 prediction right today.
Right? Is that 8?
1 out of 8. 1 of 8. Even worse. Oh. 1 out of 8 predictions. Yeah. Y'all voted 86% on that Navi vote there, and it was overwhelming warm in the favor of Navi. But every other board you got wrong. So I don't know. It feels like the day of the underdogs, and maybe we see an underdog team here make it to the World Championship. Maybe a first-time appearance there if we end up getting one of these teams through that are in contention, and there's a couple of them out there, so we'll see. Chasmac EA definitely standing out to me right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they are looking really strong, but I think Repotted as well looked really good. But, well, with the predictions, I think Chet tried to replay with the attack of Klaus, considering how that attack went. I feel like that makes this even worse with the predictions, I think. But, well, I think tomorrow, Chet, you guys will make better. That's right. Okay. That's okay. You got this. But overall, was a lot of fun with the predictions, with trying to battle it out. But those teams will give us a really great show tomorrow, Karen.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be an amazing show tomorrow. Make sure you guys are following. Make sure you guys turn notifications on so you don't miss it, because it's going to be the same time we started today at 12 UTC for the final day of the Clash Masters playoffs, where we are giving away the golden ticket tomorrow for the 4th one here this year. Cannot wait. So make sure you guys are tuning to tomorrow. Till then, all of you have a great rest of your day. See you then. Clash on.